Name Immanuel. I am Sananda. By Sananda and Judas Iscariot a PhoenixJournals. By mine hand I bless these writings and upon the truth I place mine seal. The name of Judas Iscariot shall henceforth be given the radiance of truth. Judas Iscariot did not betray me. Judas Iscariot was my most beloved friend for all mine life journey. This reproduction is from an actual photograph taken on June 1, 1961 in Chichen Itza, Yucatan, by one of 30 archaeologists working in the area at the time. Sananda appeared in visible, tangible body and permitted his photograph to be taken. Introduction. Rec number 1 ESU Jesus Sananda. Sunday, August 6, 1989, 9 a.m. Year 2, Day 355. I am here, Dharma, in the light of Hatonn. I am Sananda to be referred to in these upcoming writings as Immanuel. To have this information makes it most critical that care be taken, for the scribe will be in utmost jeopardy of life itself. My utmost appreciation and respect goes to the pioneers who dared put these truths to paper and have since been either assassinated, murdered, or terribly persecuted. The information will follow the scrolls of record making by mine beloved friend, Judas Iscariot, who was always faithful and true and scribed those things brought forth in his attention and by historical data presented by spirit forms, pedal and araha athersate unto one on your place to remain nameless on this particular date of writing, for the protection of him and his family. The receiver of the scrolls has long since been murdered along with his entire family. This will now be put to paper in thy language so that when the time is appropriate, ye shall already have it into print. We will bring unto you proof and then man will need of this information immediately. Great gratitude goes forth unto those blessed ones of Pleiades who faithfully gave unto Earth Friend the explanations, translations, and protection of the scrolls themselves. I give open dedication to Svath, Asket, Semjace, and Ta and their crews, who risked thy atmosphere and hostilities for lo, these years to bring truth forth unto ye awakening ones of Earth. When protection is assured, I shall dedicate a section in the book of life unto the one on your place who dared. So be it. I further give unlimited praise and gratitude to this little scribe, who dares to speak truth within the viper pit. Many of mine words will be familiar to the original publisher of these truths, but he will forgive my own interpretations, for these truths cannot be kept hidden within archives, for the time is at hand in which only truth shall allow of earth man to endure and ultimately survive. Many of the writings will have already been presented to mine small circle of friends in and through brethren in Tejas shape, in that they have been incorporated into lessons by myself that they might begin to understand the magnitude of the truth as it disputes that which is printed so unrestrained about thy planet. When I make comment about white races I take no exception to color as such that you recognize. It is a definition of which you of earth can relate in description. Ye of earth will grow above thy bigotry or ye shall not function within the outer universe. Within the orderly functioning of the cosmos there is not allowed for bigotry. Ye are of different colors simply because ye are experiencing in different color format, no more and no less. Firstly, I will give you some historical data regarding this information and some more current attitudes. Leaders, especially the so-called church cults, will be troubled, however, ye cannot decipher thy holy books because they are unreasonable and filled with misinformation. What I shall bring unto thee is not only truth, it is most sensible. You ones will stop placing limits upon God, or ye shall perish in thy ignorance and foolishness. There is no worse self-penalty than that of leading thy brother into foolishness which cost him his life. The document to follow is translated from scrolls which were brought forth in the year 1900+63 by a Catholic priest of Greek heritage. The writings were recorded, mostly at my side. The scrolls were preserved as well as was possible at that time and hidden beneath flat stones within the tomb in which I was placed. The priest will remain without name in protection of any heirs remaining from his household lineage. These daring few are not of the United States of America, and families are even more in jeopardy in the part of the world in which they resided or now reside. He requested security and secrecy at the time of bringing them forth, and we shall continue to honor that request until such time all is in safety. Judas Iscariot was a beloved disciple of myself. He has been falsely deprecated as the betrayer of myself for lo, these 2,000 years, although this precious one was not connected in any way with the betrayal. The heinous deed of betrayal was actually executed by one of the house of Iscariot Judah. The still reigning Orthodox and conservative clergy and their misled followers may well try to deny, destroy, and accuse as untrue the text which will be presented, with all possible means, just as they have with many other documents which testify to the actual truth, reference to the books of Enoch and Jezerah, etc. Never heard of them. Of course ye have not, but if ye dig ye shall find of them, for they have been purposely preserved in duplication, for the originals have been destroyed that you never hear of them. These aforementioned books were originally placed within the covers of the Holy Bible, of which ye dally, then removed intentionally for they were too truthful. This was done intentionally to preserve the threatened, misleading, false teachings as presented by Earth Doctrine hierarchy. Every effort will be put forth to pull this document from publication and circulation. Newsflash: IT will not work this time. Pressure has been placed upon the first editor of the text from many facets, and he has been persecuted and fears assassination fulfillment, as 3 major attempts at such in the year 1975 were almost successful. This, even with witnesses present. Steps are long underway by police, authorities, prosecutors, judges, and courts, as well as a media defamation of character on a wide-scale basis, to destroy this material. Of course it cannot succeed in nor harm the truth of the text in one iota. The cunning agents charged with this assignment shall most certainly proceed with utmost caution and skill, and with much intrigue in order that the text will be denounced, regarded as a lie and destroyed, as was also the case after the publication of other texts. The original, however, were, and are, included in the Vatican's library in Rome. So be it. Ye have just had the Shroud of Turin rejected as untrue thought, so. It was in the same tomb within which the scrolls herein written were also preserved and presented. At one and the same time. Now, how do ye think those things got there in the first place and found after almost 2,000 years? Because ye are moving into the final stages of thy revelations prophecies. The world will come into truth, friends, the world will come into truth. Fanatics of religious cults and other misled individuals shall cry murder and use all means at their disposal to fight the existence of the texts, and against the ones who bring this information forth. But as ye know, it has been thus all along, without hesitation to murder or defame any in protection of self-lies and control of other humans. It has ever been this way on thy placement. What of the Christian Inquisition, this, ordered by the Holy Vatican Chair, in order to realize how, for instance, the Holy Office or the Holy Chair in Rome, and the Pope proceeds in order to build up the false cult religion Christendom, or to save it. By order of the Holy Chair, in Europe the recorded murders ordered by the Holy Chair totaled over 9 million during the time of the Inquisition alone. The unrecorded number of murders, by thy own earth records in historical libraries, is speculated to be another 9 million. Would you guess that perhaps the greatest Antichrist on thy placement might be the Christians? The German Holocaust pales by comparison, does it not? Is it any wonder that the records which would be placed within thy holy books would be most carefully translated into lies in support of the ones in power? Ones of mine beloved friends and followers have been thusly recorded incorrectly and their own truth butchered and stolen. They have come back, brethren, to set it to rights. So be it, Peter, Socrates, Hatonn, Mr. Bacon. So be it. This time, Oberly, ye shall pull it off, blessed scribe in Galilee and long before. Ye shall each be shown thy placement, for I honor thee once, but time does not permit at the sitting. This translation proves without any doubt that the false teachings of the doctrine called religions are completely without truth, and that they are the irresponsible machinations of creatures without scruples who were partially hired by the Holy Chair, or perhaps were ignorant, and as the religious groupings broke away because of the false teachings and persecution, had no truth upon which to base the new. I am not going to dwell in what would be called the Old Testament at this scribing in any great detail, for thy truth of more recent history is that which affects you most critically at this cycle of transition and revelation. We shall get into the creation and things of that nature at another writing. In mine name, these ones were, throughout thousands of years, without thought or scruples, and shed human blood through murdering people in the counted millions. Is this justice from a just God? We shall see. Worse, however, the successors of these murderous and unscrupulous creatures created throughout the centuries and millennia a mighty power of cult religion which is able to rule the entire world. In the course of past millennia, the cult religions brutally fought their way up through bloody and bestial murders to the most influential powers of the earth, to which even the brutal and dictatorial governments bow, even thy leaders who are not of the faith. They are even asked to intercede in behalf of ones to the leaders who disclaim Christianity. Does this not tell thee truth? This is the most putrid cover of the most influential power in the name of a false and deceptive love which, literally speaking, walks over dead bodies without thought or compunction, devoid of conscience. Backed by the false teaching and altered concepts of the New Testament, the Christian cult religion maneuvered itself into the politics of all countries. It does not even shy away from entering the most intimate family life of people, even intruding into the bed of the married couple in order to attack the last and most private secret of man, and pull it down in the cult religion's filthiness of the so-called church, and thus destroy any and everything of human, personal value. Finally, the time is at hand, brethren, that these squalid operations may be terminated when man is reasonable enough, awakens his senses, reforms his thinking, and dedicates himself to the real teachings I brought forth to a most sickened world even 2,000 years ago. Though all those people who stick obstinately to the deceptive insanity of cult religions and are therefore no longer able to think normally, with any sense of reason, and defy doing so and protest against it, their battle of madness will be in vain, for truth will be stronger than all cult religious insanity and any prurient lie, even if the lie has been around up to now, for millennia. This lie will now be uncovered and destroyed, even if the lie and all its adherents and champions protest against it with all their might and resources. Truth will finally triumph, even if the victory is won at a very high price, as it is written in the text, which says that the truth will call forth a worldwide catastrophe. But the truth is needed and can therefore no longer be kept quiet. A catastrophe will be understandable if one considers that the cult religions have become exceedingly powerful, by which power they have so far been able to suppress all truths directed against them through all kinds of murderous and nasty means, and shall try this again now, and again they will not refrain from murder, as this was consistently the case in the past. For this reason, the scribes of these texts will most likely be persecuted, possibly murdered, as already attempted, and as with this one, successfully so. Remember, however, ye now work for or against God, and this one has been in resuscitation on 3 occasions. The evil forces are now working directly against me, and I shall prevail, for I am one with God, and I come forth to reclaim that which is the Father's. I hereby again place the opposing forces on notice. I am returned in mine full inheritance, and ye shall not prevail. Mine people shall be set into freedom, and ye of Satan and persecutors shall be cast down into the infinite void. So be it, for I have spoken it thusly, and so it is written, so shall it come to pass in this, thy generation, in thy counting of time near. From all this the earthman will finally see what truth is and recognize the lie perpetrated against his very soul life. It is only through the truth that mankind can assert his force and power over man, enslaving him in every respect. Let it be noted here, for those of you who think ye are safe and will sort of note this and let Dharma, or Sister, or Little Crow, or BM or K Copeland or any other take the load, forget it, brothers, for this was your commitment and I would not like to stand at thy judgment, which I most surely shall, having given these scribes into thy adversaries' clutches. This is why there are no gray areas. Ye are either with me or against me. If you are sort of, then ye are a deadly tool for the use of the dark forces. I hope I have made it very clear that casual believers and adherents of the real teaching of myself, Immanuel, ESU, Jesus Christos, ISA, IISA, EISA-. Immanuel, Sananda, etc., are threatened also. However, these ones who scribe are placed in double jeopardy and endangered from two factors. These ones are also direct contacts between the earth and extraterrestrial forms of knowledge, and very highly developed forms of spirit of higher levels who transmit to them unadulterated, directly, mouth to ear, and in total truth. The lies will be uncovered and brought into light that the masses can witness unto truth, for proof shall accompany the messages, and this will begin in full measure in thy very short future, in thy clock segments. I will hereby give unlabeled deference and homage unto the one who first brought forth the original translation, old Aramaic scripting, and severed his relationship with the cult church. He struggled to live unrecognized with his family. He, being aware of the enormous power of the cult religions, requested his name be withheld from the public as well as from the scripts themselves that he might protect his family members. He rightfully feared for his life and that of his dear family, who meanwhile all became victims of the religious persecutors and were assassinated, to the last member which could be located. So be it, heed well these words. These publications will not come forth from this location but will be put to book format elsewhere, that the scribe be protected. In the year 1963, the original translator of the original scrolls of the forthcoming text was taken to mine actual tomb where he was shown and given confirmation and items of proof. Portions of the scrolls were illegible or disintegrated, also several pages were missing. Nevertheless, the portion that is still evident and in existence is a stirring testimony to the fact that truth is not that which ye have been fed, but in fact, the most massive web of lies ever imagined has been cast upon you once. It is rare indeed, that individuals succeed in bringing public themes and truths which clarify original meanings, or even barely elucidate same, when great political, religious cults or military issues are under discussion. Previous experience on your place proves that generally those people are persecuted, tortured, and murdered because in each case enemy forces appear and are given the assignment to not only represent the truthfulness of a statement but with any means possible or available, make themselves a mockery of the truth that it be discounted. Remember, Satan most often comes in the sheep's cloth to kill the lambs, and he also comes forth proclaiming himself the Prince of Light. False prophets? O ye blind lambs awaiting thy slaughter, I beg and petition that ye open of thine eyes and ears that ye see and hear. I shall not mince of mine words with thee, for ye are in most critical and serious times and circumstance. Thy planet is ready to blow apart in the hands of the evil ones. Can ye not see of it falling all about thee? Man takes the discounting even farther in every case to date. The texts are banned, taken out of circulation with the help of pastors, the police, authorities, courts and those in power. The writers are usually incarcerated on any false accusation remotely conjured forth, and assassinations are often carried out in the very presence of the prison officials. Further, texts of truth are safeguarded in hidden archives or blatantly destroyed to further withhold from the people of the earth the truthful reality, and to continue to let them suffer the consequence of their erroneous thinking and their false teaching, and to let them starve and decay in misery, because only in this manner can man be exploited to the last drop of his blood, most especially by governments and cult religions. It shall not be thus again. The time of truth upon earth has arrived. Ye once shall be in the choosing of thy truth, for the ending of a cycle and a forthcoming transition is at hand. The fulfilling of the prophecies are all but to the final chapter. Ye ones are in thy final days. So be it, and I place mine seal of truth upon these words. I am one with God, I am the Christ who is returned unto you once to reclaim mine people and mine Father's kingdom. I have prepared a place for you, and the plan of the transition is laid in perfection. I plead with you to hear mine call. I am that I am ESU Jesus Sananda. I am the Lord thy God, manifest and incarnate. Do ye know who ye might be? One with God and the creation, I am, and ye can be as I am. Go forth for a respite, Dharma. Ye do not stand alone, for I stand afore thee, and that is a surety that I stand between thee and any enemy who will come unto thy spaces. Blessing upon thee and thy brethren who share of thy task and commitment, for great will be their glory and reward in these coming days of fulfillment. Ye shall be given to be the lighthouse and ways hour to a failing, sickened people. Yours is to be reflected in abundance and integrity even in thy physical perception on this place in thy time. Go in peace, child, for we will begin the penning shortly. This is but mine introduction. Chapter 1. Rec number 2 ESU Jesus Sananda. Sunday, August 6, 1989, 2 p.m. Year 2, Day 355. I am present, Dharma, that we might press on. I will allow mine brother, Judas Iscarioth, to be the speaker. You are not yet familiar with his person, so I shall stand in at all times, Kila, that you have the knowledge of mine presence. At the time of the scrolls I was not honored with mine name of fulfillment, Sananda. that was most recently bestowed upon mine humble self by our Father Creator. There is no way that ye of earth in thy early understanding can fathom the massive concept of experience being illusion and all being one and that one being all. We will, at this time, deal with the same basic story handed forth upon you once from that time of the Christ experience upon your place as the one, erroneously labeled Jesus. It is quite alright for the beginning of truth, but ye must know that my name was Immanuel, pronounced as an I as in Immanuel. You must also know that my spirit form came from the cosmos and I was but birthed in your human array. As Judas took great pains to list the begots and begots that you of the testers and doubters could research it yourself, they shall be included. There is no further intrinsic value therein. I shall stand aside and allow mine brother to tell the story as in his experience. I shall, from time to time, comment and enlarge upon subject matter and / or comment at the conclusion of his portion that ye be brought to conclusion of the particular life stream of myself, so much falsely denigrated. I place mine seal on these portions, Dharma, that ye can write in truth and peace, for as ye once are in the reading, then shall ye understand. Ye will make no attempt to interpret, change wordings nor attempt to understand statements. Yours is to put to paper. Actually, ye shall not be asked to put much, in quantity, to paper that has not already been scribed at some other place or time, that ye be not jeopardized directly. As the truth comes forth from several places, ye shall be ensured protection. I ask, herein, that Oberle and Reynolds make duplicate discs and send backup copies unto Sister T. At some point in thy near future, please make sure she has backup copies of all that they will be in safekeeping in multiple places and give no merit to the striking down of Dharma. Genealogical tree. This is the book and secret records of Immanuel, which means God with us, God among us, who is a son of Joseph, of Jacob, the distant descendant of David, who was a descendant of Abram, whose lineage goes back to Adam, the father of man of the earth, who was begot by Sem Jasa, the leader of the sons of heaven, who were the guardian angels of God, the great ruler of those who traveled from afar. Sem Jasa, the heavenly son and guardian angel of God, the great ruler of those who traveled from far away through the space of the universe, begot with an earth wife, Adam, the father of the white human race. Adam took an earth wife and begot Seth. Seth begot Enos. Enos begot Akabil. Akabil begot Arosake. Arosake begot Kenan. Kenan begot Mahalaleel. Mahalaleel begot Urikibarmeel. Urikibarmeel begot Jared. Jared begot Hanok. Hanok begot Methuselah. Methuselah begot Lamech. Lamech begot Tamil. Tamil begot Danel. Danel begot Asael. Asael begot Samsabiel. Samsabiel begot Jimjael. Jimjael begot Turel. Turel begot Hamek. Hamek begot Noah. Noah begot Sem begot Arpaxad. Arpaxad begot Betriel. Betriel begot Ramuel. Ramuel begot Askiel. Askiel begot Armers. Armers begot Salah. Salah begot Eber. Eber begot Peleg. Peleg begot Rego. Rego begot Sirig. Sirig begot Aruzal. Aruzal begot Nahur. Nahur begot Thera. Thera begot Abram. Abram begot Jasak. Jasak begot Judah. Judah begot Anani. Anani begot Ertail. Ertail begot Perez. Perez begot Hezron. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. Amminadab begot Sabhi. Sabhi begot Nahesson. Nahesson begot Sana. Sana begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. Obed begot Jesse. Jesse begot David. David begot Salomo. Salomo begot Asa. Asa begot Gadiel. Gadiel begot Josaphat. Josaphat begot Jerah. Jerah begot Armneel. Armneel begot Usia. Usia begot Jethan. Jethan begot Gadriel. Gadriel begot Ahas. Ahas begot Idiskia. Idiskia begot Manas. Manas begot Ammon. Ammon begot Josiah. Josiah begot Hajakin. Hojakin begot Sealtiel. Sealtiel begot Jegun. Jegun begot Serubabel. Serubabel begot Abiad. Abiad begot Eliakim. Eliakim begot Ezer. Ezer begot Zadok. Zadok begot Achim. Achim begot Eliad. Eliad begot Eleazar. Eleazar begot Mathan. Mathan begot Jacob. Jacob begot Joseph. Pregnancy of Mary. Joseph became the spouse of Mary, the mother of Immanuel, who became pregnant by one who was a distant descendant of the Son of Heaven, Raziel, who was the guardian angel of the secret. When Joseph was in betrothal to Mary to be publicly married, he was informed of the secret insemination of Mary through a descendant of the sons of heaven, from the lineage of Raziel. He was filled with wrath. He denied her, and yet, having been close unto her, and most respectful of her purity from matings, was given to confusion and bewilderment. He made arrangements to take leave of her and denounced any responsibility unto her, and further, refused to marry her in public before the peoples of the community, which was the way marriage was ordained and sanctioned in those days. While Joseph was thus thinking in this manner, behold, a guardian angel of the sons of heaven, Gabriel, who had brought the seed unto Mary, appeared before him and said, Joseph, Mary is betrothed to you and you are her spouse, do not leave of her, for the fruit of her womb is chosen for a great and wondrous purpose. Marry her before the people, so that you may be man and wife before the people. If ye choose to renounce her and deny of thy responsibility, thy name shall be stricken from the book of life, and ye shall be as never having been. The impregnation of Mary occurred some 11,000 earth years after the creation of Adam through the Son of Heaven, Sem Jasa, so that the word would be fulfilled which God, the ruler of those that traveled from afar, had said through the prophet Jesaja, who spoke as follows. Behold, an innocent child will be impregnated by a son of heaven before she is married to a man before the people. Name shall be Immanuel. They will name the fruit of her womb, Immanuel, Immanuel/Immanuel, which interpreted means, the God with us, as a symbol and to give honor unto God, through whose strength and providential care the earth was made to bear intelligent human life, through the women of the earth pairing with the sons of heaven, those that traveled from afar and bearing great wisdom and perfection from the universe. Behold, God and his followers from afar came from the depths of the universe, saving themselves from a strong bondage, creating a new race and home with the early women of this earth, for they were in form much like the beauteous creation of earth and transported great truth and knowledge bonded with unsurpassed wisdom. However, upon birthing into the density of the earth plane, the shroud of forgetfulness would be destined to fall upon the human form. Honor only God and the creation. Honor, by the man of earth, is due unto God, for behold, he is the true originator of the white, lighted, generations of people on earth, and to him honor should be given. There is nothing in equal form besides him, for this human race created by him, therefore, man shall have no other gods besides him who created other human races in other parts of earth. Besides God, there is nothing in equal form worthy of adoration. Only the omnipotence of creation reigns over him and his celestial sons, the creation itself which is to be adored. Behold, thus, God reigns over the earth, the Lord of the celestial sons and men of this lighted race. This particular grouping would be pale of countenance, bearing the predominant characteristics of the universal beings which came unto these particular peoples. God is the giver of the law of this human race, and therefore, his wishes shall be obeyed by all men and women. God the Lord is generous in his love, but also, terrible in his anger when his laws are disobeyed. Thus, Mary's pregnancy is the law of God, so you, Joseph, are to be her spouse in matrimony, for it is so ordained. And thus did the angel Gabriel speak unto Joseph. Birth of Immanuel. Joseph was very God-fearing, so that when he heard this presented to him from the brilliance of the angel Gabriel, he remembered the laws of God. He brought Mary unto him and married her before the people in the acceptable manner of marriage. It came to be at that same time, Emperor Augustus decreed that a census should be taken of all the world. This was the first census of this kind and occurred at the time that Cyrenius was governor of Syria. It was decreed that each and every one would go to his particular town in order to be counted. Joseph was of Galilee, of the city of Nazareth, therefore, he went together with his wife, Mary, into the Jewish land, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, in order to be counted with his wife Mary, who was pregnant and very near her time of delivery. The journey was most difficult, for Mary was in her late days of pregnancy, and the riding on the beast of burden was most painful and tiring. Therefore, most of the journey was afoot on the dusty, foot-worn pathway. Mary had begun her birthing constrictions by the time they reached the village. There was little time to seek shelter, and efforts at finding quarters were fruitless. They were finally granted permission to rest in a stable where the silage and straw was stored and the animals tended, for Mary could go no farther. Therefore, Mary bore her first wondrous babe on a mat of straw, wrapped him in a receiving cloth she had brought in the event the babe would be brought forth before their return journey, and put him into the cradle of a manger near the cattle, that he be warmed by their bodies while she could rest and recover her strength. For she was most weary, and the babe would need be suckled and nurtured with no place for preparation nor cleansing. Joseph continued to seek housing within the places of travelers, but all the inns were filled. One of the mothers of the village brought care and nourishment unto the new mother, and showed her how to tend of the infant, for Mary was young and had no knowledge. The kind people brought what they could for comfort unto the parents and child, and took them into their hearts, and gave what they had of meager rations in sharing unto the gentle family. 3 wise men. As Immanuel was born in the stable at Bethlehem, in the land of the Jews, at the time of Herod's Antipas tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, and while Mary lay in recovery of the birthing in the days that followed, behold, there came wise men from the Orient to Jerusalem, and spoke. Where is the newborn King of wisdom, of the Jews? We have seen in the heavens a strong light, and from the light there was a voice which called unto us each in our separate place, saying, Follow the trail of the light, for the King of wisdom, of the Jews, is born, and will bring great wisdom unto you. Therefore, we have come a great distance, traveling day and night, that we might adore this new child of wisdom, which comes as a promise of hope unto us. For we have come as we were instructed from the heavens, and God provided us with a great orb of light, with a great tail of light that came upon the earth in front of our path, that we could find our way. Therefore, we know this is the child which has been promised unto us, for the celestial sons of heaven has told us thus. This is surely a son of the celestial sons of God, for none other could it be. He shall have the wisdom of God, and shall be a son of the celestial son, Gabriel. His wisdom shall be boundless, and his power will rule the spirit of men, so that they may learn and serve the creation. When Herod Antipas heard this, he was frightened, and with him all of Jerusalem, for they were afraid that the newborn child might hold and then exercise cruel power. Therefore Herod Antipas called together all the high priests and scribes among the people, and demanded to know of them where this Immanuel was to be born. They responded to him, saying, In Bethlehem, in the Jewish land, for thus it is written by the prophet Micah, And you in the Jewish land, Bethlehem, are by no means the least amongst the towns in Judea, for out of you shall come the King of wisdom, who shall bring great knowledge to the people of Israel, so that they may learn about and serve the creation. Thereupon, Herod Antipas called the wise men secretly, and diligently inquired of them, when the strong light with the long tail had appeared in the sky. Then he sent them out to Bethlehem, saying, Go, and search diligently for the young child, and then you find him, let me be informed that I can come and also revere him. When they had heard Herod Antipas, they set out. And behold, the light with the tail of light, which they had also seen in the Orient, went ahead of them, and there was singing until the light came and stood directly above the stable in which the young child was birthed in Bethlehem. And when they saw this, they were extremely filled with joy. They went into the stable and found the child with his mother, Mary, and Joseph the father. They fell down and worshipped him, and also delivered treasures which they had brought with them, of incense, myrrh and gold. At this time there again sounded the voice from the light above, saying that they should not return to Herod Antipas, because he planned evil for the child. So they returned to their country by another route, fleeing from Herod. When the wise men had departed, behold, the celestial Son, Gabriel, appeared to Joseph, saying, Rise and take the young child and his mother, Mary, with you, and flee to Egypt, and stay there until I shall tell you, for Herod Antipas is planning to seek out the young child to kill him. He fears that the young child might wield terrible power and sorcery. While you are in Egypt, I will send my messenger to Herod Antipas to inform him of the truth. Joseph rose and took the young child and his mother at night, and they escaped under the guidance of the celestial Son, Gabriel, towards the descending light which fled along with them into Egypt. They found safety and shelter and remained there until Herod Antipas had been given information which changed his heart, and his fear was abated. As it came to pass, Herod Antipas saw that he had nothing to fear from the young boy, and that he was only said to be endowed with great wisdom and knowledge. He ceased to feel threatened in his realm, and he said to the messenger of the celestial Son, Gabriel, that Mary, Joseph, and Immanuel would no longer be pursued, nor would they be in further danger. At this change of events, Gabriel came again to Joseph, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother, Mary, and move to the land of Israel. All those who wanted to harm the child will now leave the babe unharmed. Joseph rose and took the child and his wife, Mary, and returned to the light that had again appeared, and which then led them into Israel. The celestial Son, Gabriel, brought them back into Galilee, where they lived in the city named Nazareth, so that what had been said by the prophet would be fulfilled, the Nazarene shall be called Immanuel. Dharma, it has been a long day, so let us leave this until the morrow. We shall take it bit by bit, that ye not become overladen. Go to thy place of quiet rest, for I am with you in love and peace. So be it that mine seal is placed upon these writings. Blessings unto ye ones, I am Sananda Immanuel. Chapter 2. Rec number 1 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda, Monday, August 7, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 2, Day 356. I am present, Dharma, let us continue with our writings. I will relinquish to Judas Iscarioth that ye might have translation of the words of the scrolls. You ones must recall that in any given experience, the circumstance existing at the time is of utmost importance to keep in thy minds. It is easy to look back and see how it could have, or would have, been different. It is the story told and happening at the time that is important in this circumstance, for such erroneous tales have been told and exaggerated through time passage. Think if your newspapers can mix up two names in an interview on thy front page, what of 2,000 years ago as word went by camel caravan by gossip. We come now to set the record to right. Too much damage has been done unto ones in mine name, and it shall stop, for you ones are being destroyed by evil. Thy own media presentations are completely filled with the stories, and ye only get perhaps 1/1000th of any news about thy globe. Further, that comes from pre-selected stories, or versions thereof, cleared by a central news service. Do ye actually think that it would be headline news were I to walk with Sister Eleanor every 30 minutes in full embodiment? Of course not, so come out of thy fantasy world of silly dreams and let us get on with truth. Let us put the basically incorrect myths to rest with the truth in brief format that you are prepared to enjoy and learn from thy brothers of the cosmos, who will come forth soon to assist you, who have petitioned unto me and our Father for assistance. Ye of earth have asked in prayerful searching, for help in thy time of violence and moral decay, ye shall have it. How did you perceive it would come? Really think about it. How did you think it would come forth? Ye no longer have the ability nor the facilities upon earth to reverse of it, so, how did you believe it would come to you? So be it. I stand aside to monitor, Dharma, that you and Judas might script. Blessings upon the word. John the Baptist. Let us speak firstly, of the one in thy book referred to as John the Baptist. None knew then, nor now, from whence came the one, John the Baptist, for he was brought there to prepare the way for the young Immanuel who would achieve his mastery. The whole land was laid throughout with evil persecution. Beloved friends who read of the words this day of your year 1989 can have no conception. Ye look upon thy picture Christmas cards and see whatever ye wish to see. It was a sordid and cruel time in the world at the coming of the Christos Master. Ye can find of good in little pockets of existence in any time format in history. But back to the scrolls. The next few years of young Immanuel were spent in and about Nazareth while he grew in his physical way, with his family which also grew in number during those years. I will effort at keeping to the facts in point of discussion, however, so will not, at this time, enlarge upon other than effect of circumstances which related directly to Immanuel in a major magnitude that differs to great degree from what ye have been told. At that time there came one, John the Baptist, who went about the country teaching and preaching. He preached mostly in gatherings along the banks of the Jordan River, at the edge of the desert. No one knew from where he had come nor when he had arrived. He did, however, begin to draw rather large crowds, for he preached the baptism according to the old laws of God, in the way according to which the path to knowledge was to be prepared, and he preached that the laws had to be followed because he, God, was the only ruler for the human race, but that above God was the creation, creator of the worlds, the universes, and all things alive. He also preached that all things are alive. He told that the creation is without gender, neither male nor female, was the secret of all secrets, death and life, the light and darkness, being and non-existence, and that God the Lord, the ruler of his human race, and those who traveled from afar, the celestial sons, hold the creation in most high esteem, above all other or all else. All over Judea, and the people of Jerusalem went to John acknowledging the ancient laws of God, and allowed themselves to be baptized by him in the river Jordan. John told them it was not the ritual itself that made any difference, but only that it represented cleansing and acceptance. It washed the darkened energies from the auric field around the body, that the positive energy field of light could establish itself. Water changes electrical patterns, brethren, ye must keep this uppermost in thy sight. Antific activities. John came forth as a most simple being who wore a simple robe of woven camel hair and clutched it with a belt of camel leather about his loins. His food was also simple, for he ate little other than wild honey and locusts. He explained to the people that as the locust did feed on the grain crops, the substance taken within the locust was converted to a most worthy food supply. He showed them that the locust did not need represent a destructive pest, but rather a food supply of great value which converted a simple foodstuff into a body-sustaining whole food. He further told them that the honey gathered from the wild bees gave energy upon which the body could instantly draw strength, and as the wild bees gathered the dust from the wild plants, they brought forth a variety of worthy food supply into the honey. Further, the unused dust brought forth into the hive was also a most wondrous food supplement. As always is the case in history, man takes that which pleases him and discards that which he despises. Were man to come to balance and partake of the pests which abound, ye would not be plagued by famine and starvation. Ponder it, brethren. As John anointed by immersion in the river many of the people, there also came many Pharisees and Sadducees to him, taunting and ridiculing him with malicious shoutings and speeches. But John spoke, You breed of vipers, who told you that you could escape from the future wrath, once your false teaching is recognized? Watch and bring forth fruit of repentance and teach the truth. Turn from the evil of your own false teaching done with arrogance and from the motives of power and profit. Do not think that you will say amongst each other, We have Abram as a father. I tell you, with his knowledge and power, God is able to turn these stones into children, because he knows the secret of the creation. The axe has already been laid at the root of the trees. Therefore, the tree which bringeth forth bad fruit will be hewn down and thrown into the fire. You breed of vipers, in 2,000 years, you and your descendants who teach falsely, serving your own pride from the motives of power and profit, shall be punished and destroyed because of your lies. When the human race begins to know and separates the wheat from the chaff, when your false teachings are laughed at, and the human race finds the truth, when the human race builds singing lights and fire machines which fly in thy skies and beyond, and within which the human can ride forth into space and beyond, as is done by God and his following, the celestial sons, who teach us wisdom and the knowledge of the creation, who urge us to obey the law of nature and live in accordance and in balance with it, then shall ye reap the rewards and harvest of thine lies and evil works ye have thrust upon these beloved peoples. Get away from this place, ye faithless breed of vipers, get away from this place, for ye are impure and cursed in your false teachings. Get away from this place, for I can, by my own accord, baptize you to repentance with only water. But he who comes after me is stronger than I, and I am not worthy to take off his shoes. He will baptize you with the knowledge of the Spirit and with the fire of truth. He will come forth with his shovel in hand, and he will sweep his threshing floor and gather the wheat in his warehouse, but he will burn the chaff with the fire that cannot be extinguished, for the light can never resist truth which destroys evil in its fire. He will come forth times two, for his first coming will be for his own lessons, that he shall be able to pass his initiations and come into his full inheritance, and then he shall come and all these evil things shall be banished from this land. Baptism of Immanuel. Upon one occasion, as John was preaching to the gathered crowd and the mockers were particularly degrading, behold, young Immanuel from Galilee came to the river Jordan. He went forth to John and asked John to anoint him in baptism, but John refused and spoke, I need to be baptized by you, for you are of far greater wisdom than am I, and you come to me. Immanuel answered and spoke, Let it happen thus for now, for it is up to us to fulfill all justice, to act in earth circumstance, since we are both sons of the earth. Thusly, the two spoke with God between themselves and counseled guidance, and so John consented and did baptize Immanuel. And they embraced as friends of long duration and exchanged words which could not be understood nor interpreted by those who gathered at the river. 40 days with higher beings. After Immanuel was baptized, he soon emerged from the water of the river Jordan, and as he climbed forth upon the river shoal, a great excitement passed through the crowd gathered there. For witness thusly, a metallic light fell from the sky and dropped over the river Jordan. The people all fell on their faces and pressed them into the sand of the river shore, and some jumped into the river itself, for they were terrified and frozen in fear. But a voice spoke out of the metallic light, This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased. He will be the King of truth and teacher of wisdom, and who shall lift this human race to knowledge. After the voice was silent, Immanuel turned to the crowd and told them to be at peace and fear not. He placed his blessings upon those gathered, and the panic and fear was abated. He then turned and entered into the metallic light, which appeared to be surrounded by fire and smoke, but gave forth no terrible heat which burned the skin. However, all kept a distance from the light, save Immanuel, who had walked forth and entered therein. After he entered into the light through an opening, the opening was sealed closed and the light ascended into the sky, glided across the lifeless sea of air and the singing of the metallic light soon became silent. After that, Immanuel was no longer seen nor heard upon the land for 40 days and nights. During the ensuing period of time, Immanuel no longer lived among the people of the human race, of the earth. Actually, he never again lived in the fullness of human density from that very day forward, for he was somehow made different from the human creation with whom he was to experience. The next portion was laid forth in words from the Master himself, and in fact, of the small group circle have shared his telling of the secret. I shall retell of it here that this document be in completion as a unit record of sequence. However, I shall cover it only briefly, for the Master Immanuel wishes to cover this experience in more detail at a later time sequence. I shall relate it exactly as the scrolls can be translated. After Immanuel was lifted up from the earth, and when this happened, no one knew where he had been taken. Immanuel was let off by the metallic lighted object between north and west, where the guardian angels had received cords with which to measure the place for the chosen ones. Thus, he lived for 40 days and 39 nights between the winds of the north and the west, where he received the secret of wisdom. Meanwhile, he spent his days with the wise saints and God and the guardian angels, the celestial sons, who taught him the knowledge of the wisdom, the dominion of God over this human race and his celestial sons, the omnipotence of the creation of the universes, and the immortality of the spirit through rebirth. There he saw the forefathers, the saints of ancient times, who were the fathers of the human race, the celestial sons. From there he went north along the ends of the earth, where the metallic lights and fire vehicles fell out of the sky, or streaked through the skies, or, with singing, covered with smoke and fire, soared into the spaces, and then sometimes sat silently above the lands in silent, motionless cloud forms, when near unto the land masses. 3 portals. There at the ends of the entire earth, he saw a great and marvelous wonder. Here, he saw the doors of heaven open. There were 3 of these doors which were opened unto him that he might see within. As big as the area of the lifeless sea near the river Jordan did the heavenly doors radiate, in its brightest Sahar. Radiating therein, the entire land of Israel was alive and true, man and animal, and everything that was there. Inside this first heavenly door there was no hidden secret, for Sahar entered the smallest spaces of the cottages and revealed the last to be known. Inside the second heavenly gateway there rose mighty mountains, whose tops reached into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Huge masses of deep snow were lying down at the foot of the mountains, and at the edge thereof another human race with brown skin built their dwellings. The third heavenly portal revealed a land of huge dimensions, mountainous land with rivers, lakes, and oceans. Again therein lived another human race. Not far from these 3 heavenly portals was the palace of God, the ruler of these human races, and those who had traveled from afar, the celestial sons and the guardian angels. In his palace God ruled over the 3 human races created by him, and over his following, the celestial sons. He was immortal and ancient and the size of a great giant, like unto the celestial sons. Sacred teachers. Within this palace of God, there appeared to Immanuel 2 very tall men, the likes of whom he had never before seen on earth. Their faces radiated like the sun, their eyes seemed like burning torches, and fire seemed to come from their mouths, their clothing resembled a layer of foam, and their arms were like unto golden wings. They lived in their own world, for the world of humankind had killed them. These 2 men, from the constellations of the 7 sisters, were sacred teachers, and were together with 2 smaller men who said that they were men from Baal. They said, people have come from heaven to earth and other people have been lifted from earth into heaven. The people that had come from heaven remained on earth for a long time, and created the intelligent human race. Behold, men created by the celestial sons were very different in their own way from the other people of the earth. They were not like man of earth, but similar to the children of the angels of heaven, a different kind. Their body was white and pale as likened to snow, and red in the within as the rosebud. Their hair was white as wool, and their eyes most beautiful. The human races shall keep their inherited beauty, and keep on creating it. But in the course of the centuries and millennia, they shall mix with other human races of the earth and heavens in order to create with the earth people new human races, and special races, such as the celestial sons. The wisdom of a celestial son. Immanuel, you are of wisdom, created from amongst us of a celestial son. With your wisdom you will make the impossible possible, and perform acts considered to be miracles by the human races. You know the power of spirit, but beware, do not abuse it. Your wisdom, which you received through us, will serve the well-being of the human races, but the way leading thereto will be very difficult for them and for you. You will not be recognized for that which you are, and you will be renounced, for the human races are ignorant and filled with superstition and false teachers. The human races believe that God is the creation itself and not the ruler of the celestial sons and these human races. The people of the earth attribute to him the omnipotence of the creation and glorify his as the creation itself. However, God is like unto a man, like all the celestial sons and the human races, except he is spiritually infinitely more developed than they, more than any human creation or celestial son. Heed not false teachings. You, too, Immanuel, they will insult as God and his inborn son, and you, too, will be made equal, in their ignorance, to the creation. You will be in the telling of them that they, too, can be as you, but they will not be in understanding and persecute you for your generosity of truth. Do not heed these false teachings, because millennia will pass before the people of the human races from the earth will be able to recognize the truth. This will be for several reasons, one of which is that you must grow through thy initiations unto thy godly status, whereby ye shall be given thy name and full inheritance. Great floods of human blood shall be shed on your account, your blood as well as that of uncounted generations of human ones. Nonetheless, fulfill your mission as the King of Wisdom, as the son of Gabriel, the celestial son, for it is ordained from thy God, the one of total light and wisdom, the infinite one. In the name of God the law was issued to create you so that you may serve as prophet and forerunner of wisdom to this human race and unto all new human races to come forth upon the earth lands. Fulfill your mission without annoyance and do not allow for antagonization, for it will be great testing that you will endure. Ye will be unperturbed by opposition, to all lack of reason and false teachings of the scribes and Pharisees, as well as against the incredulous people. Ye must always perform in balance and remain in inner wisdom and harmony, for yours will be an example for the evolutions to come upon the human races. Ye shall be given to grow beyond the wisdom of all human races and become one with God, that ye will fulfill thy ultimate mission within the realms of human. Upon your fulfillment of your mission, centuries and 2 millennia shall have passed before the truth of your wisdom is brought forth amongst the people and shall be recognized and spread by some ones of the people of the human races. These appointed and consecrated ones shall have also been trained and taught by the celestial sons in the realms of God. They shall be daring and dedicated above all others, that their missions also be fulfilled in perfection and the proper sequence of time portions. Not before the time when machines project themselves into the sky of the human, will truth break through, and false teachings will slowly become most unstable and shaky, namely that you are the Son of God or the creation. For you will be recognized as the son of celestial sons and will become one with God and within the creation. Celestial sons to reveal themselves. This will be the time that we, the celestial sons, will begin to reveal ourselves anew to the human races, because they will have become knowing and will threaten the order of heaven with the power they will have gained. But they will be arrogant and ignorant and unable to contain the foolish power they will have discovered, and will threaten annihilation and decimation of the entire earth through their evil tinkering. Thusly they spoke, the celestial sons, between north and west, before they brought Immanuel in the metallic light orb back into Israel in the land of Galilee. When Immanuel returned, he found that John the Baptist had been imprisoned, and thereafter he left the town of Nazareth and went forth to live in Capernaum, which is by the sea, in the lands of Zebulun and Naphtali. At that time Immanuel went forth and began to teach and warn the people, repent, and turn to the truth and to knowledge, for they alone bring life unto you. First disciples. And then, as Immanuel went along the sea of Galilee with this teaching, he came upon 2 brothers, named Peter and Andrew of the house of Simon, known also as Simeon, and they threw their fishing nets into the sea, for they were fishermen. And Immanuel spoke to them, saying, Come and follow me, I shall teach you knowledge and make you into fishers of men. After they listened to Immanuel's truth they became bonded friends, and they soon left their fishing nets behind and traveled along with the young Immanuel, all being young and about the same number of years. They, and Immanuel, traveled over the whole of Galilee, taught in the synagogues, preached the knowledge of the Spirit, and healed all diseases and infirmities of the people who came forth to hear and sought wisdom. The news of him spread all over Syria. They who heard of him brought to him those who were sick, afflicted with various diseases and plagues, those who were obsessed, the lunatics, and those who were sick of palsy and all manner of distresses. He healed them all. It came to pass that many people followed him from Galilee, from the 10 cities, from Jerusalem, from Judea, and from the other side of the river Jordan. Everywhere they went, many people would gather and aspire to hear his teachings, for it was recognized that he was of higher inspiration and knowledge. The crowds continually grew in number, so that the young master would need find a higher ground upon which to stand, that he might be seen and heard. He sought out placement whereby he might stand atop a hillock and oversee the people, that his voice might be carried to the far edges of the gathered ones. Dharma, let us take a respite, for we have not had a break in our work for some 3 of your hours. Rest a bit and we will return unto our work. Ye are blessed of us of the celestial sons, and our communication is growing steadily more synchronized and easy of flow. Salut, salut, salut. Chapter 3. Rec number 2 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda, Monday, August 7, 1989, 12 p.m. Year 2, Day 356. Let us continue, Dharma. Sananda, hear in light that you receive in clarity and comfort. Let us return to Judas Iscarioth, that you can continue of your scribing from the ancient scrolls. These scrolls are in safekeeping to be again brought unto you once, in security, at the proper sequence. I do not like to refuse response unto your questions, so let us please request that you accept our sequence of events and writings and not overponder or outthink thy higher brethren. There is safety in thy ignorance, and too much speculation brings danger, the same as if it were true rather than conceptual. If this is not honored, we will refrain from sharing any of the documents of translation, even among the small group. You once get most ebullient, and the radiance emanates from you like a lighthouse. Caution shall be thy password. Please do not cause us the necessity of delay in that which might already be planned. Ye are monitored most carefully, beloved ones. As these writings are put to publication, I request that the conversations with Dharma, as well as any instructions, be also published in sequence as brought forth. Ones of you who do the setup can label or entitle the separate portions in suitable fashion. These conversations, however, must be included, for there is great purpose therein. So be it, I relinquish to Judas. Salut, I move to stand by. Greetings, Dharma, Judas here, that we might continue from the prior session. We will now return to the scrolls. The Sermon on the Mount. When Immanuel saw the multitudes of people who followed him, on one particularly crowded day, he went on top of a small mountain and sat down, and his disciples went forth with him. Time had passed and he had gained many disciples, and Immanuel had grown in maturity of both physical and mental stature. There was much questioning about how one goes forth in the physical and how one should practice life that they might be blessed in the sight of God and the celestial sons and be in balance and harmony with the creation. He spoke thusly unto them. Blessed are they who are rich in spirit and recognize the truth, for life belongs to them. Blessed are they who lament, for they shall see the truth therein and shall be comforted. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for truth and knowledge, for they shall be satisfied and given wisdom. Blessed are they who obey the law of nature and the creation, for they live according to the plan of the creation. Blessed are they who have a clear conscience and who listen unto their conscience in truth, for they need not fear. Blessed are they who believe in the creation, for they do not follow false teachings. Blessed are the righteous, for nature is subject unto them. Blessed art thou when men shall revile you because of our teachings and because of me, persecute you, and falsely speak evil against you. Rejoice and be comforted, for life and the new life will reward you. Thusly did they persecute the prophets who were here before you. You are the salt of the earth. When the salt loses its savor, with what will you salt? It is of no further use except to be thrown out and stepped on by the people. You are the light of the world. The city that is on top of a mountain cannot remain hidden. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but rather place it on a candlestick, and it gives light to all the people in the house. Let your light so shine before the people so that they will see your good works and recognize the truth of your knowledge. Do not think that I have come to dissolve the law or the prophets. I have not come to dissolve, but to fulfill and to reveal knowledge. Thusly I tell you the truth. Until heaven and earth vanish, not the smallest letter nor one iota of the law of creation and the laws of nature will disappear, until all has been fulfilled. Justice, the laws of nature and of truth. He who violates the smallest law, or violates the smallest commandment and teaches people falsely will be called the least, but he who spreads the teachings in truth will be called the greatest, and the Spirit will thank him. For I say unto you, if your righteousness is not better than that of the Pharisees and scribes, you will not receive the gratitude of the Spirit and of life. You have heard that it has been said to the old, you shall not kill, but he who kills shall be judged by the court. I tell you, be just according to the natural law of the creation, so that you will find the judgment in logic and reason with wisdom. Guilty are all who do not act in self-defense or according to a given verdict, when they kill or speak and practice evil. Justice according to the natural laws of the creation, by itself, elevates a verdict into logic. Do not accommodate or oblige your adversaries when you are right, and the judge will probably decide in your favor if thy judge be of honor and without parochialism and bigotry. Verily I say unto you, you will obtain justice only when you find truth yourself and can make your fellow man understand of it. Adultery, cohabitation, and marriage. You have heard that it has been said, you should not commit adultery. But I tell you, he who cohabits with someone other than his spouse and practices in the manner of one's bounded in marriage with such commitment, should be caused to terminate such condition and circumstance, for it is unworthy of mankind, abhorrent and filled with lascivious selfishness for physical pleasure without thought or responsibility unto the consequences thereof. It is in creation of unbalance and disharmony, for at all times does such activity impinge upon the justness one to another. If one's practice physical pleasures with ones of the same earth species of male or female, thy physical activities will be the carriers of disease and carnal consequences, for it is against the natural laws of the creation, for in thy logical reason it is most obviously incorrect and ill-intended. If your right or left eye vexes you, pull it out and throw it away from you. It is better that only one of your limbs be ruined and not thy entire body. If a thought beleaguers you, then destroy it and ban it from your mind. It is better to destroy a thought that incites annoyance and subsequent invidious behavior, and not to bring the entire world of thought into an uproar. It is further being said, he who separates from his spouse should give him or her a letter of separation. But I tell you, he who leaves his spouse except in the case of adultery, and I care not for physical, legal documentation, but those, also, who do dwell in the marriage rituals, causes the marriage to break. He who then marries one who has caused such a break, is then also guilty of committing adultery. False swearing. Furthermore, you have also heard that it has been said to the old, you shall not swear falsely, but only keep your oath to God. But I tell you that you shall never swear, neither to heaven which is infinite and cannot be measured, nor to the earth for it passes, nor to Jerusalem, for it is not an eternal city and is built by the hand of man. Nor shall you swear on your own head, for you cannot change the color of a single hair which springs forth from the root of the hair. Neither shall ye swear by the memory of a person or thing, for all are fleeting. At all times, let your speech be only, yes, yes, or no, or no. Whatever is beyond that violates the laws. An eye for an eye. You have heard that it has been said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I tell you, exercise justice according to the natural law of creation, so that you find the verdict in logic and wisdom. Exercise love where it is warranted, and punish where the law of nature demands punishment. Ye shall, further, remain within the laws of the creation in deciding justice, for ye may not impinge upon the laws of the creation in that which has already been laid down for thy judgment in wisdom. Give unto him who asks of you, if the request is made sincerely, and turn thee away from him who asks of you in dishonesty to deprive you of that which is yours in order to elevate his own comfort and status. You have also heard that it has been said, you shall love thy neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, exercise love and understanding according to the natural law of the creation, so that you act and feel rightly according to justice and logic. Exercise love where it is warranted and despise where the law of nature demands punishment. Perfection of spirit. You shall be wise and learn knowledge, for you shall become perfect in spirit as the creation which created you. You shall train your spirit in the course of incarnations at many, many levels and let your spirit become perfection, thus you can become one with the creation. And thus it was that Immanuel taught those ones who came unto him in search of wisdom and truth. He continued his teaching thusly: watch your piety, practice it before the people with right words, lest you be accused by them of lying, whereby you find no reward from them. Choose your words in accord with logic and consider the knowledge and behavior of nature. When you give alms, you shall not publicize this as do the hypocrites in the synagogues and in the streets in order to be praised by the people who witness. Verily I say unto you, they have no reward, because they give alms solely for selfish reasons. Prayer. When you pray, you shall call upon the omnipotence of the Spirit, and you should not babble as do the ignorant and selfish, for they think that they are heard because they use many, and grand, words. The spirit of man does not require many words, but it requires the knowledge of its power. Pray, therefore, in knowledge to the almightiness of the Spirit that its grandeur and power is infinite. If you do not know how to pray directly to the almighty power of the Spirit, then use instead something sacred through which you will enter into the Spirit. But never be like the ignorant, the hypocrites, and the selfish who revere something or object believing that the almighty power of the Spirit somehow dwells within it. Ye must be aware that the object is only an opening of the way through which the almighty power of the Spirit can be reached within thyself. Therefore, pray as ones that know, and therefore you should pray thusly. A perfect prayer. My spirit, you are omnipotent. Your name is holy. May your realm be incarnate in me. May your power reveal itself within me, on earth and in the heaven. Give me today my daily bread, and thus, let me recognize my transgressions and errors, and I shall recognize the truth. And do not lead me into temptation and confusion, but deliver me from error. For yours is the realm within me and the power and the knowledge forever. Amen. For when you pray to your spirit, whatever you request will be given to you if it truly is a desire, for believe with knowledge and you will receive. Spiritual poverty. If you believe in false teachings, namely that power and spirit do not dwell within you, then you will be without knowledge and live in spiritual poverty. Though you will receive, now and then, that which you will ask for in your false belief of alienated sanctuaries, idols and gods, you will receive only because of your strong false belief, without knowledge of the real truth. For verily I say to you, blessed are only they who serve the real truth and knowledge, for only they are to receive in honesty. Rules to live by. Consider carefully the way ye do of your fasting. If you choose of fasting, you shall not appear cross like the hypocrites, for they disguise their faces so that they appear to be something because of their fasting. Verily I say to you, they have no reward inasmuch as they fast only for selfish reasons, for the sake of appearance. But when you fast, anoint your head and wash your countenance, lest you appear before the people with your fasting, but before your own spirit which is hidden. You fast for the sake of your health, the expansion of your spirit and knowledge in wisdom and naught else. Any other reason is self-indulgent and for the appearance unto others. Ye shall neither amass great treasures on earth where they are eaten by moths and rust, and where thieves dig for them and steal them. For where your treasure is, there also is your heart, and the true treasure is wisdom and knowledge. When thy earth journey is complete ye shall be separated from all earthly treasurers, so better you build thy treasures in the realms of heaven. The eye is the light of your body. If your eye is clear then your entire body will be light. Vision goes beyond that which is witnessed by a sighted eye. If your eye is evil, your entire body will be most dark. If the light in you is dark, how great will the darkness be? Nobody can serve two masters, either he will hate one and love the other, or he will adhere to one and despise the other. You cannot serve your spirit and the mammon. Therefore I say unto you, do care about the knowledge of your spirit, about that which you eat and drink, and care about your body and what you will wear. For, is it not the spirit life and the body more important than all the treasures of the world? The spirit of man which is thirsting for truth and knowledge cannot preserve his earthly life without his body, for they are one. Man should take care to increase the knowledge of his spirit, care about the laws of life, and have concern with food, drink, and clothing, on behalf of his body which houses his spirit. But ye shall not spend of thy time in concern of storing up great treasures, for ye need them not. Behold the birds below the sky, they eat the harmful insects, and they have feathers as clothes, yet they have no spirit. They work because this is their duty, and they are fed and clothed by the creation. Are you not more than they? You can think independently through your free spirit and the great and wondrous thinking mind God has given unto thee. You can work independently, and you can independently prepare food and drink and clothe your body, and it is your responsibility to do this for yourself. Behold the lilies in the marsh where they grow, they do not work, nor do they spin, yet, verily I say to you, the lilies also fulfill their duty by giving pleasure to the eye with their beauty. I say to you, that Solomon in all his splendor was not clothed as any one of those blossoms. Should you not do so much more for yourself, since the creation sustains and clothes the grass on the field which is here today and thrown into the oven tomorrow? The grass fulfills its duty by serving as fodder and fuel, but you, of little faith, are you not much more than the grasses? Therefore, take care for the wisdom and knowledge of your spirit, and take care lest you suffer from lack of food, drink, and clothing, for verily I say to you, if you suffer from hunger, thirst, and nakedness, wisdom and knowledge are driven away because of worry, for thy mind will not find freedom. Neither shall ye neglect your own attention to caring for self, in that ye depend upon another to supply these things unto you, unless ye are infirm and have an interval of inability to tend of self. First and foremost think of the realm of your spirit and its knowledge, and of comforting your body with food and drink and clothing. You must ensure respite, that the body not be fatigued into illness, and you should not remove responsibility from others, in that you perceive ye should tend of others who can tend of themselves. You should take care in thy charity that it be worthy in its placement. Ye must also care for the following day, for tomorrow will not care for you by itself. It is enough that each day has its own care, so that you should not have to worry about the needs of your physical well-being, but ye should not dwell nor hoard, for the supplies will but rot and deteriorate. Take care in moderation and in expected need, but do not place such stress on the morrow that ye do not use those things given unto you for the use of today. Then Immanuel asked those gathered with him to consider judgment. Judge not falsely, lest you be falsely judged. For with whatever judgment you judge, so will you be judged, and with whatever measure you measure, so will you be measured. Therefore, judge according to the logic of the laws of nature, which are from the creation, for they alone are true and accurate. What do you see but the splinter in your brother's eye, and are you not aware of the sliver in thine own eye? You hypocrite, first, pull the sliver out from your own eye, and then see how you can pull the splinter out of your brother's eye. First, learn the laws of nature and of the creation, their logic, before you judge and want to see the mistakes of your fellow man. First, learn through the laws of nature and of the creation your own mistakes, so that you can correct the mistakes of your fellow man. You should never give sacred things unto the dogs, nor throw your pearls before the swine, lest they step on them with their feet and turn on you and tear you apart. For verily I say unto you, do not throw your spiritual treasures into the dirt, and do not waste them on those who are unworthy, for they do not thank you, and they will tear you apart, for their understanding is small and their spirit is weak. Ask, seek, and the golden rule. Ask and it shall be given unto you, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. For he who asks of his spirit, receives, and he who seeks through the power of spirit, finds, and he who knocks at the door of his spirit, to him it will be opened. Who is there among you who, if his son asked him for bread, would give him a stone? Or, if he asked you for a fish, would you offer him a serpent? Therefore, if you, even though you are being wicked, can still give your children good gifts, how much more will your spirit give unto you if you request it? So be it. Everything that you would have people do unto you, also do that unto them. That is the law according to the prophets. Enter through the narrow portal, for the portal and the path leading to condemnation are wide, and there are many that walk thereon. And the portal and the path leading to life and knowledge are narrow, and there are only a very few that find of it. Beware. Beware of false prophets and scribes who come into you in sheep's clothing, but inside they are like raving wolves, and preach to you humility to shrines, false deities, and gods, and preach to you of humility to idols and false teachings. Beware of those who forbid you access to wisdom and knowledge, and tell you to not go forth to hear what perhaps is truth, for they speak to you only to attain power over you and to seize your goods and belongings. Always search beneath the coverings to inspect that which they do not tell you, and further, check carefully those things that they extract from you. Truth and wisdom in truth are given with no price of treasure nor power of force. You shall recognize these ones by the fruit they bear. Can a person gather grapes from the thorns, and figs from the thistles? Therefore, every good tree brings forth good fruit, but a bad tree brings forth wicked fruit. A good tree cannot bring forth wicked fruit, and a bad tree cannot bring forth good fruit. Therefore, by their fruit shall you know them. Therefore, he who hears my speech and follows it, is like a smart man who built his house on the rock. And he who hears the speech and does not follow it is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. And when the flash flood rushed forth upon him, and the strong winds were blowing against the house, it collapsed and fell. So be it that ye who have wisdom to heed my words shall reap of great unbounded rewards. And after Immanuel had finished his discourse, the people were stunned and shocked at his wisdom and knowledge, and were surprised at his teachings, for he spoke with total authority and severity of tone, a new teaching and not as the other of their own scribes. They mumbled about among themselves in great wonder at this gentle man who spoke so emphatically of the truth which was laden with reason and logic. Let us go for a rest without this place, that we can continue in refreshment. I am in great appreciation for your willing service, Kila. Peace abide with you is my blessing. Salut. It would be, as I am told, that basically, you wrote of Sipapu Odyssey in about 10 of thy days we shall get it done, beloved one. So be it. Chapter 4. Rec number 3 Iskarioth/Immanuel Sananda, Monday, August 7, 1989, 4 p.m. Year 2, Day 356. Judas here in light with the Radiant One, Sananda. Let us proceed, Dharma. Many healings. When Immanuel came down from the mountain, many of the people followed him. And behold, a leper came and fell on his knees before him and spoke, Lord, if thou will, please make me clean. And Immanuel reached out his hand and touched the leper and said, I will do it, be clean, and soon he was completely cleansed of leprosy. Then Immanuel spoke to him, see to it that you do not tell anyone of this, but go forth and show yourself to a priest, for you were healed through the power of spirit and through the wisdom of knowledge. Immanuel then went on to Capernaum, where an autocrat approached him with a request, saying, Lord, my servant lies at home with gout and is suffering terribly. Lord, I have heard your new teaching, and I believe in your wisdom which says that the spirit of man can perform miracles through the knowledge of the truth. Immanuel responded to him, I shall come to him and make him well. The autocrat answered and spoke, Lord, I am not worthy that you enter under my roof, but speak only one word and my servant will be well. For I, too, am a captain and am subject to authority. I have soldiers under me, and when I say to one of them, go away, he goes away, and to the other, come here, he comes here, and to my servant, do this, he does it. When Immanuel heard this, he was astonished and spoke to those who followed him, verily, I say to you, I have never found such faith in anyone in Israel. But I say to you, many will come from the east and west, from south and north, and they shall understand my teaching and recognize its wisdom and knowledge. But the children of Israel shall be expelled into darkness. And there shall be wailing and grinding of teeth. The false teaching of Israel will bring bloodshed throughout millennia, for the power-hungry selfishness and self-glorification of Israel will bring death and destruction throughout the land, and throughout the entire world. Turn away from the false teaching of the ruling power and their scribes, for they only bring destruction to generations of human races. Israel believes itself to be the chosen people, by no means, because they are more rebellious and incredulous than the unknowing who lack the secret of the laws and act in ignorance. Again, Immanuel spoke to the captain, go, and it be done to you as you believed. The servant was well that very hour. Then Immanuel came into the house of Peter and saw that his mother-in-law was bedded with a great fever. He took her hand and the fever left her instantly. She rose from her bed and served him. In the evening many were brought to him who were possessed, and he drove out the spirits of evil through his word, and made all that were sick, well, so that the words of the prophet Isaiah would be fulfilled, who said, he brought to us the new teaching of knowledge and took upon himself our weakeners, and he healed our sick and infirm. Then, as again Immanuel was by the river, he saw many people pressing around and about him. He asked to be taken to the other bank. A scribe came to him and said, Master, I will follow wherever you go. Immanuel spoke to him, the foxes have hollows and the birds under the sky have nests, but I have nothing firm where I can put my head. I have the mission to preach wisdom and knowledge, and therefore, I am wandering restless through the lands. Another of the disciples said to him, Lord, permit me to go and bury my father who has just died. This was as they were to depart the city upon a journey. But Immanuel said to him, Follow me and let the dead bury the dead. As he came to the other bank near the people of Gardarene, two that were possessed rushed towards him. They came out of the place of tombs, for they were so very dangerous that no one could walk on the street where they now were treading. Behold, they screamed and bellowed from within, What do you want from us, you son of Gabriel, the celestial son? Have you come to torture us before the time has come? And the evil spirits within them asked him, Lord, if you would expel us, let us go into the herd of swine which is grazing over yon way, for we have no other place to go. Immanuel demanded, Drive into them, and the evil spirits went into the swine, and behold, the herd of swine hurled themselves into the waters of the river and were drowned. The swineherders fled and went into the town and told everything that had happened to the ones possessed. And behold, the whole of the townspeople went out to meet Immanuel. And when they caught up to him they asked him to leave the area, for they were in great fear and confusion. Therefore, he boarded his boat, and went again into his own town. There, they brought to him a man who had gout, he was lying on a bed. When Immanuel saw their faith, he spoke to the man with the gout, Be comforted, for your faith in the power of my spirit, and your faith in my teaching of wisdom, which is the teaching of nature and the creation, has helped you. Immanuel was most weary, for he was never in aloneness that he might rest of his body, always the press of crowds were upon him. And all who came were not of faith and came forth to cause trouble. Some of the scribes stirred up the speech among the people, This man blasphemes God and our holy teachings. But since Immanuel understood their thoughts, he spoke, Why do you think such wicked thoughts against your better knowledge? Yet, what is easier, to say, Your faith has helped you, or to say, Get up and walk? But, so that you know that I am a man just as you, but that I know how to use the power of my spirit through my knowledge, therefore, I command the man with the gout, Get up, pick up your bed, and go ye home. The man got up, picked up his bedding, and went forth to his home. When the people saw that, they were afraid, and praised the new teaching of Immanuel which gave such power to men. Matthew's call. As Immanuel went away, he saw a man sitting at the customs office, named Matthew, and he spoke to him, Follow me. And Matthew got up and followed him. And it happened when he sat at the table at home, many customs officers and ignorant people and those who were seeking the truth, came and sat at the table with Immanuel and his disciples. When the Pharisees saw that, they spoke to his disciples, Why does your master eat with the customs officers and the ignorant? Immanuel heard this and responded, Those who are healthy do not need a doctor, but the sick do, and the knowing do not need the teachings, but the ignorant do, and those who were not falsely taught do not need the teachings, but those who were falsely taught do. Now go and realize the falsity of your erroneous teachings, lest you mislead those people who thirst for the truth. On fasting. Some of the disciples of John, the Baptist, came to him and said, Lord, why do we fast and the Pharisees, you, and your disciples do not? Immanuel spoke to them, How can the ignorant fast and suffer while they are taught knowledge? And how can the teacher fast when he has to teach knowledge to the ignorant? Verily, I say to you, your teachings are wrong if you fast according to the law of a cult. Fasting serves only the health of the body and the cultivation of the spirit. No one mends an old dress by using a new patch, because the patch will come off again from the dress and the rip will become worse. Nor does one pour new wine into old skins, or the skins will tear and the wine is spilled. But one pours fresh wine into new skins and they shall both be preserved. More healings. And when he talked with them this way, behold, one of the chiefs of the community came to him and fell down before him saying, My daughter just died, but please come and put your hand on her and she will live. Immanuel got up and his disciples followed him, and behold, a woman who had had an issue of blood for 12 years, stepped up behind him and touched the hem of his garment. She had spoken to herself, saying, If I could only touch his garment, I would become well. Immanuel turned about and saw her, and he said, Be comforted, for your faith has helped you. The woman was well from that hour. When he came to the house of the chief and saw the 5 players and crowds of people, he said, Go away, for the young girl is not dead, but asleep. And they laughed him to scorn. But when the people had been expelled from the house, Immanuel went within and took the young girl by her hands and said, I command you, get up and walk. The young girl got up, rose to her feet and walked. The news filled the whole country. As Immanuel went away from there, a blind man followed and cried, O Lord, Son of wisdom and knowledge, who knows how to use the power of your Spirit, have mercy on me. As Immanuel approached him, he queried of him, Do you believe that I can do such a thing? And he replied, Yes, Lord. Immanuel touched his eyes and said, Be it done to you according to your faith. His eyes were opened and he had vision. Immanuel warned him to go forth and see to it that no one learn of what had happened. But the man went out and spread the news throughout the whole countryside. When this one had gone, they brought him 2 people who were mute and possessed. And the evil spirits were driven out, and the mute spoke. And the people were amazed and said, Nothing like this has ever been seen in Israel. How powerful must this new teaching about the power of the Spirit be to enable it to perform such miracles? But the Pharisees said, He drives out evil spirits through their chief, and he mocks God our Lord. However, among themselves they said, Who is this Immanuel who possesses greater wisdom and knowledge than we? His teachings are more powerful and more accurate than are ours. This endangers us, therefore, we must try and catch him so that he may die. Immanuel continued to go around into all the cities and villages and preached in the synagogues the secret of the creation and the laws of nature, so that the Spirit would attain omnipotence. He preached about the spiritual kingdom in man, and he healed all sickness and infirmities. More laborers for the harvest. When he saw the people, he took great pity on them, for they were parched and scattered like a herd of sheep without a shepherd. He was greatly saddened, and he spoke to his disciples, The harvest is great, but there are only a few laborers to bring it in. Seek and pray in your spirit so that more laborers will be found for the harvest. And it happened that they found laborers for the harvest, who gathered around Immanuel and his disciples. Let us close this portion, Dharma, for your body is too weary to proceed. I take leave with my blessings and benediction, and I place mine seal upon these portions that they not be misunderstood and stand in the truth thereof. I am that I am Sananda. Chapter 5. Rec number 1 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda TUE, August 8, 1989, 6:45 a.m. Year 2, Day 357. We are present and prepared to proceed. It is with great love and appreciation for your service that we join with you. I am Sananda with my brother, Judas Iscarioth. Blessings upon these writings. I salute Commander Hatonn, of Pleiades, for his willing participation, and I honor the thousands of hours you ones have spent in concentrated training in preparation for our arrival. As an Earth-based team, I honor and salute you for your fine works in a most negative and demanding environment. You shall have your day in the sun. I now relinquish communication circuits to Judas Iscarioth that we might move rapidly with this project. I place my seal upon this work and upon this information, and I bless you with ease of input and peace within that you know of truth. So be it. Salut. Greetings in the radiance, Judas here to continue. I also bring respect and appreciation to the members of the Pleiades fleet, and more specifically to Commanders Hatonn, Sem Jace, Asket, Leah, Corton, for his superb communications assistance, and to you ones of Pleiades, stationed on Earth base, which must remain unlabeled for security reasons. Your honor will be fulfilled as you see the wondrous truth displayed on thy media screens around thy world. This information must be perpetually given into the hands of beloved WG, and immediately upon completion it is to be copyrighted under a pen name which will be decided at that time. Sipapu Odyssey will also be placed in published format, in preparation for information seekers. Publication will be in the form and sequence in which the communiques are being sent and received. At all times security and safety measures must be observed and carefully exacted. Screenplays and further distribution instructions will be forthcoming. For security purposes, this information probably will be registered by Darush Kamerd as author to protect Dharma's identity. These works, in the beginning, will most likely be published through Sister T, so that this location of Base Central will be held in some measure of security. Many things can also be brought forth through Little Crow Productions as we move farther into integration. These things are brought forth herein, for I respond, now, to Dharma's queries. Dharma, the next portion that will be placed within for documentation has already been brought unto you within the past few days. Search it out that our time be shortened. You will locate it from Wednesday, August 2, 1989 rec #2 p.m. to 351 included in total, for it was brought forth by Immanuel, Isujiza Sananda. That writing covers a portion from the scrolls as well as current input from the Master, himself. Let this portion be complete. Let us then move on. So be it. Rec number 2 ESU Jesus Sananda. Wednesday, August 2nd, 1989, 2 p.m. Year 2, Day 351. Since many of the ones who served with me in the Middle Eastern lands have now returned with me to serve again, I must be in the enlightening of your different thrust. I watch ye beauteous ones thrash in foment and agitation over your directions. Ye are in a different time and place. Yours will be by works of a different nature at this time. I am ESU Jesus Sananda who comes in thy service to do a bit of reminding. Lessons must be of such nature that the point can be utilized in any circumstance. You go where you can accomplish and allow seeds to germinate and sturdy plants grow to harvest. To run about teaching one-to-one as the disciples did in the Holy Lands is most foolish indeed. Firstly, you will negate our thrust of building a thriving industrial city of newness, and you will not reach but a puny few who will not believe at any rate. No, Chelis, the teachings must be spread forth through giant television/motion picture complexes and such as that type of conduit, massive spread and circulation. These are the last offerings of the word of truth to a sick humanity, and it must be mammoth in nature. I will effort at comparison of teachings as I gathered you around me in those days of 2,000 years ago, and now in the present time. Instructions to mine 12. I called my 12, and they were as follows: Simon called Peter, and his brother Andrew, James the son of Zebedee, and his brother John, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew, the customs officer, James, the son of Alphaeus, and Thaddeus, Simon Denius and Judas Iscariot, who was the only one besides me who understood the script. I sent them forth and told them to not go into the streets of Israel and to not go near the Pharisees and the scribes, but rather to go to the cities of the Samaritans and the unknowing in any and all other parts of the world. I told them thusly, to do this after I would be gone from them, for these ones, the unknowing heathens, which only means unbelieving, agnostic, etc., simply a definitive term, for they did not belong to the house of Israel, which would bring death and bloodshed into the world. Again, brethren, I speak not against any individual man, but as a defined group of oneness in thought and doctrine. I told them to go forth and teach that the laws of nature are the laws of the creation, and the power of man's spirit embodies life. I told them to heal the sick, rouse the dead, cleanse the lepers, drive out evil spirits, etc. These services were to be done without pay, given freely to all ones asking. Material needs would be met with work of integrity in the marketplace with honor and honesty. I told them to not amass gold, silver, or copper in their belts. Their works would produce remuneration, and it would be recycled into the business and works that the work and word could spread. Those ordained to go forth unto the frontiers would leave the business in the hands of the servants who remained to ensure a foundation of value to cover earth needs. All would have, but no one person would glean great masses of wealth to be squandered or stolen. At that time as was far different from your current lifestyle, where there is a hotel on every corner and eating establishments by the hordes in every village, and ye can travel by machine and thus and so. Therefore, ye need not travel and abide with others nor depend on another for your needs, for all can be in the production of the wherewithal. This is if ye all come to thy purpose and settle down to do of thy works as ye have accepted and committed. 2,000 years ago I told them to go only with those things that are absolutely necessary, so that they could eat and sleep on their journey, and so that they could keep clean and have always clean changes of clothing. Travel was dangerous in those days, and I told them not to carry many things with them, for they would only be burdened and would become welcome victims for thieves. I reminded them that each good deed is worth its pay, and if you diligently preach and teach knowledge, you shall not want anything. Now this was meant exactly as laid forth. These men knew their purpose, served those encountered, and further, they were not searching for self but serving others. These ones were not going in search of self-fulfillment and inner light for the individual self to meditate in another's presence that one's truth might somehow rub off on them. These were not flower children drifting without purpose, living the lie of lies that they were off helping mankind. These flower children were the dropouts of society, claiming to search for their identity through every loose moral activity available, while wandering and drifting about in groups of booster-uppers and meditation mediums. This, brethren, is the difference in responsibility and irresponsibility. This type of proclaimed love is the most destructive one activity. To plague humanity. Mine ones were sent forth knowing full well what was their job, and working 24 hours a day at it, no time off for afternoon energy meditation, while they sneaked in a nap and cried later, energy overload. They went on foot, remember. They walked thousands of miles where you can put 150 envelopes into the mail to cover the same thousands of miles. So be it. Ye cop out by saying, well, you told them to do this and that and thus and so. When you do as they had to do, then you come and complain to me. And watch it, friends, if you do not do your job well now, that is exactly the way you will find yourselves doing it. And, brothers, you have committed unto the work no matter how ye have to do it. I warned them to check carefully when entering a village. Remember, no motels, they had to search out living quarters in private places. So I urged them to take great care and inquire about if there would be someone there who would be worthy, and advised them to stay with same until departure, if possible. I told them to salute a house when it was entered into. And, I tell you to honor, salute, the house into which you enter. It is gracious and imparts love and vibrations of peace and goodness. If the house is worthy, your peace will come upon it. But if it is not worthy, your peace will return unto you and you depart. If someone does not want to take you in or to hear your speeches, leave that house or that town, and shake the dust off your feet. I told them then, I tell you now, not to stay in a place where you are not welcomed with openness. Your truth and speeches will not be recognized. Flee from these places, for they are selfish and disloyal to nature, they revere not sacred things, they will be honoring false gods and idols of whatever nature they so choose from worldly manifestation, they are not followers of the creation nor of the laws thereof. Where a man's thoughts center, therein lies his heart desires, rarely is centered on God or the creation. I will now just repeat unto you that which I said unto them, that you can see the teachings are as filled with truth for you today as it was 2,000 years past. I did not lay down these edicts, brethren, these were edicts passed down from God to a people in disobedience of the very laws of the creation, and knew not any Christ path of truth. Herein I speak of Israel, since that was the directed subject material on this morn. I would have it otherwise, it is not otherwise. So be it. Flee from those places of false gods and false teachings, for they will seek your life, because they do not want to forsake that which they have and that which they are. This includes the multitudes of false Christians, brethren. The false Christian church clubs will be first to effort at destruction of this scribe, as for instance. The mystics and New Agers as such are equally as dangerous. Watch of your steps and watch out for mine scribes, please, I petition you, for most ones entering into thy places will not realize they are tools of darkness. The impact has hit hard, both Oberly and Dharma, this very day. Energy thrust in focused intent travels uninhibited for tremendous spaces. Keep thy light shields about you. Never mind the originator at this point, just know you are the targets. Flee from these incredulous people, for you shall not lose your life for the sake of truth and knowledge. No law demands that of you, nor is there a law which would recognize such foolishness. We need no physically dead workers, I need live and alert workers. Do not be foolish in thy projects, use thy God-given intelligence and found good, solid business concerns, and yet will be accepted, and truth will follow like sheep to a good shepherd. Verily I say unto you, however, many will die and shed their blood into the sand, because later my teaching will be made into false teachings, which I never taught, and which originate from the brains of scribes and priests set forth for their own gain, power, and purposes. They will thereby bring masses of mankind under their control, and through the belief in their false teachings will rob man of his rightful belongings. Man is God's temple, he needs no graven images nor ornate buildings with another man's name placed thereon. In all the world, there will be screaming and chattering of teeth when the blood of all those flows who have made my teaching of wisdom and knowledge into false teaching, and when the blood flows of all those who through false belief and through being led astray believe these false teachings and advocate them, teachings that are not mine. Consequently, many of these heretics will lose their lives, many of these people of Israel, who will never find their peace until the end of the world. Because they do not believe and deny the power of the Spirit and of knowledge. Now, little ones, prepare yourselves, for I am going to lay a hard one onto your backs. I make no exceptions to belief systems, nor do I condemn any man, as such, but the next is directly from God's source, and there is a lot of cleaning up that needs doing. The curse of Israel. Verily I say to you, the people of Israel were never a tribe of their own, and have at all times made a living from murder, robbery, and fire. Through ruse and murder did they conquer this land, through their despicable predatory wars, whereby they slaughtered their best friends like wild animals. And God said, Cursed be the people of Israel until the end of the world, and it will never find its peace. Is today different from 2,000 years ago? How so? Did I say to kill them, mutilate them, hate them, or injure them? Nay, in fact, we of these outer realms are sending multitudes among them to work the wondrous transition. The peoples of the race are bearing our very own children upon your place to set them free of their bondage. But the cycle will come down and close exactly as written. No more, no less. So be it. I told them, my 12, and so it is today, behold, I am sending you among the unbelievers and those set in their false teachings, like sheep among wolves. Therefore, be as clever as the serpents and without deceit as the doves. No small task indeed. Beware of people, for they shall turn you over to the courts and shall scourge you in their synagogues. They will ridicule you, deprecate you, denounce you in every aspect of your life being, and then come running unto you to reap a share of the wondrous gifts ye shall bring. Further, you will be led before kings and so-called great men because of my teaching as witnesses unto them, and light will go forth through thy works and mine word. Take no care if you cannot flee, and they shall turn you over unto the courts, for the power of your spirit will not leave you, and your knowledge will tell you what you shall say, and I shall touch of those who represent you in truth. For it is not you who speaks, but the power of your spirit and its knowledge. I am telling you, dear ones, try not to deal with Israel in thy blind desire to assist, for it has naught to do with you, it is between God and Israel. With Israel, you will get nowhere with those peoples until the ending of the world cycle, and so be it. It does not mean that ye shall not love thy Jewish neighbor, for we speak now of an entirely different matter, and one has very little connection to the other. I remind you, the disciple is not above the master, nor the servant above his Lord. It suffices that the disciple be like his master, and the servant be like his Lord. If they have called the father of the house Beelzebub, how much more will they call them who live in his house? Therefore, protect of thyselves from that of Israel, for it is like a festering boil. But be not afraid of them, because there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing secret which will not be made known. What I tell you in darkness, speak in daylight, and what is whispered into your ears, preach from the rooftops. Be not afraid of evil slander, but be afraid of those that kill the body and take life, eyes for eyes and teeth for teeth, life for life, for there is no godness within them. Further, they will eat into thy flesh until thy joints are frozen and ye are too crippled to respond. I came not to bring peace. I did not come to bring the world peace at that time, brothers, I did not come forth to bring peace, but rather to bring the sword of truth and knowledge of the power of the Spirit which dwells within man. I ask that ye provoke even thy mother, father, and thus and so, that eyes be opened and thought be manifest in truth patterns instead of the continuation of sleep and inertia, walking steadily and deliberately unto thy doom. But it must be done in leadership whereby truth is visual and man wishes to follow, for the way is simply better. Ah yes, thine enemies will likely be residing within thy very households. The path of truth is distant and the wisdom of knowledge will reach it only slowly. I predicted dark ages would follow, centuries and millennia would pass before the truth of the Spirit could reach unto the people. 2,000 years is quite enough, Chalice, quite enough, please. Well, it has all come to pass so far, exactly as predicted. I walk with you in constant attendance. Ye need not more. I have come that mine Father's kingdom be reclaimed and mine ones be put in safety. I also am prepared to meet my adversary on any front he so chooses. And, of course, he will choose the place near Armageddon. So be it. As ye are prepared so shall ye receive, therefore, please let us move rapidly at preparation, for there will be some most irritating times forthcoming. Let us go, Dharma, and I suggest discretion with these words. You are writing historical data and most of it will not be pleasing to the multitudes. Truth is rarely pleasing to the multitudes. Yet will be given to know when and who is ready for receiving. I plan, shortly, to bring a lot of relationships into integration regarding thy South America, Mexico, and Central Americas into convergence with thine own North Americas. Don't concern, Dharma, thy ignorance is not my ignorance, blessed one. I need not thy educational expertise, I prefer ye have none at all. So be it, and I touch thee gently, for ye are a blessed servant and thy work pleases me greatly. I salute you ones as we begin to mobilize, for there can be no turning back. Ones can drop aside, there is no turning about. In unlimited love and total support, I am that I am Sananda. Chapter 6. Rec number 2 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda, Tuesday, August 8, 1989, 7:45 a.m. Year 2, Day 357. Precious, I remind you that you are not to stop to ponder these things which I bring unto you. It is necessary that we pen them, and at the appropriate time the content can be discussed. This is the authentic record as preserved, from scrolls which are in safekeeping in Pleiades. The entire instrument is in dissonance and is the very purpose of the journal. So be it. Ours is not to rewrite but to correctly document. Might we move on, please? Questions from the Baptist. At the time of the preparation and teachings of Immanuel to his disciples, John, the Baptist, was incarcerated in prison. However, John also had many disciples who were going about the lands. Word of Immanuel's teachings and followings were carried back to the ears of John. As it came to John's attention, he sent his disciples unto Immanuel to make inquiry of the young teacher. They inquired, Are you the one who is to come, the King of wisdom, as was told by the prophets, or should we wait for another? Immanuel answered and spoke to them, Go and tell John what you hear and see. The blind see and the lame walk, lepers are cleansed and the deaf hear, the dead rise, and to those who seek the truth of knowledge, it is given. Blessed are those who are not offended by my teachings. When John's disciples had gone, Immanuel started to speak to the people about John. What did you go to see in the desert? Did you want to see a reed shaken by the wind? Or, what did you really go out for and to see what? Did you seek to find a person in soft and supple clothing? Behold, those who wear soft clothes are in the houses of kings, officials, the rich, hypocrites, scribes and priests. Or, did you go forth for you wished to see a prophet? Yes, I tell you, he is more than a prophet. John is the one of whom it is written, See, I send a messenger before you who shall prepare your path before you. Verily I say to you, among all who are born by women, there is none arisen who is greater than John the Baptist. From the time of John the Baptist, until now, the earth suffers from violence, and those who commit violence seize earth away. For all the prophets and the law have prophesied to the time of John, and if you wish to accept it, he is Elijah who is come again that the path would be prepared. He who has ears, hear. To whom shall I compare this generation? It does not matter to the children who sit at the market and call to their playmates, saying, We are striking up the music, and you did not want to dance, we make ourselves hoarse with wailing and speeches and you did not want to mourn. John, who is Elijah, did not eat nor did he drink, and now it is said about that he is possessed. Now I have come, I eat and drink, and they say, See what a glutton and wine-bibber he is, a friend to the publicans, customs officers, and to the infidels. And yet, wisdom is justified through the works shown forth. Praised be the creation. Praised be the creation of heaven and the universes and the earth, for revealing the knowledge and the power of the Spirit, which the false teaching has hidden from the expanding wise and those filled with knowledge, now to those who are honest seekers. Yes, it has been very kind of the creation, wherefrom came God and his celestial sons, whereby they have stopped the misuse of power among the human race. All things have been given over to men, and no one knows the secret of the creation, that is no man, and thus, not God or his followers. And all things have been given to me now by God, whose guardian angels taught me the laws and the knowledge of nature, and the laws emanating from the creation. Come to me all of you who are searching and thirsting for knowledge and truth, and I will receive you and restore you. Take upon you the yoke of learning of the new teachings, for it is the recognition and you will find peace within it for your life. You will find that the development of spirit is gentle and its burden most light. Marriage and cohabitation. Immanuel was constantly pressed with questions regarding the laws of marriage and everything related thereto. Most ones were most sorry they had asked. These writings will be discussed in depth at a future time, Dharma, for they are the most abused and confounding of all teachings. These are universal laws and are the most frequently rewritten to be suitable to man's whims. Nonetheless, there is most logical and rational reason for such rules, which range from parentless children birthed to calamitous diseases and broken spirits thrust one upon another. Do not debate it here, as this is not the format for such. Remember, we are translating the scrolls. As has been given unto you prior to this, there is naught to prevent the loving of another of opposite or same sexual affiliation. It is the behavior of physical lust and practice which is disdained. Love has no boundaries of soul caring and emotion. Physical activities come under the limits of acceptability for myriads of just reasonings. So be it. He spoke thusly, you have been given the commandment, you should not commit adultery. Irrespective thereof, people commit adultery and practice fornication, thus going against the laws of nature. But it is written, he who commits adultery and fornication shall be punished, for the fallible are unworthy of life and its laws, for they should be sterilized. If men or women, not married, cohabit with each other, they should be punished, for the fallible are unworthy of life and its laws, and they, too, should be sterilized. If two men consort with one another in intimate sexual relationships, they should be punished, for the fallible are unworthy of life and its laws, therefore they should be sterilized and further, expelled and banned before the people. If, however, two women cohabit with each other, they should not be punished, for they do not go against life and its laws, since they are not inseminating, but bearing. When inseminator and inseminator are united, life is desecrated and killed, but if conception and conception are united, there is no desecration, no killing, nor creating. But activities of lustful pleasure are incorrect, for this is an exploitation of nurturing and loving. Verily I say to you, there is no animal under the sky, which like man, would go against the laws of the creation and of nature. But are you not more than the animal? He who indulges in lustful fornication for the sake of pay or pleasure to the physical senses should be therefore sterilized, that he or she not be allowed procreation, and further, should be evicted and banned before the people. He who molests and unites, cohabits, with a child is unworthy of life itself and its laws, and should be punished so that he will lose of his life. Likewise, he who indulges in incest is thusly unworthy and should be treated likewise. He who cohabits with an animal is likewise unworthy and should be treated likewise. Now, Dharma, comes the really hard one to swallow in concept, and is one of the rules that has been rewritten so many times to suit man that it has lost all conceptual meaning. It revolves around responsibility, to the child created from the old or from the new relationship. It is always with the seeking of pleasure that all laws are broken, either through seeking of pleasure of self or greed. I do not make of the laws, and it is unimportant whether or not ye ones of earth like of them or do not like of them. There is ample reasoning upon which these laws of the creation are based and balanced. You will note that many times the phrase lose life is included. Yes, it is that serious, Kila, it just has long since the writing of the law, been ignored and hidden. It is the time of the coming again for the correction of these things which have caused thy civilization of man to drop into degradation. Through these very misusings have you brought yourselves unto destruction. It pleases me not, either, but so be it. At the time of accounting, these things done in ignorance are most surely evaluated justly, and ones are not randomly thrown into the pits of fire and brimstone. You ones need not rush out and compound thy errors, you will use wisdom in all things. Divorce. He who marries a man or woman who was divorced is guilty and should be sterilized, for they are unworthy of life and its laws, and both should be expelled and banned before the people. He who begets a child and is not married to the woman is unworthy of life and its laws, and should be punished so that he will lose his life, and he who creates a child in this union and abandons that child shall have his name stricken from the book of life. Verily, verily, I say to you, these laws were given by the creation and nature, and they should be followed, or men bring death upon themselves and all mankind. Let it be noted herewith that there are limits beyond which a planet cannot support mankind in quantities through misuse of procreation. Earth can nourish and support 500 million people of all human races in balance and harmony with nature as brought forth, without exploitation and reaping unbalance. But, if these laws are not followed, there will be, in 2,000 years, 10 times 500 million people, and the earth will not be able to give sustenance and succor for survival. All balance will be lost and destruction cannot be avoided. There will be famines and catastrophes and great world wars, and epidemics will control the earth, and human races will kill one another, and only a few will survive. Verily I say to you, there will be crying and gnashing of teeth when so much human blood will soak the sands of the earth, so that new forms of life will come from it, which will bring the final dreadful horror to mankind. All good things were given unto you, and you received the laws according to which you are to live. You should adhere to these and additional laws, so that you shall prosper on earth and have peace in your families. Remove the power of the old law that women shall be subject to man, since she is a person equal to man in spirit respect, and has equal rights and obligations. There are many distortions in the law since they were given forth by God and the celestial sons, for man has built them to be suitable unto themselves. When a man marries a woman, he shall pay to the most trusted steward the handling of her possessions, as a price of security, lest she suffer from lack of her necessities. The price should be calculated in such a way that for each year of her life 100 pieces of silver should be the basis, measured according to her knowledge, her ability, and her strength, provided her health is not lacking. The price is not to be considered as that of a purchase, for no person may be sold or bought, but as security for the woman, lest she suffer lack. The bond of matrimony between man and woman should be permitted only if both are of mental competence and capable of leading a marriage in accordance with the law. You should enter a marriage as man and wife only if the price has been paid for the wife, that no dishonor be forthcoming from the man and that the wife be sufficiently cared for. If, according to predetermined agreement, no price is paid, the law applies, the man must supply the needs of the wife regarding all of her necessities. The inability of a wife to bear children, or a man's inability to sire children is no reason for divorce, nor does she or he deserve other opinions or actions. The only reason for divorce is that of adultery, that is the destruction or endangering of spirit, the body, or the life of the members of one's own family unit. If a person is divorced by his own actions of adultery, he should be sterilized, for he is unworthy of life and its laws, for he has responded to the selfish lustful drives of pleasure-seeking and has cast aside all responsible behavior. The basis for these laws. The act of marriage and procreation must have the highest degree of pure intent and preparation, for upon these bonds and restrictions will rest the preservation of mankind as a species upon the planet. If everything is done and adhered to, justice and peace will come to all mankind, and life in the human form can be preserved. If man continues his selfish and imprudent behavior, he will sound his own death tariff. There reaches a point beyond which a planet cannot support the unbalanced system perpetrated by mankind. And yet, so shall it come to pass that man will not listen and bring destruction upon his own species. It will come about in some 2 millennium that man will have reached the point of self-destruction. And so is it projected by the prophets, and so shall it come to pass in its time of fulfillment and in my time of fulfillment. Dharma, let's take a respite, please. This was a most important portion, for it is thy reason of desperate plight of this current time. Peace unto you, for thy heart and mind is pained and sorrowed. Truth is most hard to confront, beloved ones most difficult. It comes now, as explanation, for 'tis too late to change of a bit of it. Salut. Chapter 7. Rec number 3 Iskarioth / Immanuel Sananda, August 8, 1989, 1 p.m. Year 2, Day 357. Thank you, Dharma, let us continue, for we have much to cover. At this time we will consider another subject which comes under much discussion and is totally misunderstood and arranged, most conveniently by human rules. It is the matter of what you call the Sabbath day. The Sabbath day. One day as Immanuel and some of his disciples walked through a field of corn, the disciples pulled out some of the ears from the corn stalks and ate of them. Always there were the hangers on who followed to spy on Immanuel and his disciples. I believe it to be much like your newsprint reporters who give no peace to your notable ones of today. At any rate, when the Pharisees saw that the disciples had pulled forth the corn, they spoke to Immanuel, "Behold, your disciples are doing something that is unlawful on the Sabbath day." But he responded, "Have you not read what David did when he and those who were with him were hungry? When he went into the house of God and ate the bread exhibited there which they were not supposed to eat, neither they who were with him, but which only the priests were allowed to eat? So be it. Or, have you not read in the book of laws that the priests enter into the temple on the Sabbath day, yet they are without guilt? Verily I say to you, you generation of vipers, a stone will turn into bread before no work may be done the Sabbath day." The law that the Sabbath day be kept holy is only a man-made law, without logic, and so are many of the man-made laws which are contrary to the laws of the creation. False prophets and distorters of the scriptures are those who are guilty of these foolish and false laws which contradict the laws of the creation and of nature. Thus the law of man is to keep the Sabbath day holy and not to work on that day. A law which escapes logic is a law resulting from false teaching of the human spirit. Verily I say unto you, no day is more holy than any other day, albeit labeled Sabbath, and no law commands that no work be done on the Sabbath day. How is it yet established which is the Sabbath day? Does the cow know she is not to give her milk on the Sabbath day? Do not the farm animals need of food and nurturing on the Sabbath? The cycle of nature does not stop because of the Sabbath, and therefore, the law of man is foolish indeed. Nay, the Sabbath day is a day like any other day in which the daily chores may be done, and in fact, must be done, that responsibilities are not shirked and unneeded suffering placed upon innocent creatures. Man has a will of his own, and he is also the Lord of the Sabbath day, as it was written in the old scriptures and laws, which were not adulterated by false prophets, distorters, and Pharisees. Thereafter, he went on and entered into their synagogue, where he continued to teach the people. And behold, there came a man with a withered hand. And they asked him, saying, Is it lawful to heal on the Sabbath day? This they asked in order to build of a case against him. He responded to them, You hypocrites, if you had eyes, ears, and understanding, you could see, hear, and understand, but you are blind and without understanding, for you lack the knowledge to see, hear, and understand nature, and you also lack the enlightenment regarding the laws of the creation to enable you to see, hear, and understand that the creation does not keep Sabbath day holy. Every day the creation turns the stars in the sky, controlling the sun, the winds, and the rains, and feeding all creatures upon the earth. The waters run in their channels and everything takes its natural course, on this Sabbath day as on the next Sabbath day, as it was created by the creation. But is not man more than all creatures and plants, since he is Lord above them all when he adheres to the true laws? You generation of serpents, you distorters of the scriptures who, because of your own greed for money and power, spread false teachings. Who among you, if he has a single sheep, and it falls into a hole on a Sabbath day, would not seize it and pull it out? How much more does a man count than does a sheep, and your deceitful and false teachings? Then he spoke to the man with the withered and useless hand, "Stretch out your hand." And he stretched it out, and it was whole again. The Pharisees went out and again took counsel as to how they could murder Immanuel, since he exposed their lies and false teachings, and more so, did so in front of all the people. When Immanuel heard these intentions, he went away. Many followed him, and he healed all who were in need of healing. He petitioned them to keep their silence, for he feared that he would be captured and would need suffer the death of a martyr. He did, however, continue uninhibited, to go about the land teaching and revealing wisdom to the people of all the lands in which he ventured. Dharma, let us have a break here, for I wish separation of this segment from the next. The following portion is most personal to me, Judas Iscariot, and I wish it to hold example unto you ones. Salut, I take my leave for this portion. Chapter 8. Rec number 4 Iscariot / Immanuel Sananda Tuesday, August 8, 1989, 2:15 p.m. Year 2, Day 357 Judas Iscariot. It came to pass in time that Immanuel and his disciples went to Bethlehem, where he continued teaching and demonstrating his teaching to the people. I, Judas Iscariot, was among the disciples, but I think it far more appropriate to simply relate from the scrolls rather than comment to any great extent, for it is truly so personal and sacred unto me. Justice is a strange bedfellow, brethren, it always finds its balance in perfection. So be it. Judas Iscariot had become disloyal to the teaching of Immanuel, and he followed only his desires. He secretly gathered up among the listeners of Immanuel gold, silver, and copper in his money bag, so that he could idly indulge in his lifestyle. But it came to pass that Judas Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, Simeon, informed Immanuel of the abuses of Judas Iscariot, because he hoped he would be paid for this information. Immanuel thanked him but did not pay him with any gift, so that Judas Iscariot thought greatly of revenge, for he was greedy for gold, silver, and goods of material worth. Immanuel responded to the information and led Judas Iscariot into the desert, where he was taught by Immanuel for 3 days and 3 nights, the concepts of right and wrong, so that the disciple repented and soon followed, again, the teachings in a most careful manner. And, therefore, when they returned to the city, he distributed all of his belongings and the things he had gathered among the poor, and became a most faithful disciple and living example to the people. Judas Iscariot had been most faithful in the recording of the lessons and demonstrations as presented by Immanuel. However, it came to pass that all the scriptures were stolen from Judas, all the carefully scribed teachings and writings. He went forth to Immanuel and told him thereof. Immanuel rebuked him and said, "Verily, verily, I tell you, Judas Iscariot, you will have to suffer far worse things than having been robbed of your writings about my teaching and my life. You will stand accused, undeservedly, of betraying me. This will last for over 2 millennia, because Simeon, the Pharisee, will see that it is so. His son, Judas Iscariot, will be guilty culprit, for he is like his father, Simeon Iscariot, a Pharisee, who wants to take my life. He is the one who has thieved the writings from you, and brought them to the scribes and the Pharisees, so that they can judge and kill me accordingly. He received 70 silver pieces for your writings, and he is to receive another 30 pieces of silver when he makes it possible to deliver me to the constable. Mark mine words from this day forward. He will most certainly succeed in doing that which he has been rewarded to do, and you, Judas Iscariot, will be blamed falsely and will become a martyr, and this will stand unrebuked for 2 millennia. Now, put thy remorse aside, for you will write down my teachings and all about my life a second time, and add it unto it, far into thy future. The time will come when your writings will be revealed, that is in 2 times 1,000 years, when it shall come to pass. Until that time my teachings will be falsified and become an evil cult, and much human blood shall flow because of it. However, people are not ready yet to believe in my teachings and to recognize truth, nor is it time for the realization of the prophecies. Human mankind is not ready to receive truth. It will be only after 2 times 1,000 years that an insignificant man will come forth who will recognize my teachings as truth and disseminate it most courageously. He will be cursed by the cults that have arisen and the adherents of the false teachings, and be regarded as a liar, charlatan, and fraud. Even his lifeblood shall be spilled, as will that of his innocent family and friends. So shall it come to pass in that time of the prophet's predictions, when the final prophecies are coming to completion. But as for you, Judas Iscariot, you will be undeservedly reviled as a traitor and will be condemned, for this is what the falsity of the priests and the ignorance of the people desire. But disregard this and continue in our mission, for the teaching of truth demands sacrifices of self-indulgence and personal displeasures. Know that thy name shall be cleared in its proper sequence. In their spirit and knowledge, people are not yet very developed, and they have to first suffer much guilt and make many, many additional mistakes before they will learn. They must gather knowledge and wisdom in order to recognize truth. Stay with me from now on, Judas, follow me and fulfill your duty as a writer of my teaching faithful, which is the teaching of the laws of nature and thereby the original laws of the creation. No one's will is ever to exceed the will of the creation which is revealed in the laws. The laws of the creation are good for yesterday and today, as well as for tomorrow, the day thereafter, and for all times infinite. Thus, the laws are destined and thereby predestined for things of the future which will have to transpire. It will come to pass in the appropriate time of 2 millennia, you shall be given contact with one contracted upon earth to put thy truth to print, that thy name shall be cleared and the teachings brought forth in purity in order to fulfill the prophecies. You are beloved of me, and as with all within the creation, the cycle will flow forth and back in its timeless justice. Errors are made, but often it is through the errors that the prophecies can be in completion. So be it. And, so be it, Dharma, for unto you this day am I humbly grateful. My life with the beloved God of truth and keeper of the laws throughout the eons since Galilee have been ever glorious, and my cup of joy has overflowed. It is no penalty to me, for I stand so honored to be allowed to share the closing of a cycle in such greatness. This one who is my God, is also, first, my friend. Amen. I am ever in thy service. I am Judas of Iscarioth. Chapter 9. Rec number 5 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda Tuesday, August 8, 1989, 4:45 p.m. Year 2, Day 357 Why Parables? In the same day that Immanuel spoke of these things of my accusing in deception, we went out from the town and walked along the shore of the sea. After a while we sat down where we might rest and be at peace for a respite. It was not to be. For when he sat down, many people gathered around him and pressed in so closely that he stepped onto a boat boarded nearby. He sat upon the crossbench, and the people stood at the shore or sat upon the banks and sands. The master Immanuel spoke to them in parables, about many things, and I shall attempt to reconstruct them as noted in the scrolls. He began by saying, a sower went out to sow seeds for the crops. When he scattered the seeds, several seeds fell by the wayside, and the birds came and ate them. Several seeds fell on the rock where there was not any earth in which they could take root. Later, several of the seeds burst forth with life, but the sun was standing high in the sky, and the seeds withered, for they had no place in which to place their roots. They withered and dried out. Some of the seeds fell under the thorn bushes, and the thorns grew and suffocated them. But some of the seeds fell on good land and bore abundant fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, and some 30-fold. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. One of the disciples went to him and asked, why do you speak to them in parables, since they do not understand your teaching? He responded by saying, it is given to you to understand the secrets of the Spirit, but to them it is not given. They do listen to my words, but they live according to the false teachings of their scribes and Pharisees. Their spirit is ignorant and empty, and they first have to learn how to think. What would serve better to make them think, if not speaking parables? Verily I say to you, the knowledge of truth is valuable and good only if obtained through one's own thinking and drawing conclusions from within, that is, the solution of the secrets which are told in parables whereby the visions might be created. Man is still of such little faith and without knowledge, and he is not yet aware of the laws of the creation and the power of the Spirit. Therefore, first man must learn to recognize the truth, and thus also to live according to the law of the Spirit. And thusly, he will become knowledgeable and powerful in his spirit. It is such that he who has, to him shall be given, so that he may have abundance, but he who does not have, from him will be taken even that which he has. Therefore, I speak to them in parables. For with seeing eyes they do not see, and with hearing ears, they do not hear nor do they understand. In them will be fulfilled the prophecy of Isaiah, which says, you will hear with ears and shall not understand it, and with seeing eyes you will see and not recognize it. For the heart of these people is hardened, and their ears hear evil, and their eyes are asleep, so they cannot see with their eyes and hear with their ears, and understand with their mind, and comprehend the truth and the laws of the creation what were given, so that, thereby, they would obtain help and knowledge. For the people of Israel turned away from the laws of the creation and are unfortunate and shall never find their peace. There shall always be the shedding of their blood, for they persistently trespass against the laws of the creation. They deem themselves above all the human races as the chosen people, and consider of themselves a separate race. This is malicious error and also evil presumptuousness, for inasmuch as Israel was never a nation, nor a race, and thus, could not be a chosen race by whatever definition. Deserting all the laws of the creation, Israel is a mass of people with an unglorious past characterized by murder and arson as allowed by the cult law set forth by the leaders. It is, however, destined that they will not be alone in their false journey. There are only a few fathers in the mass of these ones that have an honorable past and can truly trace their lineage. They, however, do not belong to the generation of cunning foxes who have sold themselves to the false Jewish faith, to the false faith and teachings they took over from Moses, who in turn has stolen them from the Egyptians. These beloved few patriarchs are believers of truth and knowledge, and they recognize only the laws of the creation. These blessed ones have become so few in number they can be counted on but one hand of fingers, for they are persecuted and slain just as with John. Herod sent ones forth and had John beheaded while in prison. Oh, they are in no wise wise and act most foolishly in their arrogance. Blessed are your eyes that they see and your ears that they hear. Verily I say to you, many prophets and just men have desired to see that which you see, and have not seen it, and to hear that which you hear, and have not heard it. Many have passed into their graves in the searching and persecution through the eons of time, but theirs shall be the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, listen carefully to this parable of the sower. If one hears the word of truth of the Spirit and of the laws and does not understand it, the wicked one comes and tears away what has been sown in his mind. It is he on whose path the seed has been planted. Where the seed has been dropped upon the rocks, it is he who hears the word and soon embraces it with joy, but he has no roots in himself so that it could be rooted firmly, and he will bend in the winds and blow easily from the fields. In the case of discomfort and any type of ridicule or harassment, he becomes angry and takes his leave. Those ones by whom the seeds are planted among the thorns, that is, when he hears the word, the cares of the world and the delusion of material riches and security of self, chokes the truth and the knowledge, and he brings forth no fruit, for he cannot allow himself to reach out beyond the bondage. Now let us consider the one by whom the seed has been planted on good soil, who accepts the word and seeks truth and finds it, and then lives according to the laws of truth, lets the fruit grow and ripen, and brings forth a rich harvest indeed, one bearing 100-fold, the other 60-fold, and the other 30-fold, indeed a grand investment of thine assets. This is the meaning of the parable, whose secrets have to be uncovered by men, so that they learn to think and find understanding. But the path that leads to wisdom and truth is long, and so is the compliance with the laws of the creation, which is yet so obvious. Then he told them another parable. The spiritual kingdom is like a man who planted good seeds in his field. But when he slept, his enemy came and planted weeds among the good fruit and went silently away. When the seeds grew and brought forth fruit, weeds also grew in equal abundance. The servants went to the fields and saw the weeds, and came to the sower and said to him, Lord, did you not plant good seeds in your field? From where come the weeds? He responded, An enemy did this. And the servants said, Do you want us to go and pull the weeds from the fields? The sower answered, No, lest yet pull out the good plants along with the weeds. Let both grow together until the time of harvest, and then I shall tell the cutters, First gather the weeds and tie them in bundles so that they can be burned, and the ashes strewn over the field, to nourish the soil, but gather the good fruit and lay it up in my barn. But, behold, said Immanuel, both grow side by side, the weeds and the good fruit. The weeds some would hinder the full growth of the good fruit, but later, the weeds will become compost and nourish the soil. Therefore, since good fruit needs nourishment in order to grow, if it was not for the weeds which are made into nourishment, the fruit could not grow unto perfection and abundance. Then Immanuel told them another parable. The spiritual kingdom is like leaven, which a woman took and mixed among 3 bushels of flour until it was thoroughly leavened. And thus did Immanuel talk to the people, in parables, but he did not talk ever without using parables, so that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, who had said, He will open his mouth in parables and will voice that which was hidden from the beginning of the world, so that the people may learn therefrom and find truth, and recognize and follow the laws. Let he who has ears, hear. The spiritual kingdom is like a hidden treasure in the field, which a man found and hid, and rejoicing in it, he went to sell everything he had to buy the field. And likewise, the spiritual kingdom is like a merchant who searched for precious pearls, and when he found one he went and sold all that he had and bought the pearl. And again, the spiritual kingdom is like a fish net that was cast into the sea to catch all kinds of species. But when it was filled, they pulled it ashore, sat and gathered the good fish into vessels, and threw the useless fish away. Such is the spiritual kingdom which rules in man, and whose king is man himself. Therefore, pay heed to the parables and learn to solve their secrets, so that you may learn to think and recognize the laws of the creation and follow them. Did you understand all I have told you? And they answered, Yes. And he continued, saying, Therefore, every scribe who has become a disciple of the spiritual knowledge and the spiritual kingdom is like the father of the household, who finds in his treasures things both old and new. After Immanuel had finished these parables, he went away. A prophet gets no respect. Later, he went into his father's city, Nazareth, and taught in the synagogue, and the people were shocked, and they said, How did he come by such wisdom, and how can he do such mighty works? Is he not the carpenter Joseph's son, whose wife became pregnant by a guardian angel's son? Is not his mother's name Mary? Are not his brothers Judas, Joseph, Simon, and Jacob? And his sisters, are they not all here with us? Where does he get all the wisdom and power for his deeds? They were much offended by him and threatened to turn him over to the courts. But Immanuel said, A prophet is never esteemed less than in his own country and in his own house, which will become true for all the future, and as long as man has little faith and follows the false teachings of the scribes and other misinterpreters of the truth. And it will become true in 2 times 1,000 years, when man has become aware and thinking, that my real, unfalsified teaching will be revealed anew. In 2,000 years, a new prophet. The new prophet of that far-away future time will not have that much power and strength over the evil and of diseases, but his knowledge will include mine and his. Revelations about my real teaching will shake up the structure of the whole earth, because at this time the world will be inundated by my teachings, which have been distorted and falsified by the scribes, and the earth will live in a false cult which will bring it death. Before the 2 times 1,000 years are past, the new prophet will reveal my unfalsified teaching in small groups, as I teach in small groups my trusted friends and disciples the wisdom and knowledge of the laws of the creation. And it shall not be given to know until that time whether it shall be that the prophet is of male or female. That one's path will be beset with difficulties and obstacles, for he will start his mission in a peace-loving country in the north, where there is a strong false cult of my teachings that have been falsified by distorters. In that place he did not show any great signs of his powers and did not publicize his great knowledge, because of disbelief. It is noted that his powers shall be hidden even from his own eyes, that he might not misunderstand his path. There will come forth several blessed ones who will take the truth and give it forth unto the world, and the celestial sons of the heavens will give proof and credence unto the words. So be it, for such is it written, that in the final days distant, those ones shall prevail in the name and truth of the creation. And thus shall it come to pass in the generation of 2 times 1,000 years, that these things shall come into fulfillment. Enough for this day, Dharma, for we have worked long and diligently. I grant you rest and peace, little one, for thy task is one of great responsibility. Ye have ones of greatness and filled with love, who will give unto thee the support ye need. So be it, and I place of mine seal upon the writings of mine beloved, Judas, that they come into thy world in clarity and purity. Adonai, and praise be unto Solon Ahum Solon, that this time has arrived that our works might come into fulfillment. I am that I am Sananda. Chapter 10. Rec number 1 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda, Wednesday, August 9, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 2, Day 358. Greetings in radiance, Dharma, for another wondrous day has been given unto you by the creation. Treasure each of the gifts, for you have some unpleasant ones to come. So be it. Do not fail to witness the flowers and gifts along the path. I will surrender the alternation frequency to Judas Iscariot that we not take too much time in idle chatter, for your hands tire quickly enough and the time span is short for having this translation finished. Enjoy the honor, however, for it is a great benevolence to allow an entity to clear of his false legacy and set a record to correctness. Blessings are upon you ones who receive at earth physical plane and set the dictation to permanent record. There will come a day in the twinkling of the universal eye when man shall find these words which will be ancient, and again, a world will be changed, for it is experienced to be so. Salut, little sparrow, I grant you strength and accuracy that you concern not about it. Thank you in graciousness. Judas here to continue through the scrolls. Do not expect the original scrolls, which are in mine hands, to be brought in the original contact, other than perhaps that you and a very limited few can view them. They would be taken and most quickly destroyed by man. However, ye shall be given thy credence and credentials that thy writings be known as truth. May we do well this day, is my quest. Herod and the Baptist. During the time that Immanuel dwelled in Nazareth, news about him reached Herod. Great speculation had arisen in the land, and Herod was most distressed and told the people, this surely must be John the Baptist, he has arisen from the dead, therefore he does possess great and mighty powers. Herod had seized John, bound him and put him into prison because of Herodias, the wife of his brother Philippus, and subsequently had him beheaded. It had happened that John had reprimanded Herod, saying, it is not good that you have taken Herodias, for you have committed adultery with her, and you have to be punished according to the law. At that moment he would like to have killed the Baptist, but was afraid of the people, for they considered him to be a prophet. However, when Herod celebrated his birthday, the daughter of Herodias danced before him, and it pleased him greatly. He was most lustful of her, and in his foolishness, he made an unlawful oath that he would give unto her whatever she would demand of him. The young girl acted according to her mother's demands and responded, bring me the head of John the Baptist on a platter of silver. But the daughter of Herodias wept when she said it, for she dearly loved John the Baptist and fully believed in his teachings. The king, Herod, was glad that Herodias had persuaded her daughter to demand the head of John, because this way he would not be guilty in the eyes of the people, inasmuch as he had given an oath. But Herodias' daughter did not realize that Herod and her mother had agreed, even before the dance, to demand the head of John the Baptist through her. She thought it some type of banter to be enjoyed at the celebration festival. However, Herod immediately sent soldiers and had John beheaded within the prison, and his head was carried on a silver platter and given to the young girl. The girl was overwhelmed with grief, and she kissed the forehead of the head that had been severed. She cried bitterly and said, I did not know that love could taste so bitter. Then she took John's head to her mother and placed it mockingly at her feet. The disciples of John then came and took the body from the prison and buried it. They then searched out Immanuel and told him of what had happened. When Immanuel heard this, he was overcome with anxiety, for his work was not yet finished and he feared the same fate prematurely, so he went away on a light ship into a deserted area. When the people heard of this, they followed him on foot from the cities. But as Immanuel saw the crowds gathered, from a distance, he felt great sorrow for them and entered into a boat from across the water and came unto them. He went ashore, and healed the sick and infirm. 5 loaves and 3 fishes. In the evening the disciples came to him and said, this area is so deserted and night is falling, tell the people to go away so that they can buy food and drink in the villages. But Immanuel said, it is not necessary that they go away, give them something to eat and drink. But they responded, we have nothing here but 5 loaves of bread and 3 fishes, for we have looked and can find no more. Immanuel said, bring them unto me. He told the people to sit down, took the 5 loaves of bread and the fish, spoke a secret blessing, broke the loaves of bread and the fish, gave them to his disciples, and the disciples gave the food to the people. They all ate and were filled, and when finished the remaining food was gathered into baskets, the baskets of morsels numbered 12. There were about 5,000 people who had eaten. After they had eaten, Immanuel asked his disciples to get into a boat, and to take it over as far as the city ahead of him, until he could dismiss all of the people. After he dismissed all the people, he climbed to the crest of a small hillock where he might be alone for a brief rest, that he might regain his strength, and he stayed alone for a time of refreshment. Meanwhile, the ship of the disciples was in the mid-area of the sea and was in great difficulty because the sea had swelled and the waves were overtaking the boat. A storm had risen and the wind was contrary, and they were extremely distressed and fearful. Walking on the waves. During the 4th night watch, Immanuel came towards them, walking on the waves of the sea. When his disciples saw him walk upon the water, they were terrified and said, he is a ghost, and they were screaming in fear. Soon Immanuel reached near unto the boat and spoke to them, saying, be comforted, for it is I, do not be afraid. I have come to bring you to safety. Master, is it truly you? asked Peter. And Immanuel answered, verily, it is me. Peter could not understand and called to Immanuel, Master, if it is you, please let me come to you upon the water. Immanuel said, then come here unto me and do not be afraid, believe and know that the water will carry you, and it shall carry you. Do not doubt in your faith and your knowledge, and the water will be firm beneath your feet. Peter stepped from the boat and was held above the water, and he walked toward Immanuel. But then strong thunder ripped through the howling storm, and he was startled and began to go down into the sea, and he screamed and called, Immanuel, help me. Immanuel quickly went to him, reached forth his hand and pulled him gently up above the waves, saying, "O you of little faith, why are you startled, and why do you doubt when things appear to be difficult and formidable? The power of your knowledge gives you the ability which you have just witnessed. You trusted in my words before the thunder came, but when you were shaken and began to doubt, then the power of knowledge left you and your ability disappeared also. Never doubt in the power of the Spirit, which is part of the creation itself and therefore does not know any limits of power. Behold, there was a little bird who circled the sky a great distance in the air and whistled and sang in rejoicement about life when a strong gust of wind came and made him waver. He suddenly doubted his power to fly, fell, and crashed and was thusly killed. Therefore, never doubt in the power of your spirit and never doubt in your knowledge, when logic proves to you the law of the creation. Even in thy daily lives you can see the logic of the creation and know truth, for all about you will be done that which you perceive cannot be done." Peter and Immanuel then stepped into the boat, and Immanuel told the storm to stop, and it abated and the wind ceased to blow and all was quiet as the waves became stilled. Aboard the boat, the men marveled and said, "You are indeed a master of the spirit and someone who knows the laws of the creation. No one like you has ever been born, and also, no prophet has had such power. Above all, the creation." Immanuel smiled and answered, "I tell you there are greater masters of spiritual powers than me, and they are our patriarchs who came out of the great space, and the greatest among them is God, and he is the spiritual ruler of the three human races. But above him, is the creation whose laws he faithfully follows and adheres to, and he, God, is not omnipotent either, as only the creation itself can be omnipotent. Thus there are limits for him who allows himself to be called God and who is above kings and emperors, as has been said. But man is ignorant and immature because he considers God as the same as the creation and follows the false teachings that were adulterated by distorters and charlatans. Thus, when man believes in God, he does not believe in the creation, for God is man on a far greater dimension of perfection, and it is left for man to grow in his own truth and perfection that he can attain such perfection. There is a great difference in God and man, however, that in his spirit he is infinitely greater than all people upon the earth. But he is not the creation, which is infinite and without any form nor limitations. Thus, God, too, is a creation of the original creation which has no beginning and has no ending. All was very quiet upon the sea as they came across the water and went ashore, in the land of Gennesaret. When the people in this place became aware of him, they sent word all over the land and brought all to him who were sick and infirm. They asked that they might even touch the hem of his clothing that they might be healed, and thus it took place, those that so much as touched the hem of his robe became whole. Thank you, Dharma, let us take a brief leave of the word for respite. Salut. I will await your signal to continue. Chapter 11. Rec number 2 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda Wednesday, August 9, 1989, 10 a.m. Year 2, Day 358. Ah yes, Dharma, let me give back unto you a song. Put your hand in the hand of the one who stills the waters. Put your hand in the hand of the one who calms the seas. Take a look at yourself and you'll see your brother differently. And put your hand in the hand of the man of Galilee. So be it, for he offers his hand unto any who will accept of it, for I know, I have walked with him since the eons past. I am Judas Iscarioth of Judea, long since gone from that place, but walking with the Master. He is the way shower and captains the ship unto its proper portage. You are given to walk in physical form at this glorious, most glorious time of a golden dawn. You ones are most blessed, you who take his hand and prepare a place for his coming forth in radiance. You cannot comprehend how blessed ye are to have these truths bestowed upon you. And, further, to be granted the gift of building of the city is beyond thy grasp, so be it, for it shall finally come into thy realization. Laws of the creation? Or of man? There came to Immanuel, Pharisees and scribes from Jerusalem, saying, Why do your disciples disregard the laws of the elders? He answered and spoke to them, Why do you violate the laws of the creation for the sake of your own man-written laws? Moses said, according to the laws of the creation, you must honor your father and your mother, but he who unjustly honors his father and mother shall die a death. But you teach, he who says to his father or mother, I sacrifice to the cult what I really owe to you, he needs to honor his father and / or his mother, and so you did away with the laws of the creation for the sake of your statutes and hunger for power. You hypocrites, Isaiah prophesied about you accurately and said, the people of Israel honor the creation only with their lips, for their hearts and their knowledge are far from it. They serve their cult in vain because they preach such falsehood and deception, which are nothing but man-made laws. Immanuel called the multitude and said, Hear and understand. The teachings of the scribes and the Pharisees are wrong and are all lies, because they teach you man-made laws, which are not the laws of the creation nor of God. His disciples came to him and said, Do you know that the scribes and the Pharisees took great objection to your words when they heard it? They went out from here to witness against you and to have you slain because of your teachings. But Immanuel answered, All plants that do not live according to the laws of the creation, will dry and perish or will rot and perish. Let them say what they will say and do what they will do, for they are the blind leaders leading blinded ones. But when the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into a ditch. But we will go away from this place that the persecutors remain without gratuity. Peter then spoke unto Immanuel, Please interpret, to us, your speech about the blind men. Disciples reprimanded. Immanuel reprimanded his disciples and said, Are you, too, still without understanding and therefore ignorant and doubting in thy spirit? You have been with me for a very long time, but you still do not have the ability to think and recognize truth. Verily I say to you, you yourselves will do much towards falsifying my teachings in the future, for you do not come into proper understanding of such simple truth. With your knowledge, you hardly exceed that of the other people who have not walked with me. Have you not yet realized that all the parables and speeches have a spiritual meaning and are about the spiritual life of mankind? O you of little faith, does not your understanding exceed the stupidity of the people and those who make no effort to follow the laws of the creation and of God? Beware, or you will see me in a false perception and light and accuse me of an origin of which I cannot be. Then Immanuel went away from that place and escaped to the area of Sidon and Tyre. Signs. But, again, he was antagonized by the Sadducees and Pharisees who came to him and demanded that he would let them see a sign of his spiritual power. But he answered and said, In the evening you say, Tomorrow will be a fair day, for the sky is red. Then in the morning you say, Today will be foul weather, for the sky is red and dull. You can discern the appearance of the sky, but cannot you then also discern the signs of the times as they appear unto you? This wicked infidel generation is seeking a sign, there shall be no sign given unto it, but the sign of Jonah who disappeared alive into the belly of the whale and stayed alive therein, and came again alive into the light. Immanuel said not another word, turned from them and left and went away from that place. Leaven of the Pharisees. Immanuel and his disciples then boarded a boat and sailed across the sea and arrived ashore on the other side of the sea. They found that they had forgotten to bring bread along on the journey. Immanuel spoke to them, Take care and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They spoke among themselves and one said, That probably means something to the effect that we haven't taken along bread or something else to eat, and mumbled and grumbled among themselves. Immanuel heard them and he was angry and said, O you of so little faith, why does it concern you that you have no bread? Do you still not understand? Do you not have the imagination to understand my speeches? Are you of such little faith and without understanding that you are unable to recognize the meaning therein? Do you still not understand, and do you wish to not understand for all times to come? Do you not remember the 5 loaves of bread and the 3 fishes divided among the 5,000, and how many baskets you lifted up still filled? I speak not of the bread you eat every day, but beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Finally, they understood that he had not said to beware of the leaven of the bread, but of the false and adulterated teachings of the scribes and Pharisees. Peter in trouble. Immanuel then traveled into the area of Caesarea Philippi and asked his disciples, Who do these people say that I am? They answered, Some say that you are John the Baptist, others, that you are Eliah, and others again, that you are Jeremiah or one of the prophets. Then Immanuel said to them, Who do you say that I am? Simon Peter answered and said, You are the Messiah the prophets had spoken about, and a son of the living God, the spiritual ruler of the 3 human races. Immanuel was most angry with irritation and answered and said to him, O you unfortunate one, my teaching has not revealed it to you, for I instructed you in truth and you have listened not. I also tell you that you are a faithful disciple, but your understanding must be compared to that of an unlearned child. You are Peter and I cannot build my teaching on your rock, and you will open the portals of ignorance, inasmuch as people will be overcome by your false interpretation of my teaching, and shall follow it, and live according to false teachings. I cannot give you the key of the spiritual kingdom, or you would open it with false locks and false portals. I am not the son of the spiritual ruler of the 3 human races, and therefore not the son of God. My mother is Mary who conceived me through a guardian angel, a descendant of our patriarchs, and my earthly father is Joseph who is a mortal father to me that I might have earthly birthright, and further, Peter, ye shall some day correct of thy misunderstanding that the truth shall go forth to the 4 corners of thy planet. He then warned the disciples not to tell anyone such a story as had been pronounced by Peter and not to go forth and teach such erroneous stories and false teachings. So be it and Selah. Aho. From that time forward, Immanuel began to tell the disciples that he would have to go to Jerusalem and that he would be caused to suffer much from the elders and the scribes and high priests, because he could not avoid bringing his teachings unto them. Peter was angry and said to him, May God or the creation prevent that? This may not be allowed to happen to you, for they shall arrest, torture, and kill you. But Immanuel turned to Peter in equal anger and retorted, Get away from me, Satan. You are an annoyance, for you are not thinking in spiritual reasoning, but in human thought and desire. Simon Peter, again you make me angry and show your ignorant thinking. It is not alone your thinking but it comes forth from thy lips in behalf of all mine accredited ones. Verily, I say unto you this day, because of your ignorance the world will shed much blood, because you will falsify my teaching and spread it among the people and it will become more and more twisted and inverted. You will be guilty of the deaths of many peoples, and of the origin of a false name for me, and of the evil insult of calling me the Son of God, and that God is the creation itself, for it shall come to pass as I speak it. But you are still under the grace of my long-suffering patience and you can still improve your ignorance by some measures, but I am remaining in great annoyance with you, brother. And then Immanuel said to his disciples, If someone wants to follow my teaching, he should take the burden of seeking the truth, of realization, and of understanding upon himself. But man will surely not do so, for man is lazy and careless, he will believe that which anyone speaks unto him. It will be those who live their lives in truth and knowledge who will be victorious, but he who lives his life in untruth and ignorance, will lose. What would a man profit? What would a man profit if he would gain the entire world and all that is in it, and would damage his spirit? Or, how can man help his spirit, if he is unable to think? Man must think carefully and learn about all circumstance in which he finds himself, that he not prejudge without proper knowledge regarding that of which he judges. Ye have neither the patience nor the willingness to go forth and ferret out the truth of a given circumstance, but judge on untruth and limited knowledge, and pronounce thy judgment loudly about the lands. It will merit you nothing in the spans of that which you call time. The creation is timeless, and so is the spirit of man. To perfect the spirit. Verily I say to you, there are some here who will not taste the power of spirit in this lifespan, which they will learn in the next life to come, or the next after that. But the spirit of man is ignorant as long as he has gained knowledge through human thinking and research. And so the spirit of man is not a machination of man, but a part of the creation given to him, which has to be made aware and has to be perfected, so that he proceeds to be one with the creation, since the creation, too, lives in constant change and growth. I repeat, the creation is timeless, and so is the spirit of man. The teaching of knowledge is extensive and not easy, but it is the way to life, manifold in its manner. The human life of man is destined to be perfection of the spirit, so that he lives his life in fulfillment thereof. Even if man makes mistakes, he learns from them and gathers perception and knowledge, thereby cultivating his spirit and acting according to his strength. Without mistakes it is impossible to gather perception and knowledge so that the spirit can be cultivated. Verily I say to you, the teachings of the high priests, the Pharisees, and the scribes are deceptive and false, when they tell you that a mistake would be punished by God or the creation, when the mistake serves the purpose and the knowledge of the spirit. Since there is no mistake that can be punished if this mistake serves the perception and knowledge of the spirit, so then there is no mistake that can be inherited, and no punishment in this world or another world, for the literal punishment of such a mistake would contradict all the laws of nature, and thus, all the laws of the creation. In this life, still in another life, there is no punishment, if a mistake has been committed, which will serve the perception and knowledge of the spirit. If man lives with the vocation to perfect his spirit and obtains perception and knowledge through his mistakes, he leads a life for which he was destined. However, if man does not learn according to the rules and the size of his spirit, which is governed by the law of the creation, he is led into things which have to be in accord therewith, since they are destiny. It shall be long before man comes into his balance in understanding of these words. Let it be realized that the spiritual powers of other people affect the life of the individual, either in a perception of good or bad. Persecution of prophets. But if man at this time begins to think and perceive, he needs the teaching. Therefore, the prophets have been sent by the celestial sons to teach the human race the true laws of the creation and the knowledge regarding life. The people are still most ignorant, following the false laws of the high priests and the distorters, because they do not perceive the new teaching in its truth. Incomprehensibly so, they curse the truth which has to come. They curse the prophets, stone, kill and crucify them. But since the teaching of the truth must be spread among the people, the prophets will simply have to bear the great burdens and whatever suffering might come forth under the execration of the people. Therefore, many prophets have been persecuted, are being persecuted, and so shall it be after my time is past. The prophecy of the destiny according thereto is that this also applies to me, and that I, innocently, will be declared guilty. However, brethren, I shall not be killed, but being in a state of semi-death, I will be considered to be dead for some 3 days and nights. I will be placed in a tomb so that the sign of Jonah will be fulfilled. This shall come to pass at such time as I attain a certain perception within myself, increase my own knowledge, and create a new power in mine own spirit. So be it, for it shall come to pass. And thus the days passed in teachings and lessons. Become as a child. One day it happened that a disciple went to Immanuel and said, "Who is the greatest in spirit?" Immanuel called to a child who was nearby, and placed it among them and spoke, "Verily I say to you, if you do not change and become as the children, you will not become great in spirit. He who searches and seeks and gathers understanding, who thirsts for knowledge as this child, will be great in spirit. And he who searches and seeks and finds like such a child, will be in himself always the greatest. But he who does not heed this truth and follows false teachings, and neither searches nor finds, would be better off with a millstone around his neck, hanged, and drowned at sea, where it is the deepest, for there is no sense in life and there is no fulfilling of its meaning without searching, seeking and finding. It would be better to expel those who do not understand, from life, so that they cannot hinder the willing, who do seek truth. But in the afterlife it is certain that the unreasonable people are willing to heed the law of the creation. Woe to the world because of annoyances. Trouble must come, but woe to the one through whom it is caused. However, if your hand or your foot annoys you and is lost, do not take heed. It is better to lose a limb and to grow great in spirit than to have 2 hands and 2 feet and remain small in spirit, or to wither altogether. Further, if an eye offends you and becomes blind, do not pay attention to it. It is better for you to see the laws of the creation in the vision and might of your spirit, rather than having 2 eyes and be spiritually blind. See to it that you do not become one of those who are sound in body but sick and lacking in mind and spirit. Search always the meaning and truth of my teachings. Since I am as human as are you, I, too, have to search and perceive, for I, too, am about mind growing and understanding. However, since I am human like you and have gathered my knowledge, so are you capable of learning, searching, perceiving, and knowing. Through this you follow the law of the creation. And through this will you know that you, too, can reach thy perfection. For I come forth that you might know of the path and truth. Counsel in privacy. If your fellow man makes errors and embraces teaching in falseness, go to him and confront him in privacy. If he listens to you, you have won your fellow man and done a great service. If he does not hear you and keeps on embracing his senselessness, let him go, for he is not worthy of your teaching once you have done all that you can do. However, come to your own knowledge that that which you proclaim is in actual fact, truth, and not of thy own perception of personal opinion. It is better to allow an unreasonable person to walk on the path of misery than to bring confusion to one's own spirit. Therefore, take great caution that you be absolute in your truth, and not tainted by falseness to any manner or degree. Verily I say to you, the heavens would fall down before an unreasonable person could be taught reason. Therefore, beware of same, for acceptance of truth comes from just logic and clarity of reason. Sow the seeds of truth and wisdom on fertile soil where they can be germinated and grow, for only germinated seed and sturdy plants will bring forth great fruit. About this time Immanuel departed from Galilee and went into the Jewish land, beyond the Jordan River. Many people followed him there also, and he healed those who came to him in request of help. Pharisees and divorce. The Pharisees also came to him, taunted him, and said, Is it right for a man to divorce his wife for any cause? Immanuel answered and said, Verily I say to you, stars would fall from heaven before divorce is permissible, because, for the sake of marriage does a person leave his father and mother and stay with his spouse, and they will become one flesh and one blood. And they are no longer two, but as one in flesh and in blood, and that is theirs. And from that oneness can they then bring forth offspring which again, are one flesh and one blood of their father and their mother combined. What, therefore, has been joined together, let no man put asunder, for it is against the laws of nature that the child can be properly nurtured and grow in truth and strength as one within the unit of one. Then they retorted, Why then, did Moses command that a letter of separation be issued in case of divorce? He spoke to them, Moses gave you permission to divorce because of the hardness of your own hearts and the dominion over you, but it has not been so since the beginning of the human race, for in this instance Moses did break the law. But I say to you that whoever divorces except if it be for adultery in fornication, or for other errors made by the other, is breaking a marriage. Then the disciples inquired of him, If that is the way it is between a person and his spouse, it is not good to marry. But he responded wearily to them, Not everyone understands this word, save those to whom it is given, for some do not enter a marriage, because from the time of their birth they are unsuited for marriage, some do not enter a marriage because other people have made them unsuited for it, and others, again, do not enter a marriage because they renounce marriage for the sake of spiritual power. He who can grasp this, let him grasp this. It is not the divorcing that should be given the careful consideration but rather the marriage. Children and wisdom. Then it was that the children were brought to him so that he would lay his hands on them to bless them. But the disciples rebuked them as being an annoyance. But Immanuel spoke, Leave the children alone and do not stop them from coming to me, for they are my most attentive listeners and of such is the kingdom of wisdom. He put his hands on them and said, Teach knowledge and wisdom, and you shall be spiritually complete and true followers of the law. Verily I say to you, inasmuch as I am called Immanuel, which means God with us, you, too, shall bear this name if you perceive the wisdom of knowledge. He then said to his disciples, Verily, verily I say to you, seek knowledge and perceive the truth if you are to be wise. Since I am named God with us, this means that I stand spiritually above kings and emperors, which means, truth is among us. Thus I am the king of wisdom among the human races, as God is the king of wisdom among the sons of heaven, which are the creators of the three human races. But as I was born of earth woman and speak her language, I am called Immanuel as God is called God in his language, which means king of wisdom and ruler over this human race and ruler over the people. Seek and understand my speech and its meaning lest you may be so bold to call me the Son of God, or to attribute to me the power of the creation, or to insult me by calling me the ruler over good and evil. Behold the little children, they are not like you, they believe in the truth and the wisdom of my speech, and therefore wisdom shall be theirs. So why do you push them away? Then he gently placed his hands upon them and then departed the place. What's in it for us? As they were walking, Peter said to him, Behold, we have forsaken all to follow you, and what shall we get for that? Immanuel spoke to them, Verily I say to you, you who follow me, some of you will embrace the wisdom of my teaching, so you will be spiritually great in the incarnations to come. But some of you will not perceive the wisdom of my teaching and will spread false teachings about me in the times to come. But those shall have a difficult time finding the truth in their coming incarnation. But ye must come into thy truth and wisdom in the conclusion if ye are to gain thy spiritual perfection. And thus it will be among the human races from east to west, and from north to south. My teaching will be brought to many, but they will not perceive it. Many will follow false teachings about me and therefore not find the truth, because they consider me God or his son, or perhaps even the son of the creation. Great words will be spoken and some will proclaim that they alone know the truth, because they have become victims of a terrible mistake, and thus follow evil and falsified teachings. Many will be the first among human races, because they will think humanly in their false teachings. But they will be the last in spiritual knowledge and very small, indeed. In wisdom. Wisdom will only be where the knowledge about wisdom bears fruit and follows and respects the laws of the creation in truth. I, Sananda, do place my seal upon these words. So be it and se la. I am that I am Sananda. Salu, Salu, Salu. Chapter 12. Rec number 3 Iskarioth / Immanuel Sananda Wednesday, August 9, 1989, 3 p.m. Year 2, Day 358 Faith, Healing and Truth. In all the places where Immanuel went the infirm followed, Many blind people came, for word of his healing had gone far and wide. Thus as they traveled into Jericho, there were many blind ones in the crowds. As Immanuel and his disciples entered into the city, 2 blind persons sat by the wayside, and when they heard Immanuel passing by, they screamed and said, "O Lord, Son of a celestial Son, have mercy on us." But the people threatened them so that they would be silent. But they implored even louder and pleaded, "O Lord, Son of a celestial Son, have mercy on us." Immanuel stopped and stood still, then called to them, and said, "What do you want me to do for you?" They responded and said, "Lord, that our eyes be opened and we can see the beauty of this world." Immanuel had pity for them and asked, "What do you believe? Whose power is it which can make you see?" They said, "The power of the creation which is in the laws." Immanuel was astonished and said, "Verily, so far I have never seen such faith and knowledge among these people. Be it done to you as you believe." And he touched their eyes, and soon they had vision and got up and followed him. As they traveled along on their way, Immanuel taught the people most candidly, saying, "Verily, verily I say to you, if you are knowledgeable in spirit and embrace wisdom, and if you have faith in the truth and do not doubt, you will not only do such things with blind eyes, but when you say to the fig tree it should dry up, then it will dry up, or, when you say to the mountain lift you up and throw me into the sea, it will come to pass, for you are knowledgeable in the truth of wisdom, so that your spirit will become totally powerful. When you are knowledgeable and live in the truth of wisdom, your spirit will be filled with infinite power. And then, everything that you command or ask for in prayer, when you believe it, you will receive. Do not believe, however, that prayer is necessary, for you will also receive without prayer if your spirit is trained through wisdom. Do not make the mistake and believe in the false teachings that man has a will, for this belief is incorrect. Know then, whatever man wants to attempt he is obligated at all times to first create a will for this or that, because this is the law of nature. Thus man determines the course of his life, which is called fate. But it is such that he must acquire the knowledge and learn wisdom, so that from this he creates a will which is then within the law of nature. Consider yourselves as people who live in order to learn and to perfect the spirit. For you are born for the obligation of becoming perfect in spirit. Do not worry about the future, when the false teaching is spread, that man would have to perfect himself in spirit another time because he has fallen away from the creation. Beware false teachings. Each spirit in man is a unit, so is the creation in itself a unit, and has no other powers besides it. In itself, the creation is pure spirit and therefore is infinite power, for it is one with itself, and nothing exists outside of it. Therefore, beware of the false and adulterated teachings of the future, which will insult me by calling me the son of the creation, and also as the son of God. For these teachings lead to lies, and because of them the world will suffer much want and distress. Do not pay heed to the false teachings of the future, which are trying to make into one, the spirit, the creation, and me, and making a trinity thereof, which again shall be a unit. Beware of these false and adulterated teachings of the future, for a trinity is impossible according to the logical laws of the creation, there is only one. Verily I say to you, the princes keep their people down, and the sovereigns do violence unto them, but when they use violence, the new cults will do violence when they adulterate my teachings and proceed to disperse them. Beware of them and do not carry the yoke of the false teachings because of force. It shall not be so among you, but you shall be great and teach the wisdom. As I have come to teach the wisdom and knowledge among the people, so you shall continue to teach, so the truth may penetrate. Into Jerusalem on the donkey. When they came near Jerusalem, to Bethphage, near the Mount of Olives, Immanuel sent out 2 of his disciples and said to them, Go to the place which lies before you and you will find a female donkey tied to a post and a foal with her, untie her and bring her to me, for she was a gift to me and is only encamped there. And if anyone asks you a question as to why you are taking the animal, say to them, Immanuel of Nazareth needs her. Soon they will let you take her. The disciples went forth and did as instructed, and they returned with the female donkey and the foal and they put their clothes on its back and Immanuel sat thereon. When the people heard that Immanuel, the king of wisdom would come, they spread their clothes on the path, and others cut off branches from the trees and spread them out on the path. The people who went ahead of him and those who followed him screamed and said, Hail to the descendants of David. Praise to him who comes and publicizes the new teaching. When they entered into Jerusalem, the whole city was excited and said, Who is it that comes? But the people said, That is Immanuel, the prophet from Nazareth in Galilee who brings a new teaching of wisdom. Purging of the temple. In Jerusalem, Immanuel went into the temple and when he saw what was taking place he became furious. There were dealers, salespeople, merchants dealing with doves and many money changers who had established themselves therein. He shouted at them in a loud voice, It is written, the temple is to be a place of teaching, a place of contemplation. But you change it into a den for thieves. In his anger he kicked over the tables of the money changers and the chairs of the dealers of doves and drove them all out with the whip of a donkey driver. Then he allowed the blind and the lame to come to him in the temple and he healed them, all who came. When the high priests and scribes saw the great deeds he accomplished and the people who were screaming in the temple saying, Hail to the descendants of David, they became extremely agitated. They shouted at him, Do you hear what they are saying? But Immanuel said to them, Are you so afraid of the truth that the truth annoys you? He immediately left them there in the temple and left the city and went to Bethany and stayed there overnight. By whose authority? When Immanuel again came into the temple and taught, The high priests, scribes, and the elders of the people came to him and asked, "With what authority are you doing these things, and who gave you the power?" Immanuel angrily responded, "I, too, want to ask you a word, and if you answer that question, I will tell you from where the power originates that allows me to do these things. From where was the baptism of John? Was it through the creation or through people?" And they pondered the question and discussed it among themselves. If we say it was through the creation, then he will say, "Then why do you not believe in it and why aren't you following the laws?" But if we say it was through men, we will have to be afraid of the people for they consider John a prophet. The parable of two sons. So, they answered Immanuel, saying, "We don't know." Thereupon he said to them, "You generation of vipers, so I will not tell you by whose power I do these things. But what do you think? A man had two sons and went to the first one and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' But he answered and said, 'Yes, father, I will go.' Yet he did not go. So he went to the other son and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' But the second son answered and said, 'I don't want to do it and therefore I will not go.' But soon afterwards he felt remorse and went into the vineyard and worked. Now I ask you, which of the two did the will of the father?" They said, "The latter, of course." But Immanuel rebuked them, "Verily, verily I say to you, the publicans and prostitutes will perceive the wisdom of knowledge before you do. John and the prophets came to you and taught you the right way and you did not believe them, but the publicans and the prostitutes believed them. And even though you saw it, you did not repent or change your mind, so that you would have afterwards also believed the truth. You know the truth, and yet you deny it, so that you would profit thereby in terms of gold, silver, and goods, and that you thereby get rich at the expense of the poor, whom ye have led astray." The parable of the vine dressers. But listen to another parable about a vineyard, and perhaps you will understand it if your mind is not cracked. There was a lord who owned much. He planted a vineyard and built a fence around it. He dug a wine press therein, built a tower and leased it all to vine dressers. He then left the country. When the time came that the grapes were ripe, he sent his servants to the vine dressers so that they would receive the grapes. The vine dressers took the servants, one was beaten, one was killed outright, and the third one they stoned to death. Again the Lord sent other servants, more than the first time, and they, too, were all killed. At last he sent the son of the administrator to them, for he was sure the vine dressers would fear the administrator's son. But when the vine dressers saw the son of the administrator, they spoke among themselves, "This is the heir, come let us kill him and take his inheritance." They took him from the vineyard and killed him, or so they thought. And while deeming him dead, put him in a tomb where he was in a state of semi-death for some 3 days and 3 nights and then fled, and the son arose and returned to the lord of the vineyard. But when the lord of the vineyard heard of what had happened to the son of the administrator, what do you think he did? They responded, "He would probably have the villains killed and turn his vineyard over to other vine dressers who would give him the fruits at the right time. He most certainly must have turned over the legacy to the son of the administrator at an early date." Immanuel spoke, "You recognize the meaning, and that is what you have read in the scriptures, the stone that the builders threw away became the cornerstone. Therefore I tell you, I am as the son of administrator of the vineyard. My teachings are not strange to you and are very well known, for they have already been given to you by the prophets and you know them thereof. But if you disregard them and interpret them to your own advantage, that is, accuse me of lying, you thus accuse God of lying. It was upon God's advice that I was created by one of his kind, and because of whom I am a prophet here before you now. Therefore I say to you, peace and joy shall be taken away from you and also from your people, for all times, and they shall be given to a people which brings forth its fruits." Penalty of disregarding the laws of God. If you disregard and kick with your feet all the laws of God, who is the ruler over this, and the two other human races in the north and in the east, you shall be disregarded and kicked with feet for all time to come. The burden of the Jews will be like a heavy stone of the 7 great ages. And he who falls upon this stone will be shattered, but upon whomever it falls, he will be pulverized into dust. When the high priests and Pharisees heard his speeches, they understood that they would be cursed, and all those ones who followed of their false teachings, for all time to come. And they deliberated as to how they might seize him, but they were afraid of the people, for the people believed Immanuel to be a prophet. When the Pharisees held counsel with each other as to how they would catch Immanuel in his speech, they sent to him their followers and the people of Herod. "Give unto Caesar." They taunted, "Lord, we know that you are true and that you teach the law properly and do not consider the rank of a person, because you do not pay tribute to people but only to the laws of God and to truth, and to the laws of the creation. Therefore tell us your opinion, is it right to pay tax unto Caesar, or is it not?" Immanuel was aware of their maliciousness and said, "You hypocrites, of what low mentality you are. To want to aggravate me in such a foolish manner? Show me a tax coin so that I can heal you from your sick stupidity." And they gave him a coin. He then said to them, "Whose image and inscription is on this coin?" They responded, "It is that of the emperor." So he answered them, "Therefore, give to Caesar the things which are Caesar's, and give to God the things which are God's. But beware and know that God and the emperor are people above whom is the almighty creation to which you are to give the highest praise. For even though God and the emperor are rulers over the human race and the people, the creation, as the highest power, is above them, upon whose laws they are dependent." Whereupon, they listened with astonishment and left Immanuel alone. A lesson for the Sadducees. On the same day the Sadducees, who do not believe in rebirth, came up to Immanuel and asked him, Master, Moses has said, when a man dies and has no children his brother should take the widow as his wife and should beget descendants for his brother. Now, there were among us 7 brothers. The first one married and died, and because he had no descendants he left his wife to his brother, and so did the second, the third, until the 7th, and at last the woman died after all of them. Now you tell us there is a new life. Whose wife will she be among the 7 in a new life? All of them had her as a wife. But Immanuel answered and said, You are mistaken and do not know the unadulterated scriptures of the elders, nor do you know the laws of the creation. Verily I say to you, Moses never gave this law but gave the law that a brother should take his brother's wife to himself, in honor, so if one died the other would take care of the widow of his brother. How could it be that a brother could beget for his brother descendants, since everyone's seed is different? But in new life one decides for himself whom he wishes to marry, if he wishes to marry, which is not certain. Take heed of the laws of the creation which teaches that in a new life man does not remember the former life, which makes your question superfluous. At this point it is only the prophets who remember the former life, since they follow the laws of the creation and therefore live in wisdom. Since you and the Jewish people will live in spiritual darkness for an extended period, perception and wisdom of spirit will remain hidden for a very long period of time. Other peoples will be advanced and developed spiritually to a very high degree and follow the laws of the creation. There will also be many, many more who will not follow the true teaching and they will be as you. Therefore, other peoples will be superior to you in spirit, for they will gather great wisdom and grow abundantly in spirit and will, therefore, have among them those who will be like the prophets and remember former lifespans in their life streams. You of Israel and the other ones without truth and wisdom, shall remain in spiritual poverty and drift in spiritual darkness, inasmuch as they incurred punishment, they shall have to endure it. When the people heard these words they were shocked and afraid and fell into silence. Then it came to pass that the Pharisees heard that Immanuel had shut the mouths of the Sadducees, so they held a meeting where they would take counsel. Greatest commandment? One among them, a scribe, taunted Immanuel and asked, Which one is the greatest of commandments in the law? He spoke and replied, Whose law are you speaking about? Are you asking about the law of the emperor or are you thinking about the law of God, or are you thinking about the law of the creation? The scribe replied, I am asking of the laws of all 3. Immanuel responded, The highest commandment in the law of the creation is, achieve the wisdom of knowledge inasmuch as this will enable you to wisely follow the laws of the creation. The highest commandment of the law of God is, You shall honor God as the ruler of the 3 human races and follow his laws for he is the king of wisdom of the 3 human races. But the highest command of the laws of the emperor is, You shall be subject to the emperor and follow his laws and give to him a tenth, for he is ruler over the people. These are the noblest and greatest laws of the 3, determined according to their type, but the other one is this, and equal to the first, you shall consider as omnipotent the creation alone, for it alone is constant and infinite. For God and the emperor are temporal, but the creation is eternal. These 2 commandments include the entire law of the prophets. The laws of God and the emperor are human laws and meant to rule men in orderly and righteous manner, but the laws of the creation are the laws of life and spirit and are therefore eternal and constant. Likewise is the spirit of man immortal, for how could the creation itself ever cease to be? If a person is dead in the physical, the spirit lives on, and leaves this existence for the one beyond, where it continues to gather the wisdom of knowledge. According to the amount of spiritual wisdom gained, he, himself, decides his future and his return, as well as his activity later on in his experience. Since I, too, am a prophet and know the future, I tell you that I shall return as a representative of God, so that I can sit in judgment of all those who follow false teachings and belittle the wisdom of spirit. Whose son am I? But when the Pharisees were together, Immanuel asked them and said, What do you think, whose son am I? They answered, The son of David. He retorted, How can I be the son of David? He has been dead for a very long period of time and I have been begotten by Gabriel, the guardian angel, yet do not even remember your own stories. Further, haven't you read or heard, that David called me Lord when he said, The Lord said to my Lord, Sit down at my right side so that I can place your enemies under your feet, for you are my stepson and my successor, so, since David calls me Lord, how can I be his son? No one could give him an answer and they said secretly, He blasphemes God and the prophets. Let us contemplate how to arrest him and condemn him that he be executed, for he endangers our very positions and we shall no longer be respected by the people if we do not rid ourselves of this man. Beware of scribes and Pharisees. Immanuel then turned to the people and the disciples and said, The scribes and the Pharisees sit on the chairs of the prophets. Everything they say, however, you refrain from doing and keep not their rules and do not act according to their works. They teach you false teachings which they and their predecessors have falsified that they might profit therefrom. They contrive of heavy burdens that they might place them upon the shoulders of the people, but they themselves will not want to lift a finger in production or works. Any labor that they do is done in the impressing of others. They enlarge their prayer belts as well as the tassels on their clothing. They love to sit in the best places at the tables, and within the synagogues. They love to be greeted at the marketplace and to be called master by the people. Do not allow anyone to call you a master until you have perceived the wisdom of knowledge. Neither let anyone call you teacher until you follow the laws of the creation. For he who allows others to call him master and teacher, who does not have the wisdom of knowledge, will be denounced as a liar. He who will undeservedly exalt himself, will be abased, and he who undeservedly abases himself, will be esteemed lightly. Let him who is great in spirit consider himself great, and him who is small in spirit consider himself small, and he who is middling in spirit consider himself middling. It is stupid and unwise if a man lets others consider him greater or smaller than he is. Beware, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who block spiritual progress for the people, you will not attain it easily and you keep it from those who wish to attain it because of false teachings and the power of your man-made laws. You hypocrites devour the homes of the widows and devote long prayers for the sake of appearance. Therefore, you shall stay in spiritual darkness all the longer for your foolishness. Woe unto you hypocrites who pass through lands, countries, and seas in order to win a follower for Judaism, and after one has become a Jew, you turn him into an irrational and unreasonable child that is serving false teachings in a twofold manner, as do you. An oath is of no substance. Woe unto you, you blind leaders of false teachings who say, if a person swears by the temple, that does not count, but if a person swears by the gold on the temple, that binds him. You fools and blinded ones, you are the offspring of evil. Why do you let people swear knowing that an oath is not binding and is a worthless act? How can you say that if a person swears by the altar, that does not count, but if a person swears through sacrifice, that is binding? You blind and false teachers, who gave you the right to demand an oath or to swear, since the laws of the creation state that oaths should not be given? Your speech should always be yes, or no. Therefore, he who swears by anything on earth or the universe, swears by something fleeting, which is without any substance. And therefore, an oath is of no substance either. Therefore, he who swears by anything commits a crime with respect to the truth of his word and makes it doubtful. Woe unto you, you blind leaders of a horde of blind who say, this should be done and that should not be left undone, since you represent a false teaching. Woe unto you who increase tenfold mint, marami, dill, and caraway seed, and consider least important the most important in the law, namely, the right to freedom and knowledge and the truth of the creation. You are foolish and blind leaders, you are mosquitoes and swallow camels which you cannot digest. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who keep cups and bowls outwardly clean, yet inside they are full of rapaciousness and greed. First you must purify that which is inside the cup so that what is on the outside also becomes, and remains, pure. So you, too, appear godly and good in front of people, but inwardly you are full of hypocrisy and falsehood and violations. Woe unto you hypocrites who build tombs for the prophets and adorn the graves of the just and speak, if we had been at the time of our fathers, we would not have become guilty with them, in the shedding of the prophets' blood. Woe to you hypocrites who secretly call the dead from the common people and talk with them and believe them, but they only speak of that which they already thought wrongly during their lifetime. You are not great enough to call upon the dead who have some wisdom and tell of the truth. You give testimony to yourself that you are the children of those people who killed the prophets and falsified their teachings. Therefore, you fulfill the measure of your fathers, since you end your life without understanding, and you will have trouble learning in the future. You generation of vipers, how can you be great in spirit without having any understanding? All the just blood which was shed through you, on earth, will come back to you, beginning with the first prophet whom your fathers and forefathers murdered, to the blood of Zacharias, the son of Barachas whom you have killed between the temple and the altar, and therefore, all the blood of the future which will be shed will be of your accountability. Verily, verily I say to you, all this shall come upon you, and upon your race, for a very long time yet to come and pass. Prophecies of the End Days. As Immanuel walked from the temple, the disciples wanted to show him the building in which the temple was built. But he spoke to them, do you not see all this? Verily I say to you, not one stone here will remain upon the other without being broken. For the Jews trespass against life and the truth, and they built the city on the blood of people. They plundered this land through rapaciousness and murder, and killed their friends with whom they drank wine. Thus they betrayed their own friends and murdered them, because of their greediness. Likewise it shall be done unto them. Later as he sat on the Mount of Olives, his disciples came to him and requested, tell us, when will this happen and what will be the sign? But Immanuel answered and said, see to it that no one leads you astray. For many will come in my name and say, I am Immanuel. And they will lead great numbers of ones astray. People will hear about wars and war cries, they shall see and not be startled. This is what must happen, but that is not yet the end. Because people will rise against one another and one kingdom against another, and there will be times of great need and earthquakes and great floods all about the lands. This is the beginning of great calamities, and great cataclysms. Soon the people with the knowledge will be surrendered to grief and many will be killed. They will be hated for the sake of truth in their teaching and for their wisdom. Many kinds of cults will rise up against one another, and much blood will flow and many hearts and spirits will be broken. Many will succumb as a result of these conflicts and will betray one another, and will hate one another because they remain small in spirit. Because there will be lack of faith, love will become cold and deadened in many, many people. Hatred will rule over all the world and evil will reign for a long period of time. But he who persists in the truth will survive. This lesson will be preached throughout the entire world as testimony for all peoples, and then the end will come when the word of truth has gone forth throughout the total of the lands. When the people will see the horror of destruction in Jerusalem and the lands thereabout, of which the prophets have already spoken, then the end will come. When this happens, whoever is at that time in the land of Judea, should flee to the mountains. He who is on the roof, should not come down from it to get anything from out of his house. He who is in the field should not come back in order to get his coat or any other of his possessions. O woe to the women in this place, who are pregnant and those who are suckling their babes at that time, for they shall suffer much grief and death. There will be multitudes. There will follow great grief as has never been before since the beginning of the world until now, and also never will be again. And, if these days were not shortened, no man would remain alive, but the days will be shortened for the sake of the Spirit and wisdom, and for the sake of people who serve the truth and the laws. There shall be untold gnashing and chattering of teeth and great mourning and screaming when this time comes, because of man's lack of understanding and because of his greed. There shall be machines made from metal for use in the air, on the waters and on land, to kill one another in great masses. They shall throw heavy projectiles out of these machines made of metal and they shall strike the cities throughout the lands. Fire will come out of these projectiles and burn the world so that hardly anything will survive, and that which does survive will not long be spared. They will put the cornerstones of life itself into the projectiles in order to kindle the deadly fires. And, if at that time the celestial suns would not appear in order to bring it to a standstill, verily I tell you, not one person would survive upon the face of earth. Since the human race will, at that time, number at least 10 times 500 million people, 2 parts thereof will be destroyed and killed. When at that point someone will say to the people, Behold, here is Immanuel, they shall not believe it, because many false Immanuels and false prophets will rise up and do great signs and wonders, so that if it were possible, also even the wise and knowing would be misled. Behold, I told you so before. Therefore, when they shall say, He is in the desert, man shall not go out, and behold, he is in a chamber, they shall not believe. Since I will most certainly return at that point in time, I will let them recognize me, this is how the law is written and thus shall it be. For, as lightning starts with the rise and radiates until its setting, thus will be my coming among the heavenly hosts with whom I shall have my renewed life at that time. Men of all times, beware, wherever the carcass is there, the vultures will gather, so beware of them. Soon after the grief of that time, sun and moon will no longer radiate, and the stars will fall from heaven and the powers of the heavens will become shaky. The structure of the heavens will be disturbed because of the senselessly erupted power of men who will be living in greed, power, and addiction. There will then appear a sign in the sky. And then all the generations on earth will cry and will see the celestial sons coming in the clouds of the sky, and they are of great power and will judge harshly against senselessness. Since God is the ruler over the 3 human races, he, therefore, will judge them through his representatives. Man owes God his creation and God is the ruler over him, so that he has to follow his commandments and respect him as the greatest king of wisdom. He will send forth his guardian angels with loud trumpets and will gather his followers from the 4 winds, from one end of the earth unto the other end. Blessed ones, learn a parable from the fig tree, when its branch begins to have leaves and they are coming out, you know that summer is near. Likewise, the people at that time, when they see all of this they will know that it is close at hand. Verily, verily I say to you, this is how it will be. And this human race will not pass until all of this has come about. Heaven and earth will pass, and the universe also, but my words will not pass, for they are words of truth within the laws of the creation. No one knows of the day nor hour that all this will happen, nor do the guardian angels of God, nor I, Immanuel, but God alone who has the greatest wisdom, knows. He is the ruler over these human races and to him is due honor and praise, and he, too, owes honor and praise unto the creation which is above all. So be it, if man reveres and honors God and recognizes only the creation as the supreme power, he thereby acts rightly in truth. Let us draw this to a close for this session. I treasure you for your service. It is wondrous to sit with the Master, Sananda, and know that he has grown into his perfection and allow these things to be put to paper in mine own words, so that the record is set to straight. I am humble in mine gratitude. I take my leave, I am Judas Iscariot. I am that I am Sananda Immanuel, that my seal be placed on the truth of these writings. So be it and Selah. Blessings and peace be unto you ones in this time of great stress, for I am never from thee. Hatonn. Chapter 13. Rec number 1 Iscariot / Immanuel Sananda Thursday, August 10, 1989, 7:15 a.m. Year 2, Day 359. Dharma, Sananda here. It is recognized that most of the lessons have already been given unto you regarding the last pages of the ancient scrolls. As these will also be brought forth in the exact format given, I choose to have the scrolls translated, for you once a second time that the records be untainted. There is only one other section that I wish presented in current format, and it is the one of the crucifixion as presented by my most revered and honored, Gabriel. I will give you instruction for the publication of the remaining material as we reach the conclusion of the translations. I place my seal and my truth upon these words. I again relinquish the circuitry to Judas Iscariot that you can continue with as little interruption as is possible. Thy brothers can be organizing the materials given since I began the regular lessons that they will be the next binded. I must have rapid catch up with public input, so we will back with credentials as we move forward, as well as publish many of the lessons of Hatonn, Hatonn, and our beloved Kohans of the 7 rays. You do not concern yourself with it now. Some letters of credence will be published with several of the documents. I now move to standby. Blessings upon the word. Judas to continue, Dharma. Greetings in a new day in the glory and radiance of the most radiant one. Laws and commandments. Immanuel spoke of the commandments and laws, thusly, since the commandments of the creation apply and also the laws of God, thus they shall be followed and respected. Since the laws of the creation are the laws of the Spirit, so are the laws of God the laws of order and of life. God issued the laws as regulation for that which is right and also as a guideline for life. Thus laws and commandments serve as paths upon which man shall walk in wisdom and intelligence, if he is truthful in his righteousness. Inasmuch as the laws of the creation and the laws of God are followed, there is no need for men to bring forth other laws, of any kind, whatsoever. The laws of creation and the laws of God shall be considered as the true laws, and they shall have to be followed, for they alone are valid. If man deviates from these commandments and these laws, he brings forth human laws which are based on false logic and, therefore, are faulty. If man is faint of heart in spirit, so are his laws faint-hearted and are like heresy. If man is presumptuous and disregards the commandments and laws of the creation and of God, he is forced to bring forth his own laws which are full of mistakes and lead him astray. Laws and commandments made according to men produce murder and evil will spread and gain control, and man no longer has any power over it. Commandments and laws are valid only if they are derived from wisdom and logic. But logic requires wisdom and perception. Human commandments and human laws are powerless if not based upon the laws of the creation, and God's laws are also based thereon, as were issued by him in wisdom. Proverbs. Verily I say to you, wisdom has to be learned from the laws of the creation which man perceives in nature. But if man does not think and search, he will not attain wisdom and remains a fool. The wise do not cry over lost things, over those who have physically died, or over things of the past. Fools cry over things that are not worthy of weeping, thereby they increase their grief and obviously are in need of experiencing misery. He who is rich in wisdom and lives according to the laws, does not allow that creatures should suffer, even the least pain or wound, if they are without fault. A fool or a madman who does not conquer and control his emotions, considers destruction as an advantage and reverse-wise, an advantage as destruction, and considers great suffering as a type of joy. Because men do not follow wisdom and do not seek knowledge, nor perceive the laws, they are filled with imprudence and vice. The dishonest, the stupid, the defiant, the miserly, those without moral scruples, the coarse and vulgar, and the angry, will be hurt as someone who is poor in spirit. If a person perceive, daily in due manner, just a little wisdom in spirit, he progresses like the moon during the light half of thy month cycle. Wisdom is the greatest asset of man and so is the created will which is lord over love and happiness, but all this has no meaning without the power of spirit. A fool who waits for fate to act, without doing anything himself, perishes like an unfired pot placed in water. He who takes care of a cow always will receive milk, likewise, he who nurtures wisdom and applies it through the power of spirit brings forth rich fruitage. Perceive every law of the creation and once you have perceived it, seize it, and live accordingly, for the laws are the greatest of wisdom. There is no eye that is equal to wisdom, no darkness equal to ignorance, no power equal to the power of the Spirit, and no terror equal to that of spiritual poverty and deprivation. There is no higher happiness than wisdom, and no better friend than knowledge. There is no other Savior than the power of the Spirit. He who has intelligence may grasp my speech so that he is wise and knowing. Saul confronted and confused. As Immanuel finished this discourse to the ones gathered with him, a man named Saul came to him and said, "You are preaching heresy, and it is strange to me, listening from the onset. It appears most stupid and your spirit seems greatly confused." Immanuel responded with irritation, "How can you tell me that I am confused in spirit whereas it is you who is completely confused in spirit? Verily I say to you, Saul, you are persecuting me, as well as my disciples, because of my teaching, but you will change your mind, my friend. From now on you shall be named Paul and travel in all different directions, and you shall have to suffer greatly for having called my teaching heresy and my spirit confused. You will heap upon your back a great burden, for in your lack of understanding and foolishness, you will misunderstand my teachings, and therefore, teach falsely. Your speech will be confused, and the people all over the world will be in bondage to your false word, and slaves unto it, and will worship the doctrine of lies which you will put forth unto them. Ye will not even be in the knowledge of that which you do, but in the ending ye shall be required to rectify that which you shall perpetrate in this time. You will place the entire land of the Greek in bondage to an evil cult with your false teachings, thus you will call me in their language the Anointed. It will be the fault of your ignorance that they will call me Jesus Christ, which means the Anointed. My name is Immanuel, God among us, and ye shall be responsible for thousands of generations to be in false knowledge. Further, it will rest on thy back, in thy ignorance, that the wondrous name of Jesus will be used falsely, and in that name, human blood will be shed, so much will be shed that it cannot be contained in all the now existing containers. So be it, Paul, for it shall come to pass. You continue to persecute me and also my disciples, because of my teaching. Soon, however, the time will arrive when you will change your perspective. You will face me another time and will assume that I am a spirit form. Oh yes, ye shall be brought up most short. Verily I say to you, as so many others, you will be to blame greatly that my teachings are adulterated and that the human races build erroneous cults, for in your enthusiasm you shall not learn the truth in wisdom. You will be the cornerstone of the senselessness that I will be called Jesus Christ, and the redeemer of false cults, and it shall cause me to need refer to an erroneous name in the ending that I be recognized as who I really am. Even my scribes will have forgotten my name by the ending of your earth times. So shall it come to pass before the fulfillment of the prophecies that these things will be set to right, that man will see and know of his errors." Immanuel was furious, seized a stick and chased Saul away. But Saul then joined with Judah Harioth, the son of the Pharisee, and counseled about how best they could seize Immanuel so that they could turn him over to the persecutors, for his thoughts were filled with revenge and hostility. When Saul had gone, Immanuel called his disciples together, spoke to them and said, "You know that Easter will be in 2 days and I shall be turned over to the courts to be crucified as it is destined, so that I may learn therefrom. Immanuel's betrayer, Judah Harioth. My traitor will be Judah Harioth, the son of the Pharisee, for his mind is interested only in gold, silver, material goods, and chattels. He shall betray me for 30 pieces of silver, for he is misled, for he has been so taught by his father, in avarice and greed. His joy in the pieces of silver, however, will be most short-lived, for he is most fickle and unsteady and will soon be filled with overwhelming remorse for his actions." On suicide. Since Judah Harioth is without courage and of very small faith, he will put a rope around his neck and upon a tree branch, and hang himself to death. Verily, verily I say to you, even though Judah Harioth's suicide appears just, he is acting totally without justice. For, even though man has free will regarding himself, he does not have the right to decide over his life or his death. The intent of the laws is such that man lives his life to the end so that he may perfect his spirit in this manner. If he judges himself through suicide, he deviates from the law and violates the plan of the creation as well as the laws of creation. Perceive from that man has no right to decide over his life or his death. Even if man has experienced for a specific purpose that he might precipitate death in intent for another's growth, he should allow the spirit to take such control and allow the balance of judgment thereof into the hands of the spirit. Man has only the right to determine the kind of life he wishes to live, but not the right to decide over life and death itself. The laws say that there is no event or any situation which would justify suicide. Yet would be wise to take note, however, that in some apparent events of suicide there is not the personal act of self that causes the dimensional change but rather the ultimate spiritual purpose that comes into operation. Yet ones of earth physical aspect are not given the right of judgment. Suicide carried out by a third hand, which means through a hired murderer, or murder for reasons of mercy, is against the laws of the creation. However much guilt a man may acquire, and however large the burden may be, he has no right to determine his own death. Even though Judah Harioth incurs great debt, he has no right to decide over his life and death. Further, no matter how much good a perceived death by suicide might appear to bear, think of the possible good that a devoted life in truth and wisdom could bear. Each debt and each mistake are a way to understanding from which the spirit is perfected. If man is escaping from guilt or a mistake or whatever might be the predicament, by killing himself, he escapes from perception and has to learn that perception in another life experience at some appropriate level of understanding. Therefore, he only delays the process of perfection of the spirit, which is not the will of the creation. Either way, suicide is an act of deplorable cowardice and a disregard of the laws of the creation. After Immanuel had finished this lesson, the disciples were very agitated and said, "Why do we not just catch Judah Harioth and stone him lest he can betray you?" The meaning of the crucifixion. Thereupon Immanuel was furious and shouted, "Do you not know what I prophesied to you, that I would be crucified in order that I would attain a certain understanding? How dare you disregard the destiny of the laws, since this is intended? As I go my way, so every man will need to go his way. Verily I say to you, if I were not to follow my destiny, how could I fulfill my mission which will lead me on to India and other places where I must experience in my truth and growth?" Disciples misunderstand teachings. "O you of little faith and less courage, I taught you the truth and you recognize it not. How can you not comprehend it? For it will be through your refusal to comprehend in truth, after my departure, my teachings will be adulterated by you and spread as false doctrines and as false cults in every direction of the world. All over the world false guidance and false teachings will resound and man will be against man in my false name and nation will rise against nation. Blood will be spilled upon this blessed creation of earth in the name of falseness and ye shall bear of the burden of that truth. Many among you will bear the guilt therein, that man does not recognize the truth even though I have long taught it to you in purity. How can you continue to misunderstand? There will be great resounding in the world regarding your false teaching which you will spread helter-skelter about the lands. Some of you will care so little after my departure that you will bother not to teach at all. So be it, for the prophecies must be fulfilled in their proper time. You have not understood the wisdom in my words nor the truth of my teachings. You are struck with blindness just as are the people, just as predicted by the prophets for this human race. But, since I fulfilled my mission among this generation and could not teach any reason unto the people, because they do not think with reason. Therefore, I will leave, for the teaching of the truth shall be brought also to the two other human races in the north and in the east, inasmuch as this race is under the guidance of God, so are the two other races under him, for he is the Lord of the three human races. I have been sent here as God's prophet according to his will, so that I will teach the three human races the new doctrines. Therefore, I must walk in the path which was destined by God, since I serve his will and his laws, as God himself serves the laws of the creation. Let us take respite please. Salut. Chapter 14. Rec number 2 Iscarioth/Immanuel Sananda Thursday, August 10, 1989, 11:15 a.m. Year 2, Day 359. Immanuel finished his talk with the disciples and we all left for Bethany and the house of Simon, the leper. The woman with the precious water. Behold, a woman came to Immanuel, she had a glass of precious water, perfume, which she poured on his head as he sat at the table. When the disciples noted what she had done, they became angry and disturbed and said, "What is this waste good for? This water could have been sold at a high price and the proceeds used for the poor." Immanuel scolded the disciples and said, "Why do you upset the woman? She did a good deed unto me, for she believes in my teachings and in this way shows her gratitude, and nothing is too expensive for her. This woman has become wise and lives according to the laws of the creation, therefore she thanks me with the precious water, and I am humbled by her gift. Her gratitude will be lasting, and from this day forward her deed shall be known throughout the world. Verily I say to you, now, that wherever my teachings will be preached in all the world, whether falsified or in truth, people will remember what she has done this day as a gift unto me. This will be remembered for all time to come. Also, a false accusation regarding which one of you betrayed me, shall also be forever remembered, and not until the closing time of fulfillment will it be set to correction. While we are gathered here, Judah Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee in Jerusalem, is conjuring a plot against one among you, since they want to present a culprit from out of my own disciples, before the people. Blame Judas was the plan. When Judah Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, will turn me over to the persecutors, my disciple, Judas Iscariot, will be contrived the traitor. This is so that the people will say, Behold, these confused people are divided among themselves, and therefore one betrays the other. So, how can the teaching of Immanuel be truth? Since Judah Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, and my disciple, Judas Iscariot, are of almost identical names. The lie of the high priests will be accepted from the beginning. The Last Supper. On the first day of the unleavened bread, Immanuel spoke to his disciples, Go into the city to a certain person and speak to him and say, Immanuel says to you, I wish to have a Last Supper with my disciples at your dwelling, please, for behold, Easter is near. The disciples did as Immanuel had asked them, and they prepared the meal. When they sat down and ate, he said, Behold, the time is near that I shall have to take my heavy burden upon my shoulders. I do, however, go where I am supposed to go according to the prophets, however, I shall only appear to be in death and will suffer much pain of the physical body. You are not to be afraid, and do not be in trepidation, for this is that which I must do. There are none who can bear this adversity in my stead, nor will any be able to share of it. Verily I say to you, until this is past I shall no longer drink of the fruit of the vineyard or eat of the bread until the time comes that I shall drink it and eat it anew, with you. When I shall have risen from the state between physical life and death, I shall have lain in the tomb for 3 days and 3 nights. When they ate, Immanuel took the bread, broke it, and gave it to the disciples, saying, Take and eat, the body needs nourishment also in times of need and grief. And he took the cup, gave it them, and said, All of you drink from this cup, your throats are thirsty also on rainy and cold days. Verily I say to you, as you do not understand my words now and are annoyed with me because of them, so will you be annoyed with me this night, because your minds still have not been enlightened. When I rise from the tomb, I will walk in front of you to Galilee, so that you may perceive the truth of my words. I have taught you wisdom and truth, but you doubt and do not believe me. Oh, you who are so faint of heart and of such little faith, how startled you will be, how confused, when I shall meet you again after being seemingly dead. But Peter answered and spoke to him, Even if they were all angry with you, I would never be angry. Immanuel rebuked him, Verily I say to you, you will be one of the worst, for in this night, before the cock crows, you will deny me 3 times. Peter contradicted, This will never come about. And even if I had to die with you, I would never deny you. Thus spoke all of the disciples, for they could not believe the words of Immanuel. In the Garden of Gethsemane. After they had eaten, Immanuel went with his disciples to Gethsemane. In a large garden he spoke to his disciples, Sit here until I go there and have a while to pray and meditate. He took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee, and he began to mourn and was filled with despair, for he was anxious and desolate. And he spoke to them, Behold, I am wise and have great knowledge, but I am human and I am apprehensive of things yet to come, for this is man's lot. My heart is utterly sorrowful, therefore, stay with me and watch with me, so that I shall not be so lonely. It is easier to bear a hardship with another, or more, than alone. If God wanted it to be, this cup would pass me by, but not my will but his will be done, for this is what he has planned for me and is that which I came to bear. As he was speaking thusly, Judas Iscariot joined them and said, Listen to what I have to say. Over there near the city walls things are taking place in the shadow, and I just saw covered lights. Immanuel spoke, These may be the persecutors which Judah Iscariot is bringing, for he secretly followed us here that he might betray me. Immanuel turned and walked away, fell on his face and wept, saying, If it is possible, so let this cup pass me, but not as I will, but the law of my destiny shall be fulfilled, so that I will be enlightened in thy wondrous secret. Give unto me strength that I might bear my consignment in truth and honor, for in my human form I am sorely afraid. When he returned to his disciples he found them sleeping, and spoke to Peter, Can you not watch with me for even an hour, lest I am alone in my hour of adversity? Be awake and great, lest you be tempted. The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak. A second time he walked, and again he fell on his face and said, Is it not possible that this cup pass me by, so that I shall drink it, so that I shall be enlightened in the secret and fulfill my mission in a faraway country? Again, when he returned, he found the disciples sleeping, and only Judas Iscariot stood watch with him through the desolate hours. Again Immanuel was so agitated that he walked, and again fell on his face for a third time and cried bitterly and pleaded, I am so afraid because I know that I have to go my way which is decided already for me. How willing is the spirit and how weak is the flesh, which is so frightened of pain. And he was so afraid that drops of blood oozed from his veins and his entire body trembled. And with his face flushed red, he came to his disciples and spoke to them, Do you want to sleep or rest now, or do you want to watch with me? Behold, the hour has come that I shall be turned over into the hands of the persecutors. Get up and let us go. For behold, the persecutors are coming. The kiss of betrayal. While he was still speaking, behold, Judah Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee came, and with him a great number of people sent by the high priests and the elders of the people. These ones bore swords and poles with spear points. Judah Iscariot had given them a signal as they had plotted the arrest, and had said to them, Behold, I shall flatter him and confuse him as if I were to repent the sins of my life. And as a sign of flattery there will be a kiss. And behold, whomever I shall place the kiss, you shall seize. He then stepped up to Immanuel and said, I greet you, Master, who allows me to repent my old life, so that I now shall follow your teachings. Then he walked forward unto Immanuel and kissed him on the cheek. Immanuel said to him, My friend, why have you come to me to tell a lie, for in your mind burns treason? Immanuel seized. The persecutors came to him, put their hands on Immanuel and seized him. Behold, one of the group had changed his mind and was filled with remorse and stepped forward to defend Immanuel. He stretched out his hand and pulled forth a sword and in the fray, cut off the ear of the servant of a high priest. Immanuel spoke to him, Put your sword back into its sheath. For he who takes a sword without need will perish by the sword. Or, do you think that I could not have fled before your crowd of persecutors arrived? But how could I have gone my way if I had done so? And this one turned away and cried bitterly and fled, he was never seen again. But then Immanuel talked to the crowd, You came here like ye would come unto a murderer, with swords and spears, in order to capture me. It would have been far easier for you to capture me within the city. Daily I sat there in the temple teaching, yet you did not seize me. You hypocrites, you must have been afraid of the people, and therefore you come to me like thieves, so that you can throw me into prison in darkness and not within sight of the people. Verily I say to you, darkness will be light, and your deed will be in everyone's mouth and you will be accused for eons of time to come. Thereupon, Simeon, the Pharisee, spoke and said, Your sayings are stupid and filled with lies, for why should we be afraid of the people? You taught the people falsely and called our laws lies, and for that you will suffer. You thought we would not catch you and bring you to trial for your transgressions, but you were mistaken therein. For one among you, who was with you yet was not of your persuasion has betrayed you for 30 pieces of silver. That one is Judas Iscariot. But Immanuel answered and said, Verily I say to you, you may succeed in accusing Judas Iscariot of treason in front of the people and the accusation may stand for long years to come, but truth will come forth and be in everyone's mouth, namely, that Judas Iscariot is not my traitor, but your son, Judah Iscariot who bears the name of his father, the Pharisee. Simeon, the Pharisee, and father of Judah Iscariot was blinded by fury and lurched forward and struck Immanuel in the face with his fist because he was afraid of his words. When this happened much confusion set in and the disciples fled from the place. Before the high council. Those who had seized Immanuel took him to the high priest, Caiaphas, near whom the scribes, Pharisees, and elders of the people had gathered, so that they could pass sentence on him. Even though many false witnesses appeared, they could find no false testimony. At last, two stepped forward and declared, He has said that God is not the creation, but a man like you and me, and thus he said, that he was begotten by a guardian angel of God, namely, Gabriel. The high priest arose and said to Immanuel, Are you not going to reply to what these two are witnessing against you? Are you not going to defend yourself? But Immanuel kept his silence and smiled softly. Then the high priest got up and said to Immanuel, I swear on the living God that you say that you were begotten by the angel Gabriel, who is an angel of God as transmitted by the scriptures. Immanuel responded, You say it? But I also tell you that God is not the creation, but he is the Lord over the human races, which were begotten through his will. God has come from the far distances of the universe and brought the world under his will. And he is the uppermost emperor of these human races, one of which is here in this country, one in the east to the land of India, and the other in the north from the land of the king who wears horns, as far as the sea where icy mountains drip free in the waters. But there are 7 human races which live in all of the different directions of the wind, from one end of the earth unto the other. God is also Lord over them even though they serve others who are also not of this earth, for those ones are known by different names for their language is greatly different. If you consider God as the creation, you are mistaken, and violating the truth. For since you and I are human, God is also of humanness, except that he is spiritual perfection and infinite in his abilities and infinitely more advanced than any of the human races created by him. God and his celestial sons are other human races, they have come from the stars in their machines which travel the universe and appear to be made of metal. But, immeasurably higher than God and his celestial sons, who are the guardian angels, stands the creation. Above all is the creation. The creation alone is the immeasurable secret which begets life, and also is infinitely higher than is God. Recognize the truth of this teaching so that you may attain knowledge and wisdom in truth. Thereupon the high priest was filled with crazed fury and tore Immanuel's clothing and screamed at Immanuel, he blasphemed God, the Creator, why should we have any further testimony? Behold, now you have heard his blasphemy. And what do you think his guilt deserves? They shouted, he deserves death. Then they beat him with their fists and spit into his face and upon his body. Some of them hit him from behind his back and taunted, prophesy, you great king of wisdom and son of the celestial sun, who is it that is beating you now? Peter's denial. Peter had followed Immanuel and the crowd and hid among the people who looked through the windows, and so he saw what was done to Immanuel. And a maid came up to him and said, are you not one among those, who are the disciples of this Immanuel from Galilee? When Peter was asked by the maid, he denied it and said, what kind of senselessness do you accuse me of, for I do not know what you are saying. But because of the maid's question he was fearful and he wanted to escape from there, for he was afraid for his life. But as he passed through the doorway, another maid saw him and said to the people, this man, too, was together with the blasphemer from Nazareth. But Peter lied a second time, raised his hand to swear and said, verily, I do not know this confused person. When Peter left the house, those who had been standing there, came up to him saying, are you not one of them who serve this Immanuel? You are giving yourself away through your speech. Peter then started to revile Immanuel, and cursed himself and swore, I do not know this crazy person nor his blasphemous teachings of God. Soon thereafter a cock crowed 3 times and he was stunned by the words of Immanuel which flooded through his mind. Peter ran away and bitterly wept. Chapter 15. Rec number 3 Iscarioth / Immanuel Sananda Thursday, August 10, 1989, 3:45 p.m. Year 2, Day 359. Sananda here, Dharma, let us move most softly as the attacks come upon our truth and works. Ones do not know of that which they do and have no concept of those things which they utter. Man takes everything from context and expects to make sense of it. Further, 2,000 years of untruth are not exchanged for truth in a day. You become incensed for perceived insult unto me. Nay, child, there are no insults unto me, only foolishness on the part of those who speak without wisdom and knowledge. Ones are thrusting completely away from the point if they understand not my words. It is most apparent that if the one under discussion feels my messages too verbose, he had better carefully consider his own dissertations as to content and verbosity. Man does not want to hear truth, and the evil brothers will stop at naught to cause misunderstanding. You will give no further thought unto it except to realize that ye shall have spears cast unto you from even your dearest ones. If ones wish to take on myself, now one with God, so be it. This one has given such great lessons unto you that I am most grateful, for he has been the questioner and tester from onset. I treasure this man and cherish his input, for he causes you to go within and confront thy own belief and truth and cast it into cement where it must be foundationed in order for us to do our work in perfection. You, of all, must bear no doubts. I take thy pain and frustration unto myself, for one day soon ye shall have a hearty laugh. It is that the one in discussion is searching for the truth of Immanuel and somehow correlates it to the stories perpetuated about Jesus in the false doctrines. The two will never integrate. One is truth, the other lie. This is exactly why there will probably be quite a small number in the first migration, rapture, for no one will believe that which is coming into reality before his very consciousness. You shall continue, please, to do thy work. You are a transceiver and scribe, we will tend of the rest. I make no comment about the one Jane Roberts or her truth as told unto her by one labeled, Seth. I am the Lord thy God, Sananda, one with Hatonn and one within the creation. Man will make of his choice, and he will be finding it necessary to make of that choice very soon indeed. I will sit no longer in thy corner while ye play games with ancient space cadets. I am that I am, and so shall it be. If my words offend thee and ye find of them to be of annoyance, so be that also. I have a planet filled with humanity which I am given commission to tend, and so shall I do it. I take no heed to those who think themselves more wise or informed, for they shall be shown the errors of their path. Man has had eons of time, 2,000 years just since my walking in Galilee, to place this orb into balance and harmony with the creation. I observe great shortcomings in the accomplishment of goodness and light. Ye wish me to hum soft lullabies with gentle smiles upon mine countenance, so that ye do not need confront thy plight. Oh no, not so, brethren, I shall shout and pound and shake you ones until thy eyes and ears fly open, for ye have been fed the drivel and gibberish long enough. Enough. Nay, do not remove this from the text, for it is excellent example. You ones have absolutely no comprehension regarding that which ye are about. I hold you close, little sparrow, for I feel your wounds and see that you cannot separate from mine own pain. Oh, thus is the path, dear ones, thus is the path of truth. Let us return to the scrolls that we might get this transcription finished. Leave these messages intact, for we will print the pages exactly as they are dictated unto you. Ye must grow, child, and it is through adversity that ye grow the strongest. So be it, for it is not thy burden to carry, and it cannot he thrust upon you if ye refuse to accept of it. Blessings and peace. Judas here to continue, let us move on, for ye will not break nor hardly bend, Dharma. Just as Peter, ye have felt the nails and the fire, a few chiding words are naught, nothing. 0. The suicide of Judah Iscarioth. Among the counselors who wanted to kill Immanuel was the traitor, Judah Iscarioth. He had had no concept of that which he had done, for he had never perceived it would end with such treachery. And as he stood by, now helpless to change an iota of circumstance, he looked upon Immanuel, whose face was pouring blood, and his being was filled with agony. In wretchedness beyond endurance, He took the money bag with the silver bits and cast it in front of the high priests and elders of the council and said, I did an evil thing to this person because I was thinking only of gold and silver and material goods. I repent that I have spilled innocent blood through betrayal, for this man's teachings are not evil to me. But the high priest and the elders responded, How does that concern us? Behold, it is up to you what you want to do to live in peace with yourself. Judah Harioth could bear no more and crying bitterly, fled, and soon he hanged himself on a tree branch behind the walls of the city in the field of the potter. The potter's field. The high priest took the pieces of silver and said, It is no good to put them into the collection box, for it is blood money. What shall we do with it? And one of the sons of an elder cried out, I followed Judah Harioth and he has hanged himself on a tree in the field of the potter. Caiaphas, the high priest then said, Well then, give the blood money to the potter so that he sells us his field for the burial of strangers. At dawn the following day the business was completed, and Judah Harioth, the traitor of Immanuel, was buried first in the field. The high priests and elders of the council spread the news among the people that Judas Iscarioth, the disciple of Immanuel, had hanged himself and was buried in the field of the potter. When the people believed this story, they said, He betrayed his friend for pieces of silver, and it serves him right that he hanged himself. He did a grievous crime, and always the field of the potter shall be known as the field of blood. Brought before Pilate. Immanuel was brought before Pilate, the governor, and the latter asked him, Are you Immanuel whom they call the King of Wisdom? Immanuel answered, You have said it. That is what I am called by the people. Pilate asked, saying, It is also said that you were begotten by the angel, Gabriel, who is an angel of God. But Immanuel said again, You have said this. Pilate asked again saying, Let us hear your wisdom, for your teaching is new to me. Immanuel said, Behold, I was begotten by a celestial son, and this happened according to the will of God, the ruler of the three human races. Through his kindness I learned great wisdom and the right knowledge which was taught to me during 40 days and 39 nights, through his teachers. Furthermore, I traveled much to faraway places and lived for a long time in India. And there I was taught great knowledge and secrets through the great teachers who are called masters. I shall go back there again together with my brother, Thomas, who is a faithful disciple of mine, when I have fulfilled my mission. I shall have mine mother and another brother as well with me. I shall also have with me, mine beloved one who stands accused of my betrayal, for it was not he who was a traitor unto me. When they heard Immanuel's speech, the elders and high priests became very agitated and shouted before Pilate, Do you hear his blasphemy of God? And Pilate spoke again to Immanuel, Do you not hear how severely they accuse you? Do you not wish to justify yourself? Immanuel answered him, Behold, I shall carry the burden as it is destined for me. But it is also a fact that many are against me and will testify falsely, in this I cannot find justice. Verily I say to you, many dogs cause hares to die no matter how many turns the hare can make. It is also customary among people that the person most just does not find justice, because whether many testify against him, or if few testify against him does not give substance to the matter as long as they are regarded as high. Justice rules only in the laws of nature, because they are the laws of the creation. Among people there is little justice, and justice is determined by them according to their social and political status and according to their valuable holdings. Thus I ask you, how could I expect justice according to this criterion? Pilate said, Judging by the way you speak you are very wise indeed, and I see no guilt in you. I question the teaching you just uttered, but in this, too, I see no evil nor wrongdoing, for everyone should be blessed according to his faith. But since you have said nothing regarding your innocence, which would counter the denunciation of the high priests and elders, I see nothing good for you, their will is my command and that which I must obey. Immanuel did not answer him and the governor was very much surprised. Barabbas released. At the time of Easter, the governor, Pilate, was accustomed to releasing one of the prisoners from among those who were up for sentencing. It was always decided by the people, whomever they wanted, with the exception of one who was guilty of murder or of a death with intent. At this particular time he had a prisoner named Barabbas. And when the people were gathered, Pilate spoke to them, Which one do you want me to release, Barabbas, the criminal, or Immanuel, of whom it is said that he is a king of wisdom and the son of an angel? But he knew that the priests and elders had persuaded the people by giving them copper, gold, and silver so that they would ask for the release of Barabbas. He knew very well that they had turned Immanuel over because of envy and hatred, for his teachings were liked by the people. Pilate's wife also pressed him, Do not have any dealings with this just man, because today I suffered greatly in my dreams on account of him and find his teachings are good. Therefore, he was favorably inclined toward Immanuel. But among the people arose much shouting and confusion and he asked a second time, Which one shall I release? Slowly the shouting subsided and the governor asked a third time, Which one of these two shall be released? The people shouted and screamed, You shall release Barabbas. Pilate asked of them, Thus it shall be, but what shall I do with him of whom it is said that he is Immanuel, a king of wisdom? The people roared, Crucify him. Let him be crucified. Pilate was not willing to accept such a penalty and asked very angrily, What evil thing do you perceive this man has done that you want him to be crucified? He only taught a new doctrine and for this he shall suffer death. But the people continued to shout all the louder, Let him be crucified, let him be crucified. Pilate washes his hands. When Pilot saw that he could do nothing against the people who had been persuaded and that there was great unrest and turmoil, he took a pitcher of water and washed his hands before the people and said, "You see yourself what it is you want to do to this man. He is the captive of the elders and the high priests, so let them judge him. I have nothing to do with this just man, for I am innocent in regard to him and wash my hands before you in innocence." Then the people agitated and the crowd boiled in confusion and continued to shout, "He shall be crucified, he shall be crucified." Pilate turned Immanuel over to the high priests and the elders and released Barabbas to the people. The high priests and elders had Immanuel whipped and handed him over so that he would be crucified. The soldiers of the governor agreed with the priests and elders and dragged Immanuel into the courthouse. They also brought as many of the crowd inside as space allowed. They pulled his clothes from him and put a purple coat on him. They also made a wreath of thorns and put it on his head, gave him a cane into his right hand, bent their knees before him and said, "We greet you, you great king of wisdom of the Jews." They spit upon him, took the cane from his hand, and beat him on the head until his blood ran over his face and filled his eyes. When he was miserable and bleeding, Caiaphas, the high priest, asked saying, "So, what are you going to do now, you great king of wisdom?" Mohammed prophesied. Immanuel was silent. And they hit him again on the head and he moaned in pain and started to speak, "Verily I say to you, as you beat and mock me, you, too, shall be beaten and mocked. The time will come in 5 times 100 years when you shall have to atone for this day. A new man will rise up in this land and whip and persecute you, and you shall have to pay with your blood. He will create a new cult and have people call him a prophet, and he shall persecute you throughout all times. Even though he will be a false prophet and bring you a new false doctrine, he has great power and will have your race persecuted throughout all time to come. His name will be Mohammed, and his name will be, for your kind, horror, misery, and death, which will be of your deserving. Verily, verily I say to you, his name will be written with blood and his hatred against your kind will be endless. But since he will be a false prophet and bring you a false doctrine, so will his cult eventually be finished, when your kind and his kind will put down the foundation for a bloody ending for this world." These words caused such fury that they got extremely excited and beat him so brutally that Immanuel collapsed. When he had aroused somewhat, they pulled the purple coat from him and put his own garments back on his body and led him away to crucify him. "Dharma, let us leave this for this day. I request that you pull forth the writing of Thursday, August 3, 1989, 7 a.m., 2 to 352 and print it in full as the next segment. It is much more suitable that Gabriel tell that portion than myself. I will leave my blessings upon you, dear friends. May our petitions of truth fall into the ears of hearing ones and in understanding vision unto the seeing eyes. So be it, and Selah. I take my leave. I am Judas Iscariot. May the truth of these words be recognized." Chapter 16. Rec number 1 Iscariot / Immanuel Sananda Friday, August 11, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 2, Day 360. Please utilize the portion of Gabriel of 2 to 352. It is most suitable that this one speak of the crucifixion. Sananda, Immanuel and Judas Iscariot present and awaiting your preparation. Please go to the other recorder that we might pen a letter to your paper regarding thy local judge, Jason Brandt. So be it. Credit should be given in a public manner when credit is due. This one has given no more justice than did Immanuel receive at the hands of the courts. Only the property in dispute is of difference. Justice is justice, and it is just that he receive attention in this, a book that will go forth throughout the world. These are the reasons, precious ones, that thy world is in total corruption and decay. Rec number 1 Gabriel. Thursday, August 3, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 2, Day 352. Gabriel tells of the crucifixion. I come this day that I might notarize myself. I am Gabriel of the archangelic realms of light. I come in that it is easier to speak objectively as observer than as participant. I am the bearer of the seed of the Christos unto thy place of density. So I was in the beginning, so I shall be in the ending. Gabriel, who has shared with earth man since the beginning of earth man. Mine seed has grown and passed his final initiation in the places of the Most High, Hatonn, creator source and ruler of the human races. Hatonn, one with the creation, birthed of the creation. Mine light of lights came not unto you 2,000 years ago to bring peace unto a heinous land of evil. He, now blessed with his earned label of Sananda, came forth as Immanuel, to show of man the way through truth and wisdom, for thy place was dark and evil. The beauteous sun, Lucifer, had been cast forth from the realms of glory and order, unto the tiny planet of earth that he might mend of his ways. It was ordained that the lighted one would come forth in the proper time to begin to reclaim the souls in punishment with the fallen angel. It made it not easier to fulfill the initiation and mission upon thy place. Sananda has been many times since on thy surface to meet ye ones in physical embodiment. To appear here and there that he might be remembered and ye might be reminded of his presence. He has grown into his total inheritance and has accepted the responsibilities thereof. It is now come the time of evolvement wherein he shall come forth again to reclaim God's kingdom and return his peoples unto their rightful birthright in the realms of light. You, dear ones. Sananda is a son whom I cherish and revere above all others, for he has grown in perfection and the creation reflects in purity that wondrous perfection. Ye ones of earth must now revise thy thinking patterns. This beloved of beloved Christ Masters has undergone his final initiation, and with it comes a new title, little ones. Ye shall accept and know him as Sananda. He is the director of the new dispensation. Ye have passed from under the old law just as those of the ancient times of the law of Moses passed into the newness with the birthing of his Jesus Immanuel. Ye have reached thy own fulfillment of the prophecies and closing of a cycle of experience of a planet and its peoples. These laws have been in the revealing for some years of thy counting and few have accepted them. It is now time that they come forth in mass projection that man can have access to intelligent choices about his soul placement. Ask of no man his opinion, it opens the door for the sinister forces. Keep your own counsel. Seek the light and you shall find therein all which you have asked and that which you have sought. If ye ask in the name of the lighted ones, ye shall receive thy truth and confirmation. Mine son, Sananda, shall stand porter at the gate, that nothing enter into thy port, which is of darkness. He shall also stand porter at the gate of the universal dimensions that all men be counted in justice as measured by their earth experiences. Ye ones of earth have forgotten thy source. Ye shall now be in thy remembering and for some who tarry, it shall be most unpleasant. I most unquestionably suggest you not deny this liberator for this thy final opportunity to balance thine selves. So as it is written it shall come to pass in thy time upon this place. I, Gabriel, place mine seal upon these words and it is I who holds the time clock in mine hand. So be it for I have spoken. Ye will pen now, Dharma, for I wish to tell you the truth about the crucifixion in brief detail. There will be a time when it is more fully brought unto you for you ones do not yet understand the thought of God transference and manifestation the illusion under which ye all function. Let us speak of that which transpired and the scripting truth therein. There are some ones of thy human peoples who will be given credit for that which they did at that time and this will be a format for so doing. After his condemnation he was most brutally treated. They, his adjudgers, bludgeoned and scourged his body until his life blood flowed upon the floors and ground. They placed upon his shoulders a heavy cross of wood, so that he would carry this great burden himself to the place of his death. The cross was heavy and Immanuel writhed and moaned under his burden. His blood mixed with his sweat and was an evil mass. Ye once flinch? Ye cannot be in the imagining of the scene nor of the gift he gave unto you that day, for he did not have to bear this burden and thank him for his willingness for the lords of heaven, including myself, desired to smite the human races into the void. My child, Immanuel, collapsed under the heavy burden, for his strength left him. A stranger came along the path, named Simon of Cyrene, and he was forced to help carry the cross. He bore it humbly and gladly for it was all he could do. It took long to reach the place called Golgotha for the path there was difficult because he was mocked and beaten and stones were cast forth upon him. Those along the path forced wine mixed with gall taken from animals, into his mouth and spat upon him. When he refused to drink of the potions, they beat him more and forced it into his mouth. Ah, it was a hateful lot that day, children of earth. It was the custom to bind a person onto the cross with strapping but not so for this Lamb of God. They forced him down on the cross, stretching his limbs and beating him, and they nailed his hands and his feet onto the wood. They placed the nails also through his wrist tendons whereby the nails would not pull away through the flesh. After they impaled him upon the cross and put the cross upright into the post hole prepared, letting it fall the depth of the hole that he might be jostled and jolted, they stripped him naked and shared his clothing among themselves and cast a lot for his robes of mockery. They laughed at his nakedness and spake vulgar jokes about his maleness. There was no degradation or debasement left unutilized that day. They sat and watched him lest someone would come and take down the cross. For you see, there is no way to get a man from a cross except to take it down and lay it out. It takes many men to lift a body and cross up from a hole and lay it down so it is usually left to fall. Elsewise a scaffolding would be built upon which to stand. 2 murderers were crucified with him, one to his right and one to his left. Those who were around him, blasphemed him and mocked him and laughed at him. Great sense of humor, ye ones of earth. They screamed and said, since you are the king of wisdom, help yourself. Since you are the son of a celestial son and have great strength, why do you not get off the cross? Likewise did the scribes from the temple and the Pharisees, the high priests and elders of the people mock him, and they said, you helped others, but you cannot help yourself. Since you are a king of wisdom, get down from the cross and help yourself. And if you do that, we will believe in your teachings. Does this sound a bit familiar to ye ones? If ye will but prove unto us, then we will believe. Further, they chided, he trusted in his wisdom in being the son of the angel, Gabriel, thus, may his wisdom or the angel, Gabriel, save him if he wants to. But I was constrained to hold mine wrath for it was to be Sananda's path, not mine. But mine wrath did not go unnoted. The sky became darkened and the sun was covered over but not by clouds, and a great storm arose across the land, which did not happen often in that time of cycle. Mine son cried out, I thirst, give me something to drink. And thereupon, one of them went, took a sponge from a pail, filled it with vinegar, put it on a pole, and gave it to him to drink. And then what did the kind ones in the crowd offer? Do not give him more to drink. Let us see for how long he can bear this. I would bear no more. And the thunder of mine voice rolled upon that place and Immanuel cried out again, but nobody understood him, for his speech seemed confused as he conversed with me. The whole of the land trembled and the earth quaked. When mine son sets his foot again on that place the earth will split in a chasm of such depth it will have no bottom and the multitudes will be cast within for it is the land of evil. For mine wrath is unbounded. Mine beloved's head fell forward for I took his pain and consciousness unto myself and that which man did that day shall be visited upon him in return in a day of nearness. For that which a man sends forth, returns unto him in increased measure. Be most careful of that which ye sow. Immanuel fell into a deep coma from which there appeared no breath, for I breathed for him, nor was there motion of any sign from his physicalness. The cruel mockers thought him dead. A soldier took his lance and pierced his loins to see whether or not Immanuel was dead. From the wound came blood mixed with water, as is the case in a person who is dead or half dead from blood stagnation in a hanging stance. Since the soldier was sure Immanuel was dead, he informed the others thereof. They were all astonished, for it was most unusual that one crucified would die so quickly. However, it had been a most dreadful day, and the earth still shook and tremored, and the sun was still covered, and hail came from the sky where there were no clouds, and the sky was red with mine fury, for red is mine ray of vibration. God Hatonn, angry. O ones, ye shall soon be in the finding out just how angry. Ye ones of ours are no different, the heavens weep and boil when ye are troubled and injured. All is marked into the records upon which man will stand in judge of self. All. Man will pray for death, and it will not be granted unto him, for he will face his crimes against the laws of creation. Within the crowd were also women and others who watched from the distance, for they were followers of Immanuel and had served him, and they had come unto Galilee to stand with him. Among them was Mary, the mother of Immanuel, and Mary Magdalene, and others who cared greatly for this peaceful man of perfection. When the mass of people went away, they came to him, knelt before the cross and cried bitterly, for they too thought Immanuel dead. However, among them was one man, Joseph of Arimathea, who was also a follower of Immanuel. He watched Immanuel closely and knew Immanuel was only deeply comatose, for I spoke unto him. He told no one. He went quickly into the city and to Pilate and asked for the body of Immanuel so that he could bury him. Pilate ordered that Immanuel's body was to be turned over to Joseph, for he wanted the entire circumstance quieted. Many then came with Joseph, and they gently took Immanuel off the cross, and Joseph wrapped the body into a pure flaxen shroud which he had prepared prior, and which would ultimately reflect the image of Immanuel. Then Joseph, and those with him, carried the body of Immanuel the long way to Jerusalem and placed him outside of the city into his own tomb, which he had cut into a rock for his own burial place. He then had rolled a large rounded rock in front of the door of the tomb and went away, in order to obtain some medicine in order to nurse Immanuel. But the entrance was put under guard by soldiers and Immanuel's mother, Mary, lest anyone go in and steal the body. Joseph of Arimathea searched, and found, Immanuel's friends from India and went back with them to the tomb. They went to Immanuel through a second entrance, which was a secret passage, and nursed him for 3 days and 3 nights, so that he was soon somewhat recovered, that he would have strength restored. The tomb remained in guarded state, for the priests and the Pharisees had gone to Pilate saying, Lord, we considered that this crazy man said when he was still alive, I shall return after 3 days and 3 nights and rise, for I shall only be in a languor. Therefore, please continue the guard for the full time, lest the last deception may not be worse than the first ones. Pilate was most willing to grant such a request, for the incident was most distressing to him and he wanted it all behind him. The soldiers then went to the tomb and sealed the rock which had been placed in the opening. They knew not, however, of the second opening, so assistants could go and come from the secret entrance without being seen. On the third day Immanuel was strong enough to stand and walk. Easter was past and the first day of the week had come, and 3 days and nights had also passed, after which Immanuel had said that he would live again after his apparent death. And behold, a great thunder arose in the air, and a radiant light came down from the sky and landed, not far from the tomb, on the earth. I had come to claim mine son. I went to the tomb, and the soldiers moved aside, for they were terrified, but I raised my hand against them and struck them with lightning currents, one following another. They were stunned and fell to the ground and were unconscious for a long time. Then I went to the tomb, rolled the stone away from the door, and said to Blessed Mary, mother of Immanuel, and Mary Magdalene, do not be afraid. I know that you are seeking and tending of Immanuel who was crucified. But I told them he was not there, for he lived, and I showed unto them the place where he had lain. I waited upon mine son and counseled with him, for mine pain and anger were still most great. I told these beloved ones who stood watch that Immanuel would walk before them to Galilee, and there they would see him. They were filled with confusion, for they thought him dead and were distressed at the empty tomb. I told them to look not for the living among the dead, and to go forth to tell the disciples. I warned them to tell none other. They told no other, but the soldiers roused and were surprised at what had happened, and left hurriedly to go into the city and spread the news of what happened. They came to the high priests and the elders of the council to have a secret meeting, so that they would know what to lie unto the people. The soldiers were given a large sum of money to keep them silent, and were told to tell the people that Immanuel's disciples had come at night and had taken his body. The soldiers took the money and did as requested. Mary and Mary Magdalene went away and did as I had told them, and again they were visited by an etheric being they considered to be me. Mary went to the guardian angel, being, who wore a brilliant white garment and was radiant in aspect, and reached forth to grasp his hand. But he stepped back and explained that he was different in kind than them, and his garment was a protection against the world atmosphere and contamination. He further told them that if they persisted and touched him, they would be consumed by fire, for he was energy form. They were gently told to go their way and do as instructed. As they went their way they met Peter and another disciple and told them what had transpired. Peter and the other disciple rushed to the tomb and found another of the disciples already there. They looked within and saw the shrouds, neatly lying on the ground, and the first disciple was filled with fear and did not wish to go within the tomb. Peter came forth and went into the tomb and found everything like the disciple had seen. The shrouds were carefully folded and placed on the ground. Also there was the shroud which now bore the imprint of Immanuel's features and body. Also there were the salves and herbs along with some figures of clay which were quite strange in appearance, the men never having seen such before. Peter and the other 2 disciples left the tomb after tending the remnants in security and returned to the city to gather with the remaining disciples. Dharma, it is quite enough for you this day, Kila, for truth is difficult after thousands of years, to change from fiction into fact. Ye ones who dare to scribe of truth are revered and cherished, and we will stand guard of thee that ye fear not. I place mine seal upon this truth that man may come to know. The records will be set to write that the history show accurately for ye are in thy beginning times. So be it, for as it is written in the heavens so shall it come to pass upon thy place. All those things of the prophecies will be in the passing, and this is that ye ones of light shall be in the safety of our wings of light. I sanction these words in truth, and I hereby place mine holy benediction. I am that I am Gabriel. Of the hierarchy of the holy lighted angelic realms. Come forth that ye know of mine son, Sananda, in the light of the one God of the creation. Chapter 17. Rec number 2 Iscarioth/Immanuel Sananda, Friday, August 11, 1989, 9:45 a.m. Year 2, Day 360. Judas present, Dharma, that we might continue. Blessings upon these words that I can tell of the story in accuracy. So be it. 3 days later. On the evening of the 3rd day following crucifixion of Immanuel, the disciples were gathered in a room, in the city in which they had taken their last meal with Immanuel. It was the time of the ancient holiday of Easter, and they had gathered to speak of the things which had been happening. Behold, the door opened and a stranger entered, someone they had never seen before. The person had a cloth across his face. They were immediately afraid it might be one of the Jews come to betray them. The stranger gently spoke and said, "Peace be with you." And he took the cloth from across his face, and they could see that it was Immanuel. Doubting Thomas. He then showed them his hands and his loins and feet, and they could see his wounds. There was great confusion but great exuberance at his presence. However, there was also great doubt as to such a reality, and Thomas believed the form to be an apparition and said to Immanuel, "If I could touch your wounds, then I would know that you are not an illusion." Immanuel said to him, "Stretch forth your hand unto me and put it on my wounds, so that you of little faith can believe." Thomas did as told and touched the wounds upon Immanuel's body, and in shocked quiet said, "Verily, it is you." Immanuel then turned from his disciples, and as he departed he told them, "Keep this a secret, my return, so that it will not become known that I am alive." But, behold, the next day the disciples set out to go to Galilee and to spread the happy news among the followers of Immanuel. 2 more appearances. As the disciples went along their way, a transient stranger joined them and walked along with them for a portion of the journey. They were sad and talked among each other about how Immanuel had been forced to die on the cross and all about the things which had come about in the prior days. The stranger asked them, "Why are you mourning?" And they chattered to him about all the things which grieved them. The stranger said, "You have such little faith. Immanuel had told you that he would rise from half-death after 3 days and nights, and just as he said, so it has happened." As he spoke, Immanuel took the dust cloth from affront his face, and they recognized him. Immanuel spoke not another word. He turned and went away and was not seen again for a long period of time. Then it happened one day that some of the disciples were fishing in the Sea of Tiberia, long after Immanuel had disappeared, and they caught nothing the entire night. They were most angry and weary as dawn broke in the new day. When they came to the shore, there stood a stranger with his face covered, who spoke, saying, "Do you not have something to eat? For I am hungry." They answered and said, "No, for we have caught not even one fish in our nets." The stranger spoke, saying, "Throw the net out to the right side of the boat, and you will catch a great number." They were astonished because of his speech, but did decide to follow his request, and cast the net to the right side of the boat. And behold, they could not pull in the net because of the great multitude of fish therein. They then came ashore and prepared a meal, for they, too, were hungry. Behold, the stranger uncovered his face, and it was Immanuel. While they were eating and sharing great joy, he said to them, "Go to Galilee to a certain mountain, there I will join you, for our time together has ended and each one may go his own way." The disciples went to the mountain unto which Immanuel had instructed them to go, and there they met him. The last lesson. When they had all gathered, he talked with them and said, "Behold, I shall talk to you this one last time, then I will leave and never return to this place. My path leads me to India, where many of this human race live also, because they left this land in order to dwell there. My mission leads me unto them and to the human race which was born there. My path to that place will be long, for I must bring my new teachings yet unto many countries, likewise to the shores of the great black waters to the north of this place. Before I shall depart, however, I shall give you a last lesson. If man lives according to the laws of the creation, he lives rightly in truth, but this is the final goal. Everything human has to die in man, but everything creative has to rise and embrace the creation. Consider the universe as the place where the creation abides in the infinite. Everything that man owns has its origin in the creation, therefore it belongs to the creation. Man shall change his entire spiritual life and perfect it, so that it may become one with the creation. And if man does a thing, he must do it with the awareness of the presence of the creation. But man shall never force truth onto another, for it would be worthless. First man shall watch his own progress in spirit so that he creates in himself creative harmony. To use force is not of the creation. No greater darkness rules in man than does ignorance and lack of wisdom. The victory of man consists at its height in destroying and removing each power opposing the creative, in order that the creative might prevail. Man must develop in himself the power to judge over good and evil and the correct perception in all things, so that he may be wise, fair, and just while following the laws of the creation. Perception is necessary as to that which is real and that which is unreal, what is valuable and that which has no value, also, that which is of the creation and that which is not. Man must become a universal unit of oneness, so that he becomes one with the creation. However great the suffering of man, the power of the creation, in man, is immeasurably greater, to conquer all that is evil. If man lives only in his consciousness, as man, he will remain inaccessibly distant from his spirit and from the creation, and therefore, from the laws thereof. The greater man's dedication to the laws of the creation, the deeper will be the peace he harbors within himself. Man's happiness consists in that he seek and find truth, so that he may gather thereof, knowledge and wisdom, and think and act in accord with the creation. Because only through the conditions of human life can man develop his creative powers in spirit, and utilize them. Man must try daily to unfold his powers and capabilities, for only thereby will he obtain experience in their usage. As long as man is not one with the creation, he will never have the ability to laugh about death of the physical body or of the transition which appears to be death. For fear of the unknown is in man, that which only perfection is able to perceive and that of which the spirit is all-knowing. Instead of being guided by instincts and impulses, man must live in total realization of wisdom and also according to the law. Man shall not lose his way in the forest of limitations, but shall expand his spirit and see, and find, knowledge and wisdom, so that he may come closer to his life's purpose and goal and recognize the creative principle in all things. 1,000 lights will help man on his path, if he but watches for them and follows them. Man can, and will, attain all knowledge and wisdom, if he seriously and persistently strives for perfection. The laws serve all those who are willing to see truth and wisdom in unlimited measure, inasmuch as they master themselves in all possible facets and develop their spiritual powers ever higher, and perfect themselves thereby. Man should not consider his physical misery, but the reality of spirit and the being which is of the creation. There is steady unrest in man, because he has an inner knowledge that his fate and destination are to be one within creation. Man may be great, wise, and good, but that is not sufficient. He must become ever wiser, greater, and better. There may not be any limits to love, peace and joy, for the present has to be unceasingly exceeded. Man's final goal. Verily I say to you, love that is unlimited, constant, and infallible, is without conditions and pure, and in its fire all that is unclean and evil will burn. For such a love is the love of the creation and of its laws, also to which man has been predestined since the beginning of time. Since this is the final goal of man, he must take care that this must and shall be so, for this is his destiny. As yet man does not understand the wisdom of this teaching, because it is adulterated everywhere on earth. In his ignorance, man falsified it in all various arts and forms so that it becomes diffused and incomprehensible. However, in 2,000 years it will be brought forth and taught anew, unfalsified, when man has become reasonable and knowledgeable. A new age and generation will come forth which foretells great changes. In the stars can be read that the people of the new era will be great revolutionaries in truth, and from the stars shall come the truth thereof. Therefore, a few special people, chosen ones, will teach anew my unfalsified pronouncements. They shall have great courage, for they will be persecuted by those of the false doctrines claiming to pronounce my truth. They shall be denounced and accused falsely of all manner of crimes in order to stop the bringing forth of truth. You must go and prepare the way for my teachings and make all peoples its disciples. But beware of false teaching, which because of your own ignorance, you would allow to ascend. Some of you are most inclined to project my teachings in error. I sternly caution you, and warn you, to be careful in bearing forth only the truth. Teach unto the people everything which I commanded you, lest you falsify my teachings. To Syria in the thundering light. It happened, that when he spoke to them in this manner, it thundered in the heavens and a great light came down from the sky. Not far from where they were seated, the light alighted on the ground. There was a most beautiful metallic glitter as it reflected in the light of the sun, for the sky was clear and no clouds were present save the one above the light. Immanuel ceased his speaking, arose and went to the metallic light and stepped therein. It came about, that around us rose a fog all about, and it thundered again as a singing began, and the light lifted into the sky once more and the cloud of fog dissolved. The disciples quietly returned to Jerusalem and described what had happened. Now it happened that Immanuel was set forth on the land through the great light, in Syria, and he lived in Damascus for about 2 years. He was not recognized as to his identity and was most often called by the name of Isu. After about 2 years, he sent forth a messenger into Galilee to locate his brother, Thomas, and his disciple, Thomas as well as myself, Judas Iscariot. In a little more than 2 months Judas and Thomas made their way to Immanuel. They bore bad news. Thomas related, "Your disciples have falsified your teachings. They say you are the Son of God and call you the Anointed One and have pronounced that you are equal to the creation. The high priests and the elders persecute your followers and stone them whenever they can find and catch them. It is said of Thomas, your disciple, that he fled and left for the land of India with a caravan. Saul. A great enemy has ascended against you, a man named Saul. He is foaming with rage against you and utters great threats against you. He issues great threats against your disciples and those who believe in your teachings. He has letters written to the synagogues in all countries so that those who would follow your new teaching would be bound and taken under arrest, into Jerusalem. No difference is made as to whether it be man, woman, or a child, for they shall all be put to death." Immanuel spoke, "Do not be afraid, The time will soon come when Saul will be taught contrary to his evil thoughts. For he is already on his way here to Damascus. He is following the two of you so that he can arrest you and return you, in chains, to Jerusalem. But I shall step in front of him before he reaches Damascus, and since he believes me to be dead, he will assume my appearance to be that of a ghost. Immanuel then set out to see a friend who helped him with mysterious things, such as powders, salves, liquids and other secret items. When he had gathered all his supplies, he left the city along the road to Galilee from whence would come Saul. For 2 days Immanuel waited at a place some days' journey from Damascus, in the cliffs. While he waited he prepared a mixture of the various items he had brought along with him. During the night of the second day he saw a group approaching from the direction of Galilee, among them was Saul, the persecutor of the disciples and Immanuel's followers. When the group came close, Immanuel stood forth on a large rock outcropping, struck a fire to the concocted mass and cast it before the group approaching directly in the path in front of Saul. At the same time Immanuel shouted loudly, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute my disciples?" Saul, however, was terrified and fell to the ground and cried out, "Who are you who speaks to me in this manner?" Immanuel answered and said, "I am Immanuel whom you persecute in your hatred, as you do my disciples. Get up and go into the city and let ones teach you according to how you are supposed to live." Saul was very much afraid and said, "But you are he whom they crucified, so you are dead and speaking to me now as a ghost." Immanuel did not respond, turned, and returned to Damascus. The men who were Saul's companions stood frozen with fear, for they too thought that they had witnessed a ghost. But Saul got to his feet and opened his eyes. However, his eyes had no vision, for they were blinded by the light which Immanuel had caused. His companions led him by the hand into Damascus. Saul did not have vision for 3 days and he did not eat or drink during that time. A disciple of Immanuel came to Saul and taught him the new teaching, so that he slowly began to understand it. But Saul's spirit was confused, because of the happening near the rock, so he misunderstood much and talked in a most confused manner. In this same state of befuddlement he claimed reformation and set about preaching confused things unto the people. Toward India. Immanuel stayed about another month in Damascus, and then he spread the word that he would leave the country and would travel into the land of India. His mother, Mary, had herself come from Nazareth and she, along with Immanuel, Thomas, and Judas journeyed the way to the land of India. Whenever they would come to a settlement, Immanuel again preached and taught the people. The power within him was even greater and stronger than before. Let us take a respite, for I wish to next translate the teachings of the creation and it would be suitable to have it as a separate unit. Chapter 18. Rec number 3 Iscarioth/Immanuel Sananda Friday, August 1st, 1989, 2:30 p.m. Year 2, Day 360. I request that this following be the final segment as translated from the scrolls at this documenting. It is thought that these scrolls were burned and destroyed, but they are long since placed into safety. This last segment speaks of the creation and I feel it most suitable if this be presented to you by the master teacher for he has already given the small group a wondrous lesson. Dharma, please have the portions from Wednesday, July 26, 1989, 3 p.m., 2 to 344 reprinted here in full. Rec number 2 ESU Jesus Sananda. Wednesday, July 26, 1989, 3 p.m. Year 2, Day 344. Dharma, I give you all these labels that you can find comfort. I am the energy which is each and all of them, only called differently by various ones, but there are such gross errors in the traditional myths that it is quite mind-bewildering and you had to be most carefully groomed. I have called you forth at this immediate time to put some things to paper that they might be sent to my most beloved Wali G prior to mail time this date. Wali, I bring thee peace, son, for you are facing such unpleasant and frightening physical bombardment. Hold to me, friend, for I shall carry you just as far as is necessary that your work upon this orb be brought to fruition. Ye have come to this planet at this time for this purpose and we take it not lightly. So be it and blessings upon thee, dear one. Ye cannot come to grips with the pious contradictions of the typical Holy Bible pronouncements for they are not in truth. Ye have as much trouble accepting that the space brethren cannot be allowed to shower upon ye ones the earth needs. It has been such a short time in the training of this scribe, be patient a bit longer for what we bring forth now puts her in critical physical danger and must be handled most carefully. We are about to discount all the false teachings on this planet and it will not be well received by any religious group on your place. Oh, it is truth and naught but truth, that is why it is so precarious in nature. I am the one for whom ye ones of this mission have waited and it is now time for contact in this matter, very, very shortly in undeniable manner, at which point we can also place physical protection about ye ones. Please require all dark energies to depart that ye might read of these words with me, friend. Do not give in to the impact of the illness you are perceiving for you are critical to the work. This will, Oberly, also suffice for a segment of the ongoing portions. The creation. I, Immanuel, and all those other labels, wish to speak of the creation, for behold, the creation is above man, above God, and above everything. I am but thy brother, dear friends. It would seem complete to the comprehension of man, but that is not so. Since the creation is spirit and lives, it too, has to perfect itself until infinity. But, since it is at one with itself, it can perfect itself only through the creation and the generation of new spirit. However, the newly generated spirit is part of the creation itself, still ignorant, however, to the smallest degree. So then when a new spirit has been created, which is still ignorant to the smallest degree, it lives in the body of man and begins to learn. Please ponder these things after ye have read my entire explanation a time or two. The ignorant spirit appears to man as quite simple-minded, and he says that this person is confused. But he is not, for he is only ignorant and void of knowledge and wisdom. So this new spirit lives in man to gather knowledge. When this spirit goes into the beyond, it is no longer as ignorant as in the beginning. It comes back into the world and lives as man, but no longer as ignorant as at its beginning. And again he teaches himself and gathers further knowledge and new wisdom, so he escapes from ignorance to an ever-increasing degree. The time comes after many renewed lives and experiences that man says to the spirit, that he is normal and no longer confused. Now the real growth can begin, for this is not the end of spirit and fulfillment, for, having become now knowing, he must seek out the greatest wisdom. This is in order that he may perfect himself to the point where he unfolds his creativity and will finally be one with the creation, as was destined for him in the beginning. So it is thus in simplicity, the creation brought forth a new spirit and had it perfected by itself in the human body, and the perfected spirit returns to the creation and becomes one with it, the creation. Thusly the creation perfects itself in itself, for within it is the knowledge and wisdom to enable it to do so. Verily I say to you, the time will now come when the creation will stop to create new spirit and to broaden itself. The creation, too, needs rest, when it is sleeping and not creating, as is proper to everything alive. And, all is alive all. As the human life has day and night and divides between work and rest, likewise the creation has its time when it works and rests. Its periods, however, are different from those of men, for its laws are the laws of the spirit. But, the laws of men are the laws of material life. The material life is limited, but the life of the spirit goes on forever and knows no end or limits upon itself. However, the creation is subject to the laws of the original creation, which is the beginning of all created by itself. I will simplify these things at a later date, for this day is too short to meet our needs and I must limit input for that reason. Its secret is the immeasurable and it is based on the number 7, which is counted in times. I trust you can follow. Always language is a barrier. This is, however, a part of the secret of the laws which man's mind can solve only in perfection. But be it said, that the laws of life are not hidden to a wise man and that he recognizes them and follows them. So, when the wise man has the understanding that the secret in the original creation is in the number 7 and is counted as such, he will obtain knowledge and keep it. The creation also has a time for work or rest which also is counted in the number 7. For 7 major long periods, the creation rested in the lap of slumber, when nothing existed, not even the universe. Only the creation was in itself in slumber and did not bring forth a creature or anything. But it awakened from its slumber through the 7 periods of the 7 major periods, and it began to create creatures and everything. But when it had rested for 7 periods and 7 major periods, it now creates creatures and everything for 7 periods and 7 major periods, until it requires rest again and lies down again in deep slumber for the 7 major periods. Do not even waste of thy time dallying about with segments represented by these 7 periods. They are not understandable in detail, 'tis only the concept ye must handle at this moment. Since it will rest again and slumber, there will be nothing except the creation in itself. For this period there will be no new creations or any other thing. Only the creation will be in itself in the 7 periods and the 7 major periods, for it will have its rest and slumber until it awakens again and brings forth new creatures and everything else. I apologize for repetition, but I feel it necessary. When the creation is one in itself, everything will be one in itself. Oneness, not two-ness or three-ness. As man and all plants and all animals are one in themselves, it is the law of the creation, so that this be so. If man believes everything is, say, two, that is not so, for everything is one. What man believes to be two is only one, so that he may make everything that is two one. Since the spirit in man is part of the creation, he is one with the creation, consequently he is not two. Since the body is a part of spirit in a different form and matter, he is one with the spirit, consequently he cannot be two. It is that there is a oneness, not a duality, two-ness, in any other form. If it appears to man that there is a duality, he is the victim of deception, because he does not think logically and thinks according to human knowledge. If he, however, thinks in the knowledge of the spirit, he finds the logic which is also in the law. Only the thinking of man can be erroneous, but the laws of the creation cannot be erroneous. That is why it is said that everything emanates from a oneness, and a duality is apparent only because man in his limited thinking cannot grasp it. Therefore, everything is a oneness and everything emanating from it, and no duality whatsoever can be alive, because this would violate the laws of the creation. For only in his ignorance does man make a duality and thus violate the laws of the creation. But, if he directs everything into unity and makes everything into one, and when he then says to a mountain, move away, it will move away. Since everything is one in the creation and in its laws, and in the creatures and in matter, it is without error. When a wise man says that there are always two of everything, he means that they are one within themselves and one together. It is only according to appearance that they are two, for in itself and also together it is always one. Further, since the bad is one in itself because it is also good in itself and also together, it is always only one. Since split, they are also one and a oneness, they are also unsplit one and a oneness, for that is the law of the creation. Consequently, it appears that there are two parts, which however, are one in itself, and are also one when unsplit. If this all seems redundant, Please bear with me, for this will eventually go forth to man in general, and all are not perceiving and understanding as yet of the advanced souls. Further, and here we are going to get into trouble because of the triune perception, I will also explain the power of the triune, but it is not as yet ones have been taught in this experience. If man maintains that the threeness also exists, then their spirit is confused by some kind of cult teaching. I always use the term cult as a faction or family grouping of types and beliefs, falsified in intent in teaching or wrong, incorrect, thinking. A unit is always made of two parts or portions, which are one in itself, but are only a two-ness in appearance. Since man is a unit of two parts, and the spirit a unit of two parts, both become one in itself and one together. The body cannot live without the spirit, and it is so conversely, too, for spirit and body are a unit despite the seeming two-ness. The spirit lives according to the same law, for in itself it is in two parts and one in each part, thus one in itself it always returns to the unit of one. Two parts of the spirit are wisdom and strength. Without the wisdom of the spirit, its power cannot be utilized, and likewise, there can be no emerging of wisdom without the spiritual power. Therefore, there are always two things needed which are one in itself. There is a unit in the oneness, but not a two-ness. The law says that man is a oneness within himself, which consists of two parts that are equal, which in themselves are also a oneness, and also, when not separated, are a oneness. The two equal parts in man, which each in itself constitutes a unit, are body and spirit. Therefore, when man is being taught by the scribes that man lives in a threeness, this teaching is erroneous and falsified, for it is not taught according to the laws of the creation. Cults. I said it 2,000 years ago, and it has come to pass, I believe, that there would be many cults established in my name, but only for the purpose that man can be enslaved in his spirit, thereby giving the cults great power over the people and the land, and over money. Therefore I tell you that no cult is justified unless it solely recognizes the creation as the highest. Therefore in all the years there would be no cult which preached truth, knowledge, and wisdom. But I further stated, this will happen in 2 times 1,000 years, when the time comes that my teaching will be preached anew, without being falsified. I foretold that until this time there would be so many false cults that they could not be counted. Further, they would be founded on the blood of men, and on hatred one against another, greed and power. But as they are established they shall be destroyed again, for the truth shall triumph. There is no untruth, lie, that shall not be denounced, and there is nothing hidden that shall not become evident. Man shall recognize what is in front of his face, and what is hidden from him will reveal itself to him when he searches for truth and the explanation of wisdom. But truth lies deeply in the laws of the creation, and there man shall seek it and find it. But he who seeks shall not stop seeking until he finds, and when he finds he will be deeply shaken and astonished, but then he will rule over the universe. For that man shall recognize that the kingdom is within himself and outside of himself. Nature equals harmony, man equals disharmony. Man shall look up to the stars, for there rules majestic peace and sublimity. In unchangeable, timeless order, there takes place the infinite change through days and months and years, running into centuries, millennia, and millions of years. Man may look down to earth also, for there too is creative activity and timeless becoming, being, and passing toward constantly new creating. Where nature is left to its own devices, there rules greatness, dignity, and beauty, all in beautiful harmony. However, where traces of human order are active, their smallness, lack of dignity and lack of beauty testify to disharmony. But man who, with swollen chest, calls himself the crown of creation does not recognize creation, and makes people equal to it. But this man who tamed the fire and thinks to rule the earth, will not go so very far. He will learn to contain the water and to run about in the air, but during that process he will forget to recognize the creation above him and its laws. And thus, he will forget to seek the truth and the wisdom. He will also forget to live peacefully as man among men. His battle cry will be the battle, since he will want to conquer through violence. For when he thinks he has power in his hands, he uses this power to enslave and shed blood. He will speak of honor and freedom and of knowledge, but in reality it is only hypocrisy, force, and false teachings. Thus man will lose his face in the future, and wear an evil and false mask for appearance sake. And many will develop into beasts and spend their earthly days in ignorance. Man's aim and thinking is geared only toward acquisition and power. With his mind, man will classify the things of this world to make them serve him, irrespective of the fact that by doing so, he destroys the laws of nature manifold. He will no longer believe in the timeless truths which are based upon the laws of nature. In his self-deception, human sciences will mean more to him than all the values of the laws of nature and of the creation. In his confusion man will believe in this miserable concept of life, which is produced by the false teachings of the cults and determined by human laws and changes in the structures of power in the various countries. Because man does not gain in knowledge of himself from the creative point of view, he will want to force his life with external means. He will delude his fellow man and the whole world with false means. Where there is some trust left, he will change it into distrust and untruths. He will get further and further away from the true life. These things I gave verbatim 2,000 years ago. Has it come to pass? Man will also lose the basis of the oldest wisdom, which says, that for life man is the measure of all things, for after all he is a part of the creation, one with creation. But the time will come for man that he has to turn about and get back to the timeless values of life. In the beginning only a few persons will know that man does not only live on earth, but that his spirit reaches into another world which cannot be comprehended with the ordinary senses. There is some hope. The other world is the true home of the spirit, and therefore, it should be tried without ceasing, to attain a broadening, deepening wisdom, so that the spirit may be perfected and lifted up into the true home and so that it may become one with the creation. Thus, when man is honest and searches, he shall not know a preconceived opinion and consequently have no judgment in advance. But the wise man is knowing and aware of the law of the timeless river of the timeless change, and he therefore endeavors to adjust to the great course of happenings. For he recognizes the laws of the creation, and that the circles of existence have to be closed through the destinations of the laws. Wherever life reveals itself, it is based upon the law of invisible secret which affects the timeless change. One who disregards timeless and imperishable laws and truths, and does not recognize them will have to suffer evil consequences. Lies and hatred will blind such a man and even entire peoples, and they shall rush into the abyss of their own destruction. A destructive mania will come over them, and among them the heroes will be those who are the greatest destroyers. Division will permeate the entire life of men, and when there is a split there is no longer a whole, or perfection. As long as there is incompleteness in life, the consequences will have to be carried by men, which are sickness, misery, injustice, need and fighting, strife and slavery, false cults, and exploitation to the blood, and death. Thus man shall beware and wake up, only that which is timeless and imperishable is of substance, truth, and wisdom, for thus say the laws of the creation. Not too bad for 2,000 years? So be it, and I place mine seal upon this word that there be no mistake from whence it came. In love and peace I stand by, I await thy petition for understanding, for if ye ask and go within, ye shall receive of clarity. I am that I am Adonai. Chapter 19. Rec number 1 Iscarioth/Immanuel Sananda Saturday, August 12, 1989, 7 a.m. Year 2, Day 361 Judas in conclusion. Greetings in light. Judas present that we might continue and conclude this portion of the scrolls in transcription. This portion is ended here because of events which will be happening in a timely way, and it is time the misconceptions regarding Jesus Christ be further set to print. It has been done prior to this but has been mostly discounted. Always you can judge the content of truth in a thing by how much effort and what kind of effort is thrust at its discounting. Other scripts were given voice in a country most distant from yours. They were, however, documented as in the primary pages indicated, by officers from Pleiades and are authentic, as are the labels of the officers involved. This is allowed today, that I might be in the clearing of my birthright on your planet at the time I walked in mortal form with you, Dharma, who walked with me as well. Many of us have been together many times in the service of truth, perhaps this final time we can get of it in proper format and truth with understanding. God's promise of truth in the last days. These truths come forth now in the last days that there be records and availability for naught will be changed as far as the prophecies are concerned. However, ones must have access to truth, for it is the promise of God that man find, hear, and seek truth. This, that he may judge his path as the final earth cycle is closed. Other scribes and receivers will be putting to paper these same notations that each be kept in security. Honor those brave ones such as Edouard Billymeyer of Switzerland, who dared speak out that the path be opened. He has been sorely persecuted, ridiculed, and harassed, and yet ones are now coming forth to carry the banner that he find peace. You see, precious ones, the craft came and persons came from the craft. Billy was taken aboard with witness and still a world discounts. You are taken into council nightly, aboard craft and elsewhere, but in silence that you not suffer those things. However, it is very near when ye shall be flooded with presence of craft and association with fleet personnel, and these things must be docu meant first. So it is done, the portion required. The Master Immanuel Sananda is to make his appearance unto you very soon now, and the written word must be made available. Those last years in India. Those things that happened in India in those ancient days of 2,000 years ago are not the level of importance as is that which we have just given unto you. People do not wish their God to have been a physical flesh and blood man who might have done of earthly things. Well, he was and did. He publicly married and had several children. I traveled with him into our old age. I passed from your plane in about my 90th year, the Master Immanuel in well above his 100th year. After leaving the area around Judea and traveling into India, we continued to travel the width and breadth of those countries in that geographic location. He spent much time in North India with myself, his mother, Mary, and his brother, Thomas. We were caused to be in flight most of the time, for Immanuel was considered to be a revolutionary. It was in the north near the last of the mountains of the Himalayan mountains in the western area known today as West Pakistan, that Mary became severely ill and passed from this plane. Immanuel was in his last years of his third decade at that time. Mary was a wondrous person and Thomas had reached his accountability and was a fine man. After the death of Mary we moved on and passed into Kashmir, and we traveled long in what you now refer to as Afghanistan and West Pakistan. About a dozen Israeli tribes had migrated from Israel and settled in that location. Immanuel put his family roots in Srinagar, in Kashmir, India, and all his travels since that time were to and from that place. Immanuel was buried in Srinagar when his life-human journey ended. I too was laid to death near that place. Immanuel's firstborn son, Joseph, continued to write Immanuel's story after my passing and left India only after Immanuel's passing. He, too, traveled about the lands for several years but then returned to his father's land and settled in Jerusalem for his remaining lifespan. Joseph tended the scrolls after my death and added his portions. As he grew elderly he sought a safe place for their keeping and subsequently buried them within Immanuel's tomb where he originally was lain. These artifacts were discovered at the direct instructions of ones from these realms. Preparing now for his return. Much blood has been spilled in the name of this glorious and wondrous Immanuel, and it is to be before the cycle ends that it shall be vindicated. Immanuel Isu, the one you erroneously call Jesus Christ, shall be vindicated from attachment to such actions, for his teachings were never such. He cares not what you call his person, he cares greatly what ye attribute unto his person. This beloved one has grown into his full stature in the heavenly lineage and has attained his inheritance and patrimony, his oneness with God, Hatonn, and his rightful place of purity within the creation as creator. He is soon returning unto your planet that he might fulfill his commission, and thus are we preparing the way for that coming. Ye have been sent before him that these things in these days be completed and set to order. Oh, blessed ones, ye shall be soon given the proof for which ye plead, for the hourglass is all but run through. Ye had to grow in these passing years, for things of earth must pass as things of earth, without force or coercion and in earth manner. Ye will prevail, for, precious ones, it is so written, and as it is written within the creation, so shall it come to pass in thy perceived reality, for all is a thought of creation and creator. Joy, gratitude, honor and respect. My joy at our communion is abundant, unlimited, indeed. This week of sharing has been indeed a journey's end, and ye are greatly blessed beyond that which ye yet comprehend. All of you who serve in this tiny segment are of the most beloved and honored. Oh, but great shall be the rewards of that service. My gratitude is also expressed herein, to Commander Hatonn of Pleiades Fleet Command of the Intergalactic Federation Fleet and Council, Commanders Ascot and Sem Jace, who cleared the path prior to this expression in this format by mine own being. Above all ones, I give my honor and infinite respect and love unto Immanuel, Jesus, Isu, who is now known in his attained stature by Father Creator and within the creation by the highest name, Sananda. May these words be taken into the eyes and ears of receivers as the truth they are. For it will be the way of truth that man will either survive or perish, for his days are short upon thy place of earth. Upon these writings I place mine seal, and I hereby release the burden of the lie upon mine name, for lo, these 2 millennium. I am that I am, Judas Iscariot. Sananda. In conclusion, I am Sananda, that I might speak. I also place mine seal upon these writings that have been scribed in love and truth. Ye ones carry thy burden so heavily, and blessed ones, I would take a portion from you, for I can do so. Scenes must, however, be played out to the ending upon the screen of life, that each may attain fulfillment of soul purpose and perfection. All things in thy journey path allow the growth, and as you reach thy graduation you can stand pleased with thy progress, if ye have learned truth and balance with and within the creation, and campaigned ever toward perfection in thy God self and unto that total perfection. There are ones upon your place that I give infinite respect and dedication for lifelong and unwavering service. Their names must rest with me, however, for they are not yet safe from harm in thy lands, nor will I place of their loved ones in jeopardy. So be it, for ye must always protect of thy brethren. As we move ever closer to the closing pages, the slings and arrows of thine evil enemies will become constant and deadly. Ye will, however, be getting higher reinforcements very soon. Hold thy course, for I captain this ship, and I know unto which harbor is safe. I am humble in the service of my Father, my God self, and my oneness within creation. I am most humble in my service unto you, my brothers who yet walk the rough path. I am ever beside you. So be it, and Selah. Find thy peace and balance within, and hold unto it. In the beauty and the glory of creation with which I am one. I am of God, I am that I am Sananda. 9:16 a.m., Saturday, August 12, 1989, Year 2, Day 361. End. Communicate Dharma out. Epilogue. Rec number 1. Commander Hatonn. Sunday, August 13, 1989, 8 a.m. Year 2, Day 362. Greetings in the light of the Radiant One. Thank you for being happy to receive my presence. I am pleased, Keela, with your work of these past days. Hatonn at your service, friends. It appears that the flooding of information request regarding the creation, God, the God, and where does it fit and where do I fit can use a bit of simplification from a perception more nearly attuned to you of earth plane. I shall attempt a bit of it, but, Chalice, you must remember that you have no memory of the whole as experienced on other dimensional levels, therefore, to have full concept is something you will experience mentally and not on a piece of paper. Let us example a bit. If the news press says there will be a meteor shower at 12 o'clock midnight, might there be some meteorites at 11:45 p.m. or at 3 a.m.? Further, if one peers to the west, perhaps there are only 4, to the north 154, and directly above, 1. Are they different? No, they are all a portion of the one projected meteor display. It is also quite impressive that you ones have meteors which traverse from lateral position. I would think meteor shower would mean a rather vertical falling toward Earth, not across the heavens. So be it. Signs ye request, signs ye get. It is not the responsibility of the sign giver to also be the audience. We know we are in thy heavens. More on the creation. Back to the creation. Recall the lesson ye have just recently received on duality versus one. There is only one. What you perceive as multiple is truly only one, so when you separate God from the creation you have put thy problem to non-solution. The creation is above all and God is one with the creation. You are one with God, therefore also one with the creation, so you become a unit of one within God and creation. What you make effort to do, is separate the facets into separate things, and they are not, they are aspects of one. Co-creators, co-organizers, Experiencers, co-thought producers, co-players, and on into infinity, the circle of being. The problem lies in the effort at separation, the solution lies within the oneness. Since Paul is the most persistent questioner on this subject, let me example. Paul has an aspect that is gentle and all-giving, he also has an aspect that is quite cruel and selfish. Paul has an aspect that is a father, another aspect angry and resentful of his children. Paul is a teacher, but another aspect is foolish and cannot learn. Paul is married, but another aspect has no attachments whatsoever. Paul is an engineer, but one aspect cannot fix a good sandwich. Yet each have myriads of aspects. Can God and creation be granted as much? So be it, for it is so. As long as you separate and identify as if there were more than one, you will not understand, you cannot understand. All is one. There can be no who came first, it began and will end in oneness, for neither is there a beginning or an ending, there only is. All goes forth, out, from entity source, and therefore all will come back unto source, in, just as if you reached forth your hand and picked up a morsel of food and placed it in your mouth, the hand and fingers went forth, still part of the one you picked up a morsel of food and brought it back and placed it into thy mouth. Now the hand, fingers, and morsel of food have become one with you, however, in turn, you have then just become one with the morsel of food. The entirety of all is only perceived aspects of one. No less, and do not try to make it more, for it is no more and therefore no less. You ones of earth plane look about you and perceive all things as separate manifested energy forms, a chair, a table, a typewriter, a cooking pot, you perceive the same array within a dream of your choosing in thy night, and it is one. All, beloved ones, is perception of aspects of the one. The higher understanding of these things come with thy opening insight at its proper time of fulfillment into knowledge. Ponder these things, yes, but working on them too diligently only fogs thy receivers. All things within the universe are simple, orderly, wise, completely feasible, and, if ye clear thy circuits, the information can flow within. Now Paul can go ask Raynos to explain it to him, but he will only get Raynos' explanation of his own perception, Dharma a bit different perception, and Alan and Oberly will simply look foolishly at both of you and wonder what in the world is wrong with you. All you need accept is that you are a working aspect of the whole and go about whatever it is that aspect of God is experiencing. Sorting. Now comes the more difficult portion. It is thy training and purpose to train your negative aspects in the perfection of godness, goodness, if ye wish to return to God in purity and perfection. God is now in the separation of his aspects which are experiencing on earth plane in the form of human ones to the dark side and ones to the light side and all infinite levels in between. This is because the perception in the higher mind needs tend the manifested thought forms and cast them aside or bring them back within himself. Life is an aspect of experience within illusion, brought forth in slow vibration into manifested matter. The purpose is to function in such manner that you remain a being portion of God's thought forms to continue experience within the creation, for ye can be cast out from the thought patterns completely, whoosh, gone. If thy soul were in full perception of this subject, ye would not be experiencing on earth plane. Earth plane is a manifested place for you to experience exactly as you are in the density of the perception of matter. All is but one. All you have to hold uppermost is that all is but one. Move on with the experience as the aspect of that one. You cannot think it out clearly, for all is also a spiral, a circle, and ye shall always return to the exact place you have been. You must accept the growth and spiral toward the whole one, that ye not get caught in the whirlpool of ignorance. Wisdom, knowledge in truth is thy goal, for it is truly thy relationship with God and creation as one with it that must be thy goal. Digest this a few days, friends, and then we can discuss it again. I suggest, however, ye stop prying at it, accept it, and it will become clear to you. All wisdom, all truth, all knowledge, however, is God's. Therefore, to expect to receive all from God, ye must be willing to give all unto God. So be it. Oberly, it is time to begin to cross-experience with Larry and Jane, for they are writing much history of thy new land, and you will see that much can be integrated to bring forth a whole view. There are many little aspects running about working toward the same overall goal, so let us begin to form the unit. Theirs will be from ancient aspect as well as what has been coming forth this past week, only names will be in difference. The word is becoming one. The wonders and glories are all about you, do not miss of the rose that holds the key. Ye are of the garden ripe unto harvest, and the master gardener is on his way. These other ones fall under the guidance and tutoring of other energy focus than am I, but the project of earth mankind is all one. We cannot do of it for earth man, and we cannot do of it without earth man. Further, earth man cannot do it without us of the outer dimensional freedoms. A wondrous experience indeed. As with any grand relationship, it is good communications, in truth, and sharing as a wholeness, without withholding from the other, that will reap the wondrously abundant harvest in glory. The brotherhood of wholeness, the brotherhood of man in light, wisdom, and knowledge through truth and love is the root, the fuel. Let this be a short lesson this day, Dharma, for we have overdone our welcome from thy mind and fingers the segment called week. As your Sibber, Keela, I am so well pleased with mine troops. You have done good works and such a great service unto thy fellow man. I am honored to be called your Sibber, and I am forever in thy service. Salut, salut, salut. In the mighty presence of the I am that is and of which I am, I clear this frequency. Commander Jai Orgo Series Hatonn Pleiades Command, Sector TS 7251-3 leaving circuit out. Receiver postscript, I perceive that it is suitable to add this portion to the end segment of the journal just finished. there is great misunderstanding regarding the creation and God's relationship thereto. This explanation seems to add clarity. I am humbly grateful to have this privilege to serve. Thank you, Dharma.